Hello everyone and welcome to round 14 of the GTPlanet Endurance Series. We're here at Motegi for the 12 hours of Motegi. This is the third time we'll be seeing the GT500 and the GT300 cars. So these guys still have plenty to go in the series. Alongside me today I have Andrew and Famine. How are we guys?
Yeah, not bad. Looking forward to another cracking race here in the GTP Endurance Series. Can't wait to get this one started.
How about you?
Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to this and also not at the same time, because as you well know, I'll be driving the very last bit of the race. So yeah, a bit tense, but yeah, we should be up for a good battle. This is proper classic Japanese Gran Turismo stuff. It's a proper Japanese circuit. The GT500, the GT300 cars. It's just like being back in GT2.
Well, we've already had qualifying, of course. We're just about to lead up into the race, and qualifying was one of the closest contested sessions we've had all year in this series. So on pole in GT500, we have the Reaper online racing car, and they got pole by just half a tenth over the Escuderio GTMX car, and the car behind that was 7/100ths off second, and the car behind that was 17/100ths off third. So the entire top four in GT500 are covered by just 75/100ths of a second, less than a tenth of a second. So the grid is crazy close throughout. And in GT300, it's pretty much the same story yet again, as the top four are all very close together. And I think in all classes, it's going to be an absolute cracking race.
Yeah, of course we've not qualified our car. We were kind of last-minute entries, I suppose. Really, there was a spare slot going in GT300, so a small, diffuse bunch of us has stepped up to take that 12th spot and give you a full grid.
We, of course, me and Famine are racing today in the Endurance Experience 64 Mazda.
Well, you're racing. I'm just going to tour around at the back a little bit, I think.
You'll do fine, I'm sure. Yeah, we've only been informed a couple of days before this race was scheduled to take part. So we've all had to sort of throw everything we can at the car and hope for the best. But yeah, so it's going to be an interesting experience for us, and it's going to be a challenge, that's for sure. So cars just forming their way onto the grid now, using a slightly different starting procedure as we normally do here at Motegi, simply because there's another pit lane we can use and another starting order we can use. But guys, who do we think is gonna be a competitor to watch out for in today's race?
I think the great thing for me is that, because we've said already, the qualifying was so close. All the cars, especially in the top class, are going to be having a chance of getting the win today. I'd keep an eye on Team Wise Racing. They've had a great year so far. They've done a lot of great work across the classes in GT style classes, so they'd be my tip to win today, but you just don't know going into such a long race what could happen. So yeah, bring it on.
How about you, Famine?
It's going to be really, really tough to say who is going to be competitive, as we were saying earlier on, with the qualifying being so close. All the top drivers in each class are covered by barely any time whatsoever. It's just going to come down to who's going to be the most consistent, who's going to keep it on the grey stuff, and if we see any rain, which I don't know whether we're going to see a bit of showering or not, it might come down to that. Sorry, go on.
Wouldn't that throw a spanner in the works?
Yeah, I like a bit of rain driving. But the Scuba 4-hour that we had last week, that had the GT300 cars in it as the top class. And there was an excellent performance from the Race on Oz Racing team. So I think they're probably the ones to keep most of an eye on.
Well, they of course did qualify on the pole in their class for this race in GT300, but they've actually changed drivers before the start of the race, so they'll actually be going all the way to the back of the grid. So the Race on Oz team, they're very quick. They've proved that 2 races in a row now, but they've got a bit of a mountain to climb.
Well, at Scuba, they started from the pit lane, and we thought they'd actually won it. And if it wasn't for the fact that their rookie driver picked up a penalty for track limits, and then when he pitted for that, didn't take on fuel, if he hadn't have done that, they would have won it, starting from the pit lane. And that was only a 4-hour race. So starting from the back, I don't think it's going to be that much of a handicap to them.
Well, with the field this close, it's going to be a little bit tougher for them, I think, than it may have been at Tsukuba. Of course, as you said, they did overcome a big mountain there. But I think with the grid being so close here at Motegi, I think it might be a little bit tougher for those guys to make progress.
And the RX-7 that they're using is a little down on power as well. It's I think it's the slowest of the 3 cars in a straight line. So yeah, Tsukuba is a different beast altogether. It's very much point and squirt, stop start, whereas Motegi has more of a flow and there's several faster bits. So yes, I think whoever we say is probably going to be on the podium. It could be anybody at any time.
You may as well just pick a number out of the hat, and it could be a better guess than our educated guesses.
Well, there's 6 cars in each class, just roll a die.
Yeah, that's true. AJ has just informed us that the start of the race has actually been delayed 15 minutes. So the race will be getting underway fairly shortly, but just a little bit of a delay to the race start.
Yeah, that was due to,
So, Fanon,
to the lobby falling over, which happens occasionally with Gran Turismo. It may well, we hope it doesn't, but it may well happen again during the race. So it's just one of those things that it's completely out of our control. The vagaries of Gran Turismo's networking is something that no one's ever really worked out, I think.
Certainly, it could definitely have a few improvements. Hopefully we can get those GT7, which no one really knows when they'll be coming out, but I'm sure many people who are playing GT6 are hoping it's not too far away. AJ's also just delayed us that it's been now delayed by 20 minutes, so the race should be getting underway by 5:30. So I've still got a little bit of a while to go, but we know it'll come eventually. So Fami, you're driving in a team for this race. What do you think the main challenges for the drivers are going to be today?
With a race of this type, it's always going to be fatigue. This is a 12-hour race. We're fairly fortunate. We're in a 4-man team, so we're going to be averaging about 3 hours for each driver. And that's a long spell to sit down at a console and drive. But it's going to be the most efficient way of doing it. You don't really want to be doing too many driver changes. One of the problems that we face is we have to run everything in practice mode because Gran Turismo's race mode doesn't allow for people to leave and then rejoin in the middle of a race. So in order to facilitate driver changes, we have to run in practice mode. And there is a very specific procedure whereby you have to pit, you have to inform that the driver change will occur, take a stint photograph, leave the lobby, and then your teammate can join the lobby and join the race. And that takes up a lot of time. So the most efficient way of doing it is just to do your wedge of time in one go. And it's going to be 3 hours on average for 4-man teams. It's going to be 4 hours on average for the 3-man teams. And it takes its toll. You're going to be sat at your console for a significant amount of time. I mean, most of us will sit down and we'll play Gran Turismo and we'll do short races and we'll have little breaks during the short race and have a cup of coffee and go to the toilet or whatever. This, you can't do that. You're going to be sat there for 3 or 4 hours and it's going to take its toll. You don't get your seat position quite right and you'll be uncomfortable after about half an hour. After about 3 hours, you'll be screaming out for relief. So yeah, it's each individual driver's race to lose, unfortunately.
Well, we do have quite a few drivers of varying levels of experience, so hopefully a few can get the balance right. What are you saying, Andrew?
Yeah, I was just going to say that is probably going to be what will decide the race today. As we've seen in qualifying, the top drivers are all very, very close together. But how are the differences between the second, third, fourth drivers? That's going to be the real key thing. It's in a way, it's going to be those slightly slower drivers who will win the race for their respective teams today.
Do you think the drivers who are a little bit off the pace of maybe their faster drivers, do you think they'll be feeling any more pressure to perform, or?
If it was me in that situation, yes, because as I said, the guys who are phenomenally quick will probably be phenomenally quick for the whole race, and will be the guys who won't make mistakes, who are the guys your team can rely on. So it then cadences down to that second, third driver to keep up their end of the bargain, keep the car on the black stuff, and support, as you do in a team, support those faster drivers to be able to get up towards the front of the pack.
So no pressure on me there then, thanks.
No, not at all.
I wasn't worried, but now I am. So.
But it can throw up some really interesting battles. I know from my bit of time, not online racing, but doing a bit of endurance karting, that you can actually have your own separate battles against another team's respective pace driver. So I think it's just another thing that makes this kind of racing so exciting and so enthralling to watch.
Yeah, this should certainly appeal to anybody who's a fan of endurance racing. It plays out more or less in exactly the same way. So, are we looking at about 15 minutes until the race starts?
Maybe shorter than that, because if I'm counting correctly, I think I can see 12 cars plus AJ in the pace car all on the grid. I think we're just doing some final checks as to whether everybody can see everybody else and that nobody's ghosting or being invisible. But I'm hopeful that we should get this one underway very shortly.
It's going to be interesting to see how the drivers attack turn one, because of course you can't win a race in the first corner, but you can certainly lose it. And the easiest way to win one of these races is to lead from the front and then just run your own pace and do everything your own way. But if you're starting behind other drivers, are you going to push to try and get in the front, or are you just going to try and follow maybe the class leader and see what they're doing, or maybe just attack a little bit more?
I think you have to do kind of an in-between. You can go all cards in, very, very gung-ho at the start and potentially cause an incident. But similarly, if you go too slow, that could open up the opportunity for someone behind to think, oh, they're a bit vulnerable, go for that 50-50 move, and also end up getting taken out. So I think you have to have that middle ground where you're fast enough that similarly the guy behind isn't going to start going a bit gung-ho at you, but also you don't want to be doing stupid things yourself and taking yourself out and somebody else out.
Going gung-ho at the start, thing too well, causing a few incidents along my way, not particularly fun.
Yeah, for the most part, the drivers we've got in this series, this is the 14th race now in the endurance series, and the drivers have generally proven themselves to be a good bunch, reasonably respectful of other people, giving racing room. It does seem to have worked out that we have a series full of drivers who know what they're doing in online racing, even the rookies and the bronze drivers like me.
90 seconds to the start, guys.
Oh, excellent.
Shall we do a quick rundown of the championship standings for our respective classes?
Yeah, sure, let's go for it.
Got them in front of me. So if you've missed it so far, GT500 is currently being led by Team Wise Racing on 130 points. SSR Motorsports are second on 110, and then the Scar Honda Racing Team on 90. E-Scuderia GTMX are fourth with 44 points. Russian Roulette Racing, who missed the first round this season, are in fifth place with 36 points. And then bringing up the rear, Reaper Online Racing on 24. I'll just scroll down to the GT300 standings. Swift Autosport leading this class at the moment with 65 points, but very closely behind them are the Lightning Speed Motorsport squad with 61. GT Aero Racing are third with 30 points, and then Race on Oz Racing last week picked up their first points of the season with 18. And then it's the Aura Racing team in fifth on 12. So it looks like the cars are on their way.
Yeah, that's the parade lap.
Or the parade sector, as we should say.
Yes.
I quite like this. Works well, gets the race underway very, very quickly. So I'll be keeping an eye on the times. I've got the live timing in front of me here. Just to do a little rundown on who's actually out on track at the moment. R Clark 83, and it's GTP Bambi, TWR Seb 72. The War is back. Ning Dynasty in 5th, Pub 16 in 16th. I think he's changed his username finally. Little Blacko 932 is for some reason going in the pits. There's another car going in the pits as well.
Sustained damage by the looks of it. He's reporting, or Seth is reporting lag from Little Black, and he's pitting due to damage.
I'll hand over to you, Bobo, because we've got a race start.
Well, there we go, guys. The green flag is out, and over 5,000 horsepower has just been unleashed on the Twin Ring Motegi circuit. They're underway as they head into turn 1. And my live stream's been a little bit laggy at the moment, so I can't really see. So, Famine, I'll hand over to you.
Yes, it's the number 17 HSV is leading the way with the GTR all over the back of him. But he's made it through turn 1 and turn 2 just fine. We don't seem to be having any incidents of any kind. Everyone's being respectful and giving each other racing room. Oh, and the GTR is coming up alongside him into turn 3 and thinks a little bit better of it and eases back there for a second.
Yeah, clean start pretty much for everyone. The couple of cars towards the back who had those issues and had to come into the pit. So as we said, Little Blacko 932 came into the pits, and Seath 123. So I believe that's 2 cars in the GT300 class who already at this stage are a little bit down on the leaders.
Yeah, it looks like they've had a lag-mediated contact during the warm-up phase, which is not ideal, is it? Especially because one of them is my car. So
I know it's not nice to see, but as we said before, it's a 12-hour race. Still plenty of time for those guys to make a comeback, and hopefully we can get all the cars in a group once again and get some good racing going on.
The lead 4 cars, it's the 22, the 27, the 25 and the 21. That's in approximate order is the Reaper Online Racing Honda HSV 010, followed by the Russian Roulette Racing Nissan GTR. In 3rd place is the Team Wise Racing Lexus, and in 4th place is the Scar Honda HSV 010. They're pretty much line astern. They're covered by about 1.5 seconds.
Lap times at the moment, obviously we've only had 1 lap so far, but we did have a rolling start, so should be fairly reflective. 1:48s and 49s for the leaders in 500. In 300, we're looking at a big spread at the moment. 1:55.3 for Mustafa on that first lap, and he's already pulled out a 3-second gap over Ning Dynasty, WTF Man, and Pub 16. So really good start there for Mustafa in the bright yellow 67 Subaru BRZ.
And the Russian Roulette Racing GTR has overcooked it slightly on the way out of. It's really difficult with Dream Overtaking to give you corner names because most of them don't have any. Which has allowed the Honda to get ahead of him coming down the downhill straight, as it's called. That's actually its real name. And the corner at the end of that is called a 90-degree corner. It looks like the Honda's pulled out a bit of a gap. The GTR has been overtaken for second by the Lexus, and he gets it back again. So he's not suffered too much. He's just dropped a gap. It looks like about 2 seconds now to the lead car. A little bit of over-enthusiastic driving. He's gone off on the outside, picked up a bit of dirt. But everyone's all still pointing the right way, and there's no damage.
Someone to perhaps watch out for, chaps, early in this 12-hour race. Tanky 1 has just set the second fastest lap of the race so far. Our Clark 83, of course, with the first. But Tanky 1 currently sat, I think, 5th on the road, looking like he could close on these guys ahead of him and maybe get that Nissan a bit further up the order. Further down as the second laps come through, better lap times this time from the GT300s in terms of being closer together. Mustafa still the fastest with a 153.6. WTF man with a 153.7 though, very close behind. And the two cars that had those slow starts, Seath123 has got past Little Blacko, who is a little bit off the pace at the moment, setting lap times in 2 minutes zeros at the moment. But Seath looking good to, if he can get his head down, pull this time back to the other GT300 class leaders.
Who's in the lead of the GT300 at the moment? Is it Race on Ice?
It is. Bear with me. It's the number 67.
Yeah, Race on Oz.
Yes, Race on Oz.
They set the pole position time, didn't they, in qualifying?
Yep.
And they had a penalty due to a driver change, so they've already overcome that, and a back up with the pointy end of the GT300s.
Yeah, and a good chunk ahead of the rest of the GT300 field as well, so they definitely knew what they were doing with that driver change, putting Mustafa in the car, because straight away within 5 minutes of this race he's delivered the goods.
We need to see how much of a gap he's going to pull out over the next few laps. He said he's did a 155 flat. That's already faster than I actually managed in practice for this race, so that's a little bit scary.
You know what's even more scary? He's just set a 153.065, and there's a couple of the other GT300 cars going pretty quickly as well. WTF man set a 153.9, Seath123 with a 154.365, and Ning Dynasty as well is doing lap times in the 54s. Little Blacko is in the pits, not quite sure why, and back out the pits again for the number 61 Dragon Razor Racing team.
That's the second time he's been through, so suffering a little bit of problems in that Lexus.
Fastest lap overall at the moment, as you'd expect, as drivers get into a good rhythm, is being traded back and forth at the moment between R. Clark 83, the leader in the number 17 machine, and GTP Bambi in the 27 Russian Roulette Racing Nissan GTR. Down into the 45s now for those two drivers.
Someone's wheel just giving a little bit of a turnaround there.
That's a characteristic boot-up noise of a G25.
Should just say, if there's any questions you guys have in the YouTube stream, just go ahead and throw them at me, and I'll do my best to get them answered as soon as I can. If you have a question for Famin or Andrew, of course, that can be arranged as well.
Should also say as well, do make sure, if you haven't already, of course, that you follow the Twitter account for the series. So at GTPlanet News, which whilst we're on track and also off track, you can get all the latest news from the series. Good account to follow as well is GTP_AJ. AJ, who organises the series. If you are new to the series and don't know how it works, AJ is pretty much the king around here. Does a great job organising all these teams and events, so follow him as well.
I think we've now all got social media accounts for this.
Yeah.
So if you're really desperate to tweet me, I'm GTP_famine.
I'm at Andrew the Blade. I mostly complain about different sporting things. So I was having a good Tour de France rant yesterday. So if that takes your fancy, follow that. I should say as well, we're already going to get a bit of lapped traffic. In fact, I think our Clark 83 has already dealt with the first of the lapped cars. Yes, he has. Little Blacko 932 falling through the GT500 field at the moment. Setting better lap times though, he's into the 159s. And keeping out of the way of the leaders very well at the moment.
Yeah, he's got a pair of blue flags because there's a couple of cars coming past him at once. It's always very tricky on a night circuit to properly resolve more than one vehicle behind you, so it's very easy. You see it in real life endurance racing all the time, whereby a slower moving car will get a blue flag, move out of the way for the first car, resume the racing line and take out the second car that you didn't see. So we tell the drivers that there are multiple cars coming behind them, just to give them a little extra bit of warning. Well, of course the onus is always on the guy who's doing the lapping to make sure they do it safely rather than on the guy being lapped to get out of the way. The best thing if you're being lapped in GT racing is to stay on the racing line, make yourself a predictable target for the cars lapping you.
That's going to be one of the determining factors in this race, of course. The fast times is one, but still endurance racing around a fairly short circuit like Tiggy is how quick you can go while dealing with the traffic. It's not something you will see in every series, so not all these drivers will have experience with this, and some might, so that will favour those that do, but those that don't, it's fairly easy to pick up, and hopefully they don't cause any incidents. But like you said, usually everyone's fairly well behaved, but hopefully no battles are ruined by traffic, which can happen occasionally, but traffic will be a big factor around this fairly small circuit.
Well, the guys in the GT300 cars were lapping the TCN1 class, which is kind of a sub-GT4 category. They were lapping them around the Tsukuba circuit last week, so they have the experience of knowing what they expect from the other drivers. Now they can apply that, now that they're the cars that are being lapped. So it should be reasonably circumspect, I hope. One thing you don't want to encounter is a slow-moving black car at night, because they're quite hard to spot. Luckily our car's white, so we should be fine.
Little GT300 update for you guys. Mustafa has had his lap times matched at the moment on track by WTF Man and Seath123, but the crucial thing is he's already got a 6-second lead over WTF Man, so that's a really good start for the number 67 race on Oz. They lead the class from Swift Autosport. Seath123, as I expected at the moment, being helped by the fact that he's in relatively clear air, having had that pit stop right at the start of the race. He's probably about 10 seconds behind UNC Pubs 16, who is driving for the white 62 Aura Racing Team machine. Seath driving for the, as I get used to all the names.
That's us, the endurance.
Yes, the endurance. Yep. He's doing a good job right now.
Glad to hear, Seth. You get to live another day in our team. So, we were just talking before about Pubs. He's a bronze driver in that team, in the ORA racing team. They actually have a slightly faster silver driver, COD Demon 101. So, ORA Racing not playing their fastest driver just yet in this race. So, even if they are being caught just a little bit at the moment, it's a long race and they still have plenty of drivers left to throw at our team.
But they also have a rookie driver, don't they?
They do.
So just for anyone who's not aware, we run pretty much the same classification system that the FIA uses for GT driving, which is a platinum down to bronze rating. But every now and then we'll have a driver join the series who's not raced with us before, and they're given a temporary rookie classification to show they've not driven any races. Bronze drivers and rookie drivers are required to qualify for races just to basically show that they know around the track and within a relatively decent pace. But there's also driving limits set to make sure that teams aren't basically running a squad full of platinum drivers and acing it.
I've actually just been informed in the YouTube stream. I was talking about COD Demon 101 being the fastest driver in the ORA racing team, but he could actually not attend the race. So for ORA, they're actually only going to have 2 drivers doing this race. So that's going to be Pubs and Brutaka. They're going to have to be doing 6 hours each, so it's going to be a very long night for the American and the Australian.
Yeah, that may well be asking for trouble.
It's certainly not the most ideal lineup you could have. So those drivers are going to have to work out what's the best way that we can set up our stints so that we're not getting fatigued, but we're not driver changing too much. It's going to be a really fine balance, and hopefully they can find it.
Because we don't technically know what Butaka's relative pace is at the moment, because as a rookie driver he doesn't have a pace classification. Pubs is a bronze rated driver, so to be entirely fair, I'm a bronze rated driver as well, so it's not the fastest lineup that they could have. But then again, it's an endurance race. It's all about staying on the track and getting to the end first, rather than who can set the best outright lap time.
Fastest lap of the race, guys. Tanky won in the bright red Nissan, which is for SSR Motorsports. He set a 1:45.588, and I don't know if it was caught on the stream cameras, but he's also just overtaken the War. So I reckon that is SSR Motorsports up to 4th, I think.
Well, SSR Motorsports were actually dropped to the back of the field. They were actually behind quite a few GT300 cars because they got a penalty in qualifying, I believe it was. So it's good to see those guys making progress. Their lineup is incredible. They have 2 gold drivers and a platinum. So definitely a strong lineup, and it's going to have to be one of those cars you're going to have to watch out for towards the back end of the race.
Yeah, I suppose the highest rated driver lineup is Leap Online Racing, which has a pair of platinum drivers, but it also has a gold driver who qualified for the UK GT Academy National Final last year. So I'm expecting them to be fairly pacey, and at the moment they are leading the way. Although I wouldn't really want to be sitting listening to that 10,000 RPM Honda HS3 for 12 hours.
Bit graining on the brain.
Yeah. Gonna have tinnitus for 2 weeks after that, I think. Or tinnitus, if you prefer.
Seth123's just got out of the way of the lead pair. Great battle on track going on at the moment between GTP Bambi and R Clark 83 on raw pace. GTP Bambi quicker by just over half a tenth of a second, but at the moment R Clark 83 doing an absolutely fantastic job soaking up all this pressure early on. And you know, we mentioned earlier about how you tackle the early stages of an endurance race and how you need to be quick yet not ridiculously slow, of course. GTP Bambi's doing just that. He's not getting all over the back of R Clark 83, but just enough to let him know that he's there and ready to pounce if R Clark 83 makes a mistake. So great racing so far. Reaper Online Racing leading at the moment.
It does seem to have calmed down slightly from the opening laps. We're only 20 minutes in, but it seems that everyone's now settling into their race rhythm. We have a few guys who are relatively close on track, but nobody's making any serious attacks or any particular inroads into the guys in front of them. They're all just getting into their metronomic race pace.
I believe we're now looking at the GT300 battle between the 68 and the Ning Dynasty car as they're heading towards a corner. Can't quite see because my stream's still being a little bit frustrating to use. But those two very, very close and definitely a battle to watch out for.
GT300 lap times at the moment. Mustafa still the quickest man out there. Last time around with a 152.708. WTF Man did a 153.5. Ning Dynasty keeping a good pace as well in the mid 54s. Pubs with a 156.6 at the moment though. Seth, actually, no, that's not respect really. Seth just got lapped on that last lap. Little Blacko though, improving. Fastest lap so far of a 155.899, and last time around was a 156.4. So good to see Little Blacko after the difficulties that he had in the early stages, starting to find his rhythm, starting to find his feet, and doing some pretty quick lap times at the moment. Definitely quicker than I could do.
Hopefully just about the same as I can do.
R Clark 83 has retaken the fastest lap. So talk about soaking up the pressure. He's now pulled away from GTP Bambi. A 145.357 that last lap around. And Tanky 1 has also gone quicker with a 145.5 as he's currently closing on TWR Seb 72 in team-wise racing. In fact, I think he's overtaking him. Did I see that correctly? No, I didn't. It was two white cars. He's sandwiched by two white cars at the moment. TWR Seb in front of him and the War behind him. They're starting to close on a bit of traffic as well, so it might be worth keeping an eye out on those two.
So once again, if you have any questions to ask of the commentary team, please do speak up in the YouTube chat there. You can also tweet at GTPlanet News. You can get hold of me if you're really, really desperate to tweet somebody at GTP_famine. I'm also managing the GTPlanet YouTube channel at the moment, so if you see GTPlanet popping up in the YouTube comments, that's me. I think Jordan's too asleep at the moment to cope with that sort of thing. And my co-commentators also have their own Twitters. Chat.
Yep. You go first.
Yep, so I'm at Bo_Albert_43, so plenty of underscores there. Usually just ranting about motorsport and everything in general pretty much, so I'm fairly boring.
Yep, same for me, at Andrew the Blade. you want to follow me. I don't know why you would, but there you go.
If anybody's curious why he's called Andrew the Blade, it's not because he's a big fanatic of knives and knife crime.
No, I don't advocate that.
But yeah, he's from Sheffield and he supports the wrong team.
What do you mean the wrong team? To be honest, I don't think there's either a right team at the moment. I was meaning to ask, why on earth are you having to pay £45 to go see a game in the Championship this season?
I'm not, which is looking
good. Correct answer.
It's because we have a big name Portuguese manager.
Yeah.
I've never heard of. But yeah, we're both Andrews and we're both from other halves of Sheffield. So Andrew's a Sheffield United supporter, and I can barely say that out loud. And I'm a Sheffield Wednesday fan, so there's plenty of rivalry there.
There is indeed. TWR Seb.
Get you on track, get a bit more rivalry.
TWR Seb is definitely noticing that Tanky One is coming up behind him because he's just set a 1:45.741 and he's setting purple sectors as well. So this might not be as easy as Tanky One thought it might be, getting past this Teamwise Racing Lexus. And all the better for us as we'll get to enjoy this battle, which hopefully is going to enrage on for a good while yet.
Question for comms. Can you tell at this stage if any of the GT500 runners are using their tyres more than others?
Good question. I will have a look.
That question from GTP Kane.
Yes and no. No one's got horrendous tyre wear at the moment. Crucially, our Clark 83 in the lead has probably the best tyres underneath him. He's got 9s all the way round. Tanky One with an 8 on his front left, sorry. And yeah, pretty much everyone's got a little bit of wear on that front left, apart from the leader, who will be very happy to hear that.
26 minutes into the race, of course, tyres just beginning to hit that edge of going off. How about GT300? I'm a little bit curious about that one.
GT300, very good tyre wear in the fact that there's hardly any at all. Oh, I was just seeing on my screen the War and WTF man getting very, very, very close together. Some of the cars even still have 10s. In fact, UNC Pub 16 has hardly done anything to his tyres. 10s all round apart from that front left. So yeah, the GT300 cars keeping their tyres in very, very good nick at this stage of the race. Little Blacko pits.
Third time.
Yeah, that looked like it was an incident where he didn't see the Reaper Online Racing car coming to lap him. It looked like they both tried to turn into the same apex at what's called imaginatively the 90-degree corner, which is the last corner. This is the first corner of the Motegi West circuit. It's one of the last corners on this full Motegi circuit. It looks like he just turned in on the HSV, which is odd. The HSV was flashing him all the way down the straight, but it looks like they've almost come together. I think Little Blacko has managed to sustain damage only to himself rather than causing any to the leader, which is good in one way.
Back on his way now. In fact, Tanky One's just had a slow lap. He did a 1:53.7 last time around. And yes, I think the War's got back in front of him because of that. So lap times at the moment still pretty much holding as they have been throughout this race. 1:46s and 45s for the leaders. 147s for the War and GTMX Hecto, who I haven't mentioned so far. And the lap times in GT300 are pretty much all down to, are they being lapped or not? Mustafa still leading the way in the race on Oz machine. 152.953 last time around.
Okay, I'm just with reference back to that team that's now unfortunately having to drive with just the 2 cars.
Yep.
I've been looking at the driving time restrictions. That's the Aura Racing Team Lexus for reference. Drivers have a maximum stint limit of 4 hours in any 6-hour period, and no driver can drive for more than half of the race plus an hour. So it looks like they're going to have to do at least 3 driver changes in order to get to the end of the race there.
So what, they would do 3-hour stints each?
Yeah. That would be the most efficient way of doing it.
Yep.
Now, if there's a particular imbalance in talent between Brutaka and Pubs, they might weigh it slightly one way or the other, but they're only allowed an hour's leeway to that, so it might be one driver does 7, one driver does 5.
Well, even that, would they be allowed to? Because
they would be allowed to, but they would have to do careful calculation not to break the 4 hours in every 6 hours.
You're right.
That's a rolling thing as well.
Yeah.
But I think that they're probably going to go for 3, 3, 3, 3.
So I believe on screen at the moment we've got this battle for the midfield placings in GT500, TWR 772, Bawar and Tanky 1 recovering from that slow lap earlier. The War seems to have found a bit of pace all of a sudden. It's down into the 146s.
XW, its man has I think disconnected because there was no driver change message noted in the text chat. So this is of course a new rule, so he may have forgotten it. I'm not sure if there's a penalty for that. But certainly leaving the room and forgetting to do at least one step.
Well, forgive me if I've missed this, but I did not see the 68 Swift Auto Sport machine come into the pits. So I fear that has just been a standard disconnection from the lobby.
That's a bit of a pity. Well, they could of course incorporate it with the driver change, which of course they're going to have to, because trying to get your console to recognise the internet again is always tricky in Grand Prix, right? So that's going to be an extremely early driver change. There's only half an hour of the race gone.
Leader of GT300, I can see just getting out of the way of Tanky 1, and it is now properly a 3-car battle between Teamwise Racing, the War in the 21 Scar Honda Racing Machine, and Tanky 1 for SSR Motorsports. Coming around to start a new lap onto the pit straight. Let's have a look at the times that they're doing. 46.6 for Seb, 46.8 for the War, and Tanky's just set a 45.8. WTF man now back in the room.
Yeah, that's going to hurt their race quite a lot. And obviously, we're only half an hour into to a 12-hour race, but even so.
So I've still got my eyes on this 3-car battle. TWR Seb 72 doing a really good job at the moment, keeping his car ahead of the wall. And in each corner, Tanky 1 gets ever closer in that number 28 Nissan for SSR Motorsports. Really good to see clean racing once again here in the GTPlanet Endurance Series. If you want to get more involved, if you aren't already, best place to head to the GTPlanet forum, where the Endurance Series has its own dedicated sub-forum. You can get involved, look to drive in future races and future seasons, and follow everything with respect to the series. You can find all the information there.
Of course, the GTPlanet forums are the best place to find out about pretty much anything to do with Gran Turismo. And when I say pretty much, I mean actually everything. We know so much about Gran Turismo, it even had to spill out into a book. How is the fuel situation looking there, Andrew?
Fuel situation, Tanky 1 at the moment just has about a third of a tank to go. Same for our Clark 83 and Bambi. TWR said with a little bit more fuel in his Lexus. So yeah, all the 500s have about just over a third, as the 3-car battle is properly hotting up now. And the 500s have all got about half a tank of fuel left.
So we're probably looking at, to minimise pit lane times, probably seeing the GT500s coming in the next 5 minutes and the GT300s probably running to an hourly schedule then.
Just seen in the YouTube chat, a question from Blue Eyes Phoenix. Has there been talked about a way to keep a constant check on gaps between each car lap by lap? I wish there was, unless I had about 16 stopwatches all going at the same time. Because we run in a practice mode, if you can imagine on the live timing, the order is done by fastest lap. So to give you a reference, 1 through 12 at the moment, our Clark 83 leads from Tanky 1, even though he doesn't actually, he leads from GTP Bambi. It's, oh, Tanky 1 at the inside of the 21, and I think there was contact there, just a little bit. But yeah, in answer to your question, Blue Eyes, it's not going to be something with GT6 probably. It'll probably be something for GT7 when, hopefully, online endurance races with proper driver changes are something that you can do, as Tanky 1 is right up the backside of the wall. The wall goes defensive on the inside of the chicane. Tanky 1 can't find the grip on the outside of turn.
This is one of the few corners
7.
that's actually got a name. It's called the S-curve.
The S-curve. TWR Seb has scampered up the road. The war's going defensive again on the inside of the hairpin. Tanky 1 trying to go around the outside. Is he going to be able to make it? Yes, he is. Brilliant move from Tanky 1. And he's got past the wall again, and I think that's back up to 4th place. GTP Bambi in the pits. First leader, or first of the quick guys, into the pits. The War is also in the pits. So GTP Bambi gets a fresh set of boots on that Nissan GTR. Tops up the fuel tank to just over 3/4 fill and is on his way again. GTMX Hecto in the pit, so a fair amount of action here in the GT500 class.
That's the Scar Hondas running into the pits now as well, so that's popping out of third place. That car does look strange with that central single exhaust pipe.
Yeah. I just imagine it being something like a solid rocket booster just off the back and spouting flames every 10 seconds whenever it does a downshift.
It's amazing to think that that's a race car that's based on a road car that doesn't exist.
Leaders in, our Clark 83. So the badged number 17 on the screen, but it's actually, well, we class it as the 22 here in the GTPlanet Endurance Series in the pits, and pretty much the same as GTP Bambi. Fresh set of boots, 3/4 of a tank of fuel, and is back on his way again. Tanky 1 is also in the pits for SSR Motorsports. A good stint there from Tanky 1. After starting down the back of the field, recovered up to 4th position, set some very fast lap times as well, and has set himself up for a good 12 hours here at Motegi. Back on his way again now, coming out of the first corner. So if you're trying to keep track of what's going on with the pit stops, so we can tell you that GTP Bambi was the first to blink, and on the same lap as the War and Hector 1. A lap later, our Clark 83 and Tanky 1 pitted, but at the moment Teamwise Racing have eked out a bit more of their tyres than everybody else. 24 laps complete at the moment, and no pit stop. So I guess it's fair to say that they are the leaders on the road at the moment, courtesy of not having pitted.
Yeah, they may have to take on a bit more fuel, and the static time required to add fuel into the car can make a difference in the stop.
Sorry to cut across you, Famin. I hope Seb72 wasn't planning to go in the pits on that tour round, because he found Little Black 0932 pointing the wrong way in the final chicane, and I don't think it held him up too much, but it definitely will have panicked him a little bit. I'll go with that. But TWR Seb72 goes round again, so that's 25 laps that he's done now on this set of tyres.
That's what we refer to as a brown flag moment. Yeah, we're just seeing a replay of that, so coming through onto the YouTube channel, which is a few seconds delay. And yeah, that's that's a pretty dodgy rejoin there from Little Blacko. So it looks like he's aborted his own pit entry and ended up in the wall at the chicane there.
Yeah.
And he's just rejoined straight into the middle of the track as that Lexus has come round.
And he's got a penalty for that as well. I just saw on the lobby chat, 61 penalty, pit at end of this lap and hold in box. So the steward's clearly not happy with that move from Little Blacko.
Yeah, I'd struggle to say that that's not deserved. But, he's had a bit of a brain fade since he suffered a bit of damage on the parade lap. It looks like he's had a lag-mediated prang on the parade lap there, and he's been a bit all over the place since then. Could do with taking a break and getting into order.
Yeah. TWR Seb72 goes round again, so another lap eked out for the Teamwise Racing squad. 26 laps completed on their set of tyres, so at the moment, in terms of this, of course, being an endurance race and you're having to take care of your car as you go round, Teamwise Racing doing an absolutely cracking job at the moment with Seb72 at the wheel. Remember, these are the leaders
He's going to be running on fumes if he's not careful.
No, he's not too bad at the moment. He's got about a quarter of a tank left.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, the leaders of the classification for the championship sitting pretty at the moment. Leaders on the road, not necessarily the quickest, but this is an endurance race after all. The quickest cars always win. Saying that though, R. Clark 83 is setting very fast lap times again, a 1:45.7 last time around. GTP Bambi a 1:45.4. TWR Seb closing in on Seth 123, who will get out of the way shortly. 61 is released from his penalty. Waiting to see if the leader will pit this time, and the answer is no. So a very different strategy being done here by Team Wise Racing, and we did mention earlier in the stint they were keeping their tyres in much better check than the rest of the GT500 field. So keep an eye out on this. The 25 car is probably not running at its pure pace, but it's clearly a strategy call from the French team.
Well, TWR Seb is one of the gold drivers, so he's one of the highest rated drivers on the grid. But that said, they do also have a platinum driver still to come.
Absolutely. So let's have a look down into GT300, who I must say are dominated by Australians today. There's currently 5 Australians out on track of the 6 GT300s that we have in this race, and it's still Mustafa in the lead. So this is the number 67, sorry, the race on Oz Racing Subaru BRZ, the bright yellow one. Do quite like it in that shade of yellow. WTF man in the other BRZ, setting good lap times as well. Raw pace about 7/10 off that of Mustafa at the moment. Mentioned Seth earlier, didn't have the best of starts, but he's still going around at a very reasonable pace at the moment. And courtesy of that early pit stop, I think he has better tyres slightly than the rest of the field. Currently setting mid 154s, although he's got a bit of attention from traffic up behind him at the moment. Back to the leader though, TWR Seb 72 still has not pitted. 28 laps now completed by the Lexus. Getting a good bit of wear now on that front left. 6 on the front left, 8 everywhere else, and almost getting into the red now with the fuel.
Talking about the HSV earlier being based on a car that doesn't exist, that Lexus is based on a car that is awful. The SC430 is one of the worst cars I've ever seen, touched, everything. It's just a hideous, bloated car. And yet it's so successful in GT500.
Yeah.
Just goes to show you that a good race car doesn't necessarily come from a good road car, or even one that exists.
I actually believe in reality the Lexus actually won the 2009 GT500 championship.
Yep.
So it's amazing that in the game it's rubbish.
I've actually never driven it in the game, surprisingly. I can't bring myself
do
to
it.
drive a
Don't
Lexus
do it.
SC430 of any kind. I think Jeremy Clarkson rated it as one of his worst cars of all time. So.
Another question from Blue Eyes Phoenix. Do you have your own ideas? Ooh, sorry. Clear my throat. I've got remnants of a cold at the moment. Do you have your own ideas on how GT7 can be developed to help streamline driver swaps for this type of format? I'm going to pass that question to someone who knows more about the software side of things, but I'll ask this. Doesn't iRacing have a system where you can change drivers, or have I completely dreamt that up?
No, I believe iRacing does actually have a system where before the race you can add all the drivers into the lobby that will be competing or driving in that specific car. And then when the car goes into the pits, a driver can disconnect himself from the race, but not the actual lobby. And then another driver can connect to the race who was already in the lobby, and they can join the race. So iRacing does have a system like that. Not entirely sure that a PS4 or GT7 would be able to do something like that with the hardware they have. But it'd be interesting to see if they could do something similar to what iRacing has, of course, done.
Well, there you go. I'd do that. Simple as that. Fastest lap alert. Tanky 145.344. So with the fresh tyres on that Nissan, Tanky 1 back on it and trying to get further up this GT500 field. At the moment, I can see there is a car on the minimap ahead of him, and it is, I suspect, a GT300 car, sorry, it's Seth123. Meanwhile, at the front of GT500, Team-Wise Racing have still not pitted, and it's 30 laps completed now by TWR Seb, but his lap times are starting to struggle. A 147.151 last time around, whilst the others on their fresh tyres and getting a bit of, I hate this term, but I can't think of any other term to use, undercut. The cars behind him on the road, there's a spinner. There's a spinner on the minimap, and it is... surprise, surprise. Little Blacko off again in the 61. But yeah, the cars second, third and fourth in the order at the moment. Sorry, I'm just watching Little Blacko driving on the grass and into an Armco barrier at the moment. Not quite sure what's going on there. Yeah, the cars driven by Tanky 1, R Clark 83 and Bambi at the moment taking a good second and a half out of TWR Seb's lead. In fact, looking at the fuel, I reckon Team-Wise Racing will probably pit in the next lap because they're majorly in the red zone now. The front tyres have completely gone. But then again, if they can do this and keep doing this for the full 12 hours, they're going to do less pit stops, and that's going to gain them a lot of time in the long run. R Clark 83 can actually see the leader. Now up ahead of him must be all but a couple of seconds between the pole sitter and the leader of the race. Car's now coming down into turn 9 and through turn 9, and it is TWR Seb leading from R Clark 83, Bambi, and then Tanky 1 a little bit further down the road. The War sits 5th, Hecto 1 Scuderia GTMX. Lagging a little bit behind at the moment in the 500 class, but we've not talked about them much, so at least that means they've not been causing chaos and flying off the road. They've been keeping the car on the black stuff. As there we go, TWR Seb finally on lap 31 pits. So there'll definitely be a much longer pit stop than the others because they've used more fuel, and if they're going to keep to this strategy, they've got to put more fuel in. Fuel's still going in, past half a tank. Looking out for the War. The War's going to take the position. So the War has got the undercut on TWR Seb. So that'll please the Scar Honda Racing team ahead of their cross-channel rivals. Scar Honda Racing, of course, a British team, Team-Wise Racing, a French team.
Well, that's a rivalry that certainly doesn't go back a long time, does it?
No, not at all. Team-Wise Racing back underway now, and pretty much a full tank of fuel. Easier for me to say. Full tank of fuel then for the Lexus, so it looks like they're going to keep to this strategy of running very, very long, and the fuel being the restrictive part of their strategy, unlike everybody else where the tyres is the restrictive part. It'll be interesting to see how that one plays out. Have we gone past the 1 hour mark?
No, we're 5 minutes shy of it.
Oh, okay.
I know time does seem to fly when you're doing this sort of thing, but yeah, it's just 5 minutes to the hour on the stream, because the YouTube stream is slightly delayed from what's actually happening on the circuit. So it's about 4.5 minutes until the hour in real life, but it's about 30 seconds behind on the YouTube stream. Blue Eyes Phoenix says in the YouTube chat there that he was thinking of a way where a spot becomes reserved once taken, and then a driver can invite another person who isn't in the lobby to swap places. Yeah, I mean, for a 12 or 24-hour race, that might be a little bit awkward, unless it's a kind of an ad hoc invite system, in which case you're probably right. I mean, another way of solving it is to have, like you see on Call of Duty, I know I brought it up again, squads or teams whereby you have 4 to 6 people who form a group, and they can basically reserve a spot in the lobby for the group, and it doesn't matter who in the group is in the lobby, they take the spot. I mean, there are lots of ways around the problem, but the first thing we need to do is, well, we need proper day-night cycles on all the tracks, all the real-world tracks, so that we can run proper full-length endurance races. There are lots of things that GT7 or whatever the next Gran Turismo game is going to be called can improve on GT6.
Right, I'm going to be stepping out, but a quick rundown of the times before I do step out. Tanky 1 currently the fastest at 1:45.344. R Clark 83 has just set a 1:45.357, and thank you very much, Bambi. You've just at the correct moment completely messed up my rundown by setting up a fastest lap of a 1:45.2. TWR Seb is 4th fastest on sheer pace with a 1:45.7. The War a 1:45.8. So there we go, 0.6 of a second covering the top 5 in terms of fastest lap. GTMX Hecto 1 with a 1:46.4. Then into the GT300s. Mustafa with a 1:52.239. WTF Man with a 1:52.9. UNC Pub 16 a 1:53.4. Seth 123 a 1:53.6. Ning Dynasty a 1:53.7, and Little Blacko with a 1:54.3. So there you go, all very, very close in the first hour. I'm going to step out and bid you guys farewell. It's been great commentating and analysing the times with you once again. Jono's going to be stepping into my place very shortly.
You'll be coming back to join us later, won't you?
Oh yes, I'll be dropping in and out.
Then it's not so much goodbye as it is see you later.
See you in a bit. Cool, I'll leave it with you, family, and I'll catch you guys very, very soon.
All right. Now we've got my G27 making a little bit of a racket in the background. Sorry about that, guys.
They do have a kind of characteristic setup, those, don't they?
They do, and Jono, who was going to be stepping in but won't be just yet, he actually got to test the Logitech G29, and apparently it's the same deal yet again. It's still a little bit noisy, so Logitech not quite stepping their game up, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I mean, lots of people are complaining that the G29 that's been developed to work with the PlayStation 4 is so much more expensive than the G27 and G25, despite being effectively the same wheel. The problem is that the way that we've been spoiled effectively with the PlayStation 3, in the way that the wheel calculates force feedback is that it doesn't. The console does all the work for it and tells that to the wheel, which then does precisely what it's told. The wheels that work with the Xbox 360 and the Xbox One, and now with the PlayStation 4, they're kind of what I call smart wheels. They have an extra CPU inside them, and what happens is the console does half of the work, tells them a force feedback profile, which the wheel then interprets into actual physical reaction. And without that, you don't get any force feedback. So the wheels are more expensive simply because they've got a computer in them now. But it takes the load off the console, which means there's more runtime on the various bits of the console for your game.
Okay,
So it should improve.
really.
Yeah, it should improve Gran Turismo a bit for us. Gives them a bit more headroom to play with, and we do know that Polyphony like to get the first game out on the console and it works nicely, and then they exploit all of the headroom that's left, and we get a hardcore game.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about you, but if P6 was sort of a step back, I don't know if it's me, but I think, especially for that I race with and everything, everyone sort of feels that you kind of step back from GT5. What are your thoughts on that?
In what respect?
Gameplay. I didn't have back in the GT5 days, so I don't know about the online experience. But for me, it just felt like the gameplay and the experience was just a lot better on GT5.
It's kind of hard to say, really. As we've just seen, actually, the class-leading number 67 car seems to have disconnected.
What was the...
That's not good.
That's 300.
I'm sorry, say again?
That's the class leader in GT300, I believe.
It is, yes. That's Mustafa. Yeah, Mustafa has left the room and then he's just rejoined it, so I think he's had a disconnect. And that... They started on the back foot by starting from the back of the grid there. And that's going to hurt them even more. He did cut through to the field and get to the front and get himself a good gap out, but he's only just pitted.
So he would have a stint photo then, so...
You would hope so.
The work, but still, disconnecting. There are rules to help sort of give those laps back that you would have lost disconnecting, but it's not entirely foolproof and you don't want to rely on them at all. So Race on Oz, who had a tough race at Tsukuba, and were looking quite good in the early stages of this race at Motegi. It's just got a little bit tougher for them yet again.
Still, everyone likes a challenge.
Well, they've got one.
not a challenge that's suddenly popped up like that at the last moment. Well, of course, that's good for us. We're driving the number 64 endurance experience, but you don't really want to be gaining places through this misfortune. You want to be gaining places through your own skill and talent, of which I have very little. So I'll take it.
Well, I finally got myself this at least, and I can actually see what's going on now. I was a little bit blind in the opening stages of this race. But if you need any tyre wear info, if you want to know fuel numbers of any cars, just throw them at me, and I'll see what I can do for you guys.
I'm guessing they've all very recently pitted, so everybody should be running near enough for full fuel loads and brand spanking new tyres. Hello? People will have had to pit by now because there was a maximum 65-minute driving window. You can only be out of the pits for a maximum of 65 minutes. So hopefully everyone's got that sorted, because we're reaching that 65-minute boundary in the next 30 seconds.
Well, Mustafa in the 67 race on his Subaru has finally got back onto the track and rejoins in front of GTP Bambi, and Bambi then makes short work of him into the next corner. But Mustafa definitely going to be on the back foot now. Not sure if he's on the same lap or whatnot as my driver, Seth, but he's even behind him now, so Mustafa has a lot of work to do. And in the night time, where your visibility's already gone down a little bit, and now you're stuck in traffic with cars in the same class, it's not going to be easy for Mustafa.
Yeah, I mean, this is an unusual race in that we're starting in the dark and driving to dawn, so it's normally the case with an endurance race that you start at sunup and finish at sundown, or you drive through 24-hour periods, so you get the full diurnal cycle. But we're starting in the dark, and the checkered flag falls as the sun rises, so it's an unusual one. We might see times falling towards the end of the race as the track gets light and people can sight their braking points and their apexes a little bit better. But yeah, we should. Everyone should have done their stops by now, so we should be in a nice period where everyone back on full tanks and fresh tyres and setting their laps out.
Yeah, of course, if you drive members of just a little bit, as the reckon. Hey, so like
there seems to be a satellite delay to Australia there, which is it's a long way away. So it's actually one of the problems that we do face with the endurance series is we do have a lot of drivers from all over the planet. We've got guys from the US, we've got guys from Australia, we've got New Zealand. We have a guy who drives from India. We've got a team from Mexico. I think the flag you're seeing on screen at the moment is somewhere in the middle of Latin America. You've obviously got lots of Brits, you've got Dutch guys, French guys, German guys, and we're all kind of limited to how the internet works. And the simple fact is that the guy in Australia who's trying to send information to somebody in Europe, it has to go across the Pacific into California, across the US, out of New York, across the Atlantic, into London, and then out over to Europe. And it's a best case scenario 350 millisecond trip for that data. So you'll always see Australians and Europeans trying to race against each other, and there's going to be near enough 3/4 of a second of lag. And it's just one of those things that we have to stomach. Unfortunately, we can't tunnel internet cables through the middle of the planet, and even if we could, we'd still be stuck to the limitations of our physical universe. Cursed you, speed of light, you win again. But we should be being joined very shortly by the inimitable Tom Brooks.
I do hope inimitable means a good thing, Derby.
It means it's very difficult for me to do an impression of you.
Hi all, thanks for the warm welcome, by the way. I love to have your company. Anyway, so who have we got in the commentary box? As you can imagine, this is a bit of a last-minute thing for me. I wasn't exactly intending on being here. As I'm sure you know, I had a house fire the other week, and things have been a bit up in the air, shall we say. But so we've got you, Andrew, and also Bobo as well.
We do have Bo, yes.
I see.
His internet doesn't seem to be playing ball particularly well. His voice is a little bit satellite delayed. But he's sitting in the lobby doing the tech bit for us at the moment. So if anybody's got any questions about lap times, tyre wear, fuel use, he's the guy to ask. And even if he can't answer because of Australian internet, he'll be able to tell us and we can relay it on to you.
Which is always good news indeed. Using a new setup today, actually. I'll go on to that a bit later on. But it looks like it's been an interesting start to the race here at the GTPlanet Japan 12 hour. So I was just having a look at the qualifying run before we came in. It was Reaper Online Racing 22 who are leading the way. But Russian Roulette Racing have gone from 4th up to 2nd, at least according to the graphics on screen. So that's a great start for that team with GTP Bambi, Cross 24 and Timlaw driving for them, and yeah, look, not looking too bad either in the GT300 class as well. GT300 is led by number 67, who were on pole in their class. That's Race on Oz Racing.
But they then had a penalty for changing drivers. And they actually started from the back, which if you were with us with the scuba race, that same team started from the pit lane and very nearly won it. So they've had to start from the back of the grid, and they've fought right through to the front. But Mustafa has just had a disconnect, and I don't know whether it's affected his stint photo or not, because it should be around about the time that he would have been pitting. So if he's been able to pit and grab a stint photo before he disconnected, he might only lose a lap or two. If he hasn't been able to get that photo, he could find himself several laps down with a lot to do in the next 11 hours.
Sure, exactly. So things are going to be very, very interesting. I've got a bit of breakup on my stream actually using a wireless connection as opposed to a wired, so it's a bit hit and miss with me as well, I'm afraid to say. I'll try and give you as many updates as I can, of course. We're here until 2 p.m. UTC, so that's 3 p.m. BST in the UK time zone, of course, and after that we'll have 60 minutes of Bo, providing his internet does indeed rectify itself, or something along the lines of that as well. And then we'll have 60 minutes of Bo, and then we'll be back, of course, with more commentary as well. So lots and lots of things to talk about here at the Twin Ring Motegi. But it looks to be a fairly interesting race in night time at the moment, as you can see, with the cars on track. Currently on board with the number 28 SSR Motorsports Nissan GTR 500 coming down the hill in towards turn 1 and out of it now as well. And skipping over also to the Scar Honda, the HSV 010, one of the only cars of that make in the field. So but rather should to say the only car of that make in the field, and leading the way as well, at least according to the graphic on screen. So good race for the Scar Honda 21 at the moment. Nice mixture of nationalities in their driver roster as well, British, Greek and Irish as well. So very, very interesting indeed, coming under the bridge and in towards the left-hander. We'll have to try and sort this stream out actually, because it's a right pain in the proverbial, having break-up and lag and all sorts and horrible things like that. So we'll try and get that sorted sooner rather than later. But there's a few messages coming through on our Skype chat as well, and what on earth is going on there?
It looks like Mustafa, who disconnected from the lead of the GT300 class. I was saying it was around about the time that he should have been pitting, and if he was fortunate, he'd have made it into the stop and got his stint photo out, so as to be penalised the least amount of laps possible for that disconnect. But it looks like he's disconnected on his in-lap to the pits just before the pit lane entry. So that's going to give the race organisers some calculations to do. There are things in place to calculate how many laps somebody who is disconnected without getting a stint photo out is penalised. And he's done a lot of work to get himself from the back to the front, and then disconnected literally within touching distance of the pit lane. It's not going to be a good day.
Yeah, quite disheartening, I can certainly imagine. Speaking of pit entrance, actually, Fernando Alonso, if you're not watching Formula 1 qualifying, really on in the background, has incidentally just stopped on circuit in pit exit as well. Pit entry, rather, I should say. So disaster for the Spanish driver. A bit of a way of how McLaren's season is going, unfortunately. But shan't say too much more because I won't tell you what session they're in, of course, and whereabouts he is in said session.
No spoilers.
Don't want to ruin it for anyone. That's the thing. You've got to be kind about it, at least.
We did actually have a car stopped more or less in the pit lane entry earlier on. The Dragon Razor Racing Lexus IS350. We don't quite know what happened to him in the final chicane, but he had some kind of moment when he ended up on the infield, and he rejoined the track literally right in front of the leading Lexus SC430 with Team Wise Racing, and he got the only penalty we've seen of the race so far for that very dodgy rejoin. But he's been in the wars. He had a spot of damage, we think lag mediated, on the parade lap, so he had to pit literally as the race started. He's been off in the tumbleweeds. I think somebody in the chat said he might be this race's Vadim Koge, which is a bit cruel. But
that's a bit mean.
Yeah, I think he needs to get himself swapped out of the car and have an hour to calm down and get his brain pointing in the right direction, because he's not had a good race so far.
No, it was always useful when you have an hour to calm things down a little bit. Just looking at the Lexus, just going through the shot there. The Lexus, of course, not running too badly in this race so far. The SC430, I believe that's the Scuderia GTMX outfit, correct me if I'm wrong, that we're looking at the moment.
Is that the white and green car?
It is indeed the Petronas liveried one, sir.
That's the Team Wise Racing.
Right, I was wrong. There we go.
There's a choice of two. It was 50-50. But they've had an excellent race. They've very recently pitted from the lead, having made their tyres and their fuel go further than anybody else by quite some distance. They got 5 or 6 laps more than anybody else. So it's one of the cases with 12 and 24-hour endurance races is the guy who visits the pits the least often wins. And they're on saving 2 or 3 stops over everybody else.
Well, speaking of endurance racing, actually, I've got an endurance racing commentary gig, a real life one, no less. And I'll tell you more about that later on. I don't want to ruin the surprise for you now, because I want to keep everyone in anticipation for it. But I'm fairly sure everyone, including yourself, Aaron, will probably laugh at the prospect of it. But it should be good fun. I'll tell you more about that later on. We're here for quite a while, so something to stay tuned for at least, as the Team Wise Racing car is still going through the shot now, performing very admirably at the moment. It's disappointing, actually, I must say, the fact that I haven't got a PlayStation, so I can't control my own cameras. I'm a bit disappointed, as number 24 in the pit lane now, number 24, of course, of a Scuderia GTMX, so the other Lexus SC430 comes into the box. We'll wait and see whether that's a driver change. Have you got a visual on it, Andrew? Can you tell us more?
I don't, because I'm not in the lobby, unfortunately. There's a very limited amount of room when we have 12 cars and the race director and stewards and the technical support. So we're very much dependent on people cycling through the cameras for us. So it's not a car that I can spot, but they are currently running last in that class.
Yeah, it's a bit disappointing for them at the moment in the race, but plenty of times, as you said, for things to turn around, as number 17 on screen. That's number 17, of course, being the car, number 17 on the side of the car, but not number 17 being their number. That is I believe that's the Honda HSV, the other Honda HSV of Reaper Online Racing, 22 in the box as well. And I think that's a Nissan GTR coming in now as well. That must be the Russian Roulette Racing number 27 also in. So a bit of drama, no driver changes, just a bit of fuel going on board as the Honda exits the pit lane. Now you can hear the engine revving up, of course, to its quite high RPM rev limit, and the Nissan of Russian Roulette Racing number 27 will be at the box fairly shortly as well. So some pretty routine pit stops ongoing for these guys at the moment, and getting out.
They're a little earlier than I was expecting them for the second stop. The first stops, they seem to go quite long, and that's unusual because you will tend to find that your parade lap uses fuel as well. So the first pit stops seem to have taken place after about 45 minutes. So these ones are a little bit less than that. They're now running in the 35-minute region for that stint.
Indeed. So what sort of how many pit stops are we expecting, shall we say, per hour from a GT? I suppose it varies on the type of car, GT500 or GT300. But is there a rough estimate?
Yeah, the GT300s are pitting at a rate of 1 an hour. They can make their tyres and fuel last for an hour, and there is of course a maximum stint length of 65 minutes. So you can't be out on the track for more than 65 minutes without visiting the pits. The GT500 cars look like they're doing 4 stops every 3 hours now. So that would be a total of 15 stops over the course of the race.
More fun than Formula 1, for sure. So there we go. That's very interesting to see. So a lot of cars going into the pit lane, which strategy is pretty important over the course of 12 hours. And as you said, of course, at Tsukuba, it was one of the teams started towards the back of the field and managed to win in their class. So anything can really happen. That was even a shorter circuit than we've got here at the Twin Ring Motegi, so there's even more of an opportunity to make time up.
Yeah, I'm no fan of the Tsukuba circuit whatsoever.
Don't we know?
Tiny, flat, hateful piece of karting track. But Motegi I like, even though they are extremely unimaginative with the corner names. I think there are only 5 named corners on the circuit. There's 14 turns in total, and only one of those actually has any thought put into it. So, the final corner of the track is called Victory Corner, but other than that, they're called S curve and V curve and 130R, and the hairpin is genuinely called the hairpin.
Oh, hilarious! So they not like Monaco, where you've got Casino Square and La Rascasse, Anthony Nose and Saint-Amand and so on. No, you got the hairpin. V curve 130. Oh dear, that is a bit disappointing actually.
And then Victory Corner. The downhill straight, which forms the main straight of the West Circuit, is actually called Downhill Straight.
Oh, for crying out loud! They could. do you reckon they literally translated it from Japanese into English and thought, "Oh yes, that'll do. We'll have some of that."
And Pedro EOL has confirmed in the YouTube chat for us there that the Team-Wise Lexus, which we spotted leave the lobby without a driver change message, has disconnected. That's really unfortunate because they practically ran to the hour on fuel and tyres. So they've now got an extra stop. They've lost a few laps because of the disconnect. It's going to be awkward for them to get near the top end of the class, but misfortunes can befall any driver, and there's still 10.5 hours to go. So that's a bit of a bummer for them, but they can look forward to the end of the race now, I think, and try and get themselves as high up as they possibly can.
Quite. There's a lot of time to go, as you mentioned in the race. 10 hours and just under 40 minutes, 39 minutes remaining. As the cars getting very, very close there to the back of the Scar Honda number 21. I don't quite know if it hit it because my stream decided it didn't want to play ball, unfortunately. It seems to be the case with everything at the moment. But anyway, cracking on back to things. So it's set to be a very, very interesting race. As I mentioned, just under 10 hours and 40 minutes remaining. As we get a position update now as well. So number 22, according to this screen, at least leading the way, just ahead of the number 21. Number 22, of course, being Reaper Online Racing of the Honda HSV 010. Then comes number 21, the Scar Honda team, so the 2 Hondas leading the way, doing the Japanese cars proud, of course, in the I should say, well, let's just update this up again. So let's go again, shall we? Number 22 of Reaper Online Racing leading the way, ahead of number 27, Russian Roulette Racing. So it's Honda versus Nissan versus Scar Honda, of course. So Honda's 1 and 3 with a Nissan breaking up the Honda duo there. Then comes number 25 in 4th place. That, of course, is the Team-Wise Racing Lexus SC 430, the Petronas liveried car. After Team-Wise Racing, it's number 28. Number 20, of course, the American-run SSR Motorsports outfit. And then comes number 24. I say that, and the position's getting changed around once again. So it is number 24 is Scuderia GTMX. Sadly, rather last in their class at the moment.
That's going to change because of the disconnect for Team-Wise.
Right, okay.
We do actually have an hourly update, which is accurate as of 20 minutes ago, but there's been a few changes of position since then. But leading at the hour mark after 35 laps is the number 27 Russian Roulette Racing, just ahead of the Reaper Online Racing, number 22. Those two have now swapped positions since then, so it just goes to show you. Then we had SSR Motorsports number 28 in 3rd, ahead of the Scar Honda, and then the 2 Lexuses. That's all now shaken up. The Scar Honda's now in third. The Team-wise racing guys showing us fourth at the moment, but that disconnect that they had very recently is going to affect them quite badly. And then we currently have on screen the SSR Motorsports in 5th and the Escuderia GTMX in 6th. At the hour, the number 65 Lightning Speed Motorsports car was leading the GT300 class. That was 2 laps down, followed by the Aura Racing Lexus. That was about 8 seconds behind. So that's pretty nip and tuck. That's a position we're going to have to keep an eye on. Then there was the Endurance Experience car, which is my car that I'll be driving later on in the race, and Bo as well. He'll be driving the 3rd stint. I'll be driving the final stint. That's in 3rd. And then in 4th in the class is the Dragon Razor racing car. I think that's likely to change because the driver of that's been having a bit of a torrid time of it recently. And then the Swift Autosport GT300 number 68 in 11th, and last was the Race on Oz racing car, which is showing a 15-lap deficit due to possibly the most unfortunately timed disconnect of all time. Effectively, he's been penalised for the entire first hour as he's not been able to get his stint pick in due to disconnecting on his way into the pit lane.
Yeah, very disappointing for those guys at the moment. As you said, number 25 languishing down in 10th place. Of course, is the team-wise racing record. So very unfortunate set of circumstances for them. Probably only a matter of time, really, before they get overtaken by the remainder of the GT3 runners. You are watching the GTPlanet Endurance Series Japan 12-hour here at the Twin Ring Motegi. Tom Brooks and Andrew Everett here to talk you through the action on its track at the moment. If there's any questions you'd like to ask, by the way, our live chat is open on the YouTube page, of course, where you're watching us currently. Do feel free to get your questions in there related to anything, of course, anything related to the racing, anything also related maybe to GTPlanet perhaps, or something along the lines, or maybe you want to ask us a personal question as well, providing it's fairly clean. Well, I'm sure we'll be able to answer it, of course, but anyway, plenty of time for that to, of course, get underway. Currently looking at the number 68, I believe that is, just going through the shot at the moment. Number 68, Mazda RX-7, of course, of not Mazda, sorry, it must be number 64. My apologies, my eyes are deceiving me. It's only early days so far, and it's the Endurance Experience team that we're just on screen currently now, looking at the, or on board rather, I should say, with the Honda HSV 010 of Reaper Online Racing, who are leading the way, and we've got a clear track ahead of them at the moment. So very, very impressive from those guys to report at such a lead. Good to see the Brits doing well in this race so far. I'm not entirely sure who is on board in the car at the moment. I would imagine, given things, it's probably going to be GTP Kane, but I may be incorrect, and I have been before, so I probably am.
I think R. Clark took the start. I'd be surprised if they had a driver change. So I think it would be R. Clark at the moment. But yeah, they have 2 platinum drivers in R. Clark 83 and GTP Kane. And, as I mentioned earlier, they have a gold driver who is theoretically rated lower than them. But I met him and many other people at the UK GT Academy final last year. So he's certainly no less a driver.
Good to see. Still on board with Reaper Online Racing, number 22, just coming through Victory Corner. No, it's not, rather. That's the other back straight. I apologise. Coming down the hill, heading in towards the hairpin. A very, very interesting part of the lap, this, of course, where Casey Stoner lost the Japanese MotoGP a couple of years ago by running straight on at that corner. Unfortunately, did not drop the bike, but lost a fair old amount of time and was far, far too quick into there. As Reaper Online Racing just coming up towards the back, I believe, of that must be the Subaru BRZ of Swift Autosport, number 68. I can imagine, given the closing speed, that's probably about right, as Team-wise Racing are in a white car, so they wouldn't be those guys, and indeed it is the Subaru BRZ GT300 that Reaper Online Racing have now just gotten past.
That's very American, isn't it?
Is it what, BRZ? Sorry, it's easier to say than BRZ doesn't sound right. Maybe it's just me. Probably is. Anyway, there's a lot of Americanisms, but I was more worried about the fact that I wouldn't be able to pronounce the H's properly because I haven't done this for a while and it starts to slag. But anyway, still aboard.
Just waiting for you to refer to Nissans now.
Yeah, we got the Nissans or Peugeots or whatever.
There won't be any of them.
No. No, what other Peugeots? I can't remember. I haven't played Gran Turismo in such a long time. I can't even remember what Peugeots they've still got in the game. But
there's a few of the old hatches, and there's the T16 Group B car, which is a cracker, and then there's the 908 Le Mans winning car, and the 905 as well, also a Le Mans winning car. So there's a good selection. But I'm quite happy to mispronounce Peugeot at the moment because they sent me a letter earlier in the week with. And bearing in mind that I know Peugeot's UK PR team quite well because I'm a motoring journalist as well, and they sent me a letter to Andrew Uias.
Oh, hilarious!
Euaius.
That's not even close.
No, and it's like Evans is pretty much the fourth or fifth most common surname in the British Isles. So I'm quite happy to mispronounce Peugeot as anything at the moment.
Hilarious. And so you're quite fond of the RCZ, aren't you?
Yeah, I've had a couple of those on loan to do a road test of them, and yeah, very very nice car. One of the few cars I've had that I'd actually consider buying one for myself.
There's a gentleman at work that has one actually, and they redesigned the front of the car. I think it was 2012, 2013. Just the grille, and I must say, I saw the older styled one, like a 2010 model the other day, and I thought that grille looks better than the one that's on now does. I'm not entirely sure why. I just don't think the one now looks very Peugeot-esque.
Well, the old one's a bit proboscis monkey. The new one's kind of much more streamlined. I do prefer the new one to the old one.
Oh, so differing.
Just kind of a little bit, just a bit of a droopy nose. And they've actually done the same thing with the 208. That's only very recently come out, and they have facelifted it to slightly tuck in that nose a bit, so it's a bit more of a flat line across the bonnet.
Yeah, I must say I do quite like the look of the new Peugeot. Actually, there's one going around my area. Actually, I don't know whether it's a hatchback styled one, but I can't remember what it's called. I don't know whether 408 or 308 sounds about right, something along the lines of that, but it looks gorgeous actually, I must say. I do quite like the look of it, and I'm not a big fan of modern cars, if I may say, despite driving a relatively modern Fiat Punto, but I quite like the look of that. I thought it looked quite nice. In the same respect, I quite like the look of the 208 as well. I think that's a very cracking looking car, I must say.
Yeah, it's improved since they took the nose in. I was lucky enough to go on the launch of the facelift for it, so I got to drive one around bits of Slovenia for a day, which was fun.
Ah, well, that does indeed sound fun. Now on board with number 64, the Mazda RX-7 of the Endurance Experience team. Just going down the hill with a bit of traffic ahead of him at the moment.
You'll see my name at the top of the screen there, because I'll be hopping into that car later on. We've got Seth on board at the moment. He's doing a cracking job up in the third day.
Yeah, certainly. So you must be looking forward to that, actually. It should be something that's probably going to be quite, or definitely will be good fun, I'm sure.
Yes and no. I like the slower cars. I'd much prefer driving around at a slightly slower speed and kind of extracting more from a slower car. But yeah, I'm driving the last stint, so basically I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. It's going to be the bit where most people are watching, so the most pressure. All my guys will have set up the gaps and got the position that I've then got to defend for 3 hours. And also I didn't realise until this morning when I was practising that the technical specs for this car for the series, ABS isn't allowed. And I've actually not driven a car with ABS in Gran Turismo in anger yet. So I was having to relearn my braking points this morning. So I've been practising with it with ABS on. But none of the GT300 cars are allowed ABS, and they're not allowed the stability management or the traction control system either. That's fine. I usually drive without those. But no ABS, brilliant. So I had to put in a little bit more practice this morning. But,
yeah, I can imagine.
Just change the setup a little bit so that the brakes aren't quite so bitey, and I seem to have got a bit of a rhythm down, but not something that I'd quite like to be scrutinised for 3 hours. We're watching all the YouTube comments going on about little blackos having a bad time. I'm not looking forward to that last 3 hours.
Well, what we can do is we can get them printed off and posted to you if you want, and I'll address it to Andrew, whatever.
UES,
yeah. And then you can slate us afterwards as well, because that'll give you the opportunity to at least have a go at that. But still on board with that match at the moment. Closing speed on that SC430 through that corner was most impressive. So at least you've got a good, you'll have a good set of brakes by the looks of things for that RX-7, because it looks to be fairly stable going into the corners at least. So it's just getting used to not having ABS.
Yeah. I've dialed the brakes down a little bit now, so they don't grab quite so early. So I can more or less manage full braking. There's a little bit it gets a bit squirrely if you try to trail brake, which you shouldn't be doing anyway. So
yeah, it just puts a lot more pressure on the tyres and unsettles the balance of the car, this trail braking. So not something that's recommended, at least, shall we say. Anyway, now still on board. Oh, sorry, we changed it rather on board to the number 24, a Scuderia GTMX car, the SC430, just going under the tunnel through the left-hander before the left-right chicane, coming on towards the downhill straight, by the looks of it, or the main straight, or whatever you want to call it, because it hasn't got very inspiring corner names, as Andrew mentioned.
This is they're just heading into turn 1 at the moment. Although the YouTube stream is about 30 seconds back. So let's just have a look at the YouTube stream. I can't actually make out whereabouts on track they are. Oh yes, that's the corner that's the hairpin that's called the hairpin, and then that is indeed the downhill straight, and then the 90-degree corner at the bottom there that takes you into the tunnel is genuinely called 90-degree corner.
Oh, wonderful!
That's its name.
Very inspiring, I must say. 10 hours and 25 minutes just under remaining of the race here at the GTPlanet Endurance Series. Japan 12-hour. Tom Brooks and Andrew Evans here to guide you through the events as they unfold. At the moment, you can see it's the number 22 with the caption on the right-hand side of the screen. Leading the way, number 22, of course, Reaper Online Racing of the Honda HSV 010. In the lead at the moment, the All-British lineup, the All-British team having a great run so far in the race. Second position is Russian Roulette Racing, another British outfit, the number 27 in the Nissan GTR this time. GTB Bambi, Cross 24, and Tim Law taking to the field for those guys. And rounding out the podium is an all-British podium so far. The number 21 concluded with the Scar Honda team. Of course, racing, as the name would suggest, in the Honda HSV 010. So, a great job here from the British teams at the moment, Andrew. Everyone performing relatively well so far in the race. The only untimely thing we've had, unfortunately, is the disconnection earlier on from the French-run Team-Wise racing outfit. But 10 hours remaining of the race, plenty of times for things to change, and I should imagine they'll fairly easily probably overhaul the remainder of these GT300 cars, barring any further incidents.
Yeah. And GT300 has seen a bit of a shake-up as well. We've had a couple of pre-race penalties for driver changes. We've seen a disconnect that's resulted in the Race on Oz racing team, who set the pole position time originally and then got relegated due to a driver change. They had a disconnect literally on the pit-in lap, and that's caused a massive lap substitution calculation that's put them well on the back foot. It's probably going to take them, even if they drive their skins off, it's going to take them 11 hours just to get back to parity. We've had the Dragon Razor racing team sustained lag-mediated damage on the warm-up lap. Little Blacko, who was driving the car at the time, he's also had a penalty for an unsafe rejoin after what seems to have been a brain fade and brake fade moment at the final chicane. The Aura Racing team, one of their drivers can't make it, so they're now a two-man team. So they're going to be driving 6 hours each, give or take. Of course, the maximum that any driver's allowed is half plus an hour. So they'll be probably averaging. They're probably doing 6 hours each. It's 7 and 5 is available to them if they can jiggle it around that way. So it looks like the only cars that are not having a problem at the moment in the GT300 class is the Swift Autosport number 68 Subaru BRZ and our Endurance Experience RX-7. And I better not have just cursed it by saying that. But we started from the back because we didn't qualify. We literally were formed 3 days ago.
Well, it certainly sounds like you guys have got it all to do, but plenty of time to learn things, of course. You're probably wondering, as we're supposedly approaching the 2-hour mark, why it says 10 hours and 21 minutes on your screen. That, of course, is due to a bit of a delayed start if you weren't here with us at the introduction of this race. Unfortunately, there was a 20-minute delayed start. I wasn't here either, unfortunately, so I'm not entirely sure what the reason behind that is. But it just means the race, of course, is now 20 minutes behind, essentially. And if there is indeed a red flag, Andrew, such as maybe a disconnection and a new lobby has to be formed, and there is a red flag, then what would happen, say, would the timer continue to count down, or would the timer stop? One would imagine, because red flags can run indefinitely, the timer would just continue to tick away.
The timer would indeed continue to count down.
There we go. So confirmation from the man himself. Interesting.
The race start was delayed by 20 minutes because of the lobby.
Right.
GT6 didn't play ball again. We had a couple of invisible cars and we had a few disconnects, but we got it all sorted out. So the race started at 20 past the hour.
Always good to hear. At least it got underway. Better late than never, of course. Still on board with the Reaper Online Racing HSV car that's out in front at the moment. Clear track ahead of these guys, and everyone performing very, very well. I believe it's Glenn Owls 81 who is currently driving the car. Correct me if I am indeed wrong.
I think it would be R. Clark.
I may be incorrect.
I think he's the starting driver, and I don't think that they've had a driver change yet.
Right, okay. Well, there we go. Anyway, just had a question through on the YouTube chat from Blue Eyes Phoenix. Says, Cons, do you use Skype to... Oh, it's gone from my screen. Oh, there we go. We've got an answer now. Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to bother answering it. I'm going to move on and talk about something else.
Feel free. I typed the answer there as you were talking, so... do we use Skype to talk to each other, and have you invited a driver from the lobby to talk about the stint? Yes, we do use Skype to talk to each other. That's what we're using at the moment. And yeah, we do occasionally get drivers in after the stints. Some of the commentary team do drive, and notably Passam. He drives for the Hyperion racing team that competes in the GT3 category. Bo, who you were listening to earlier, he'll be driving in the Endurance Experience car in about 4 hours' time. I'll be taking that car over from him, so I'll be driving to the checkered flag. But yeah, we occasionally do get drivers in to have a chat about how things have gone afterwards.
Indeed we do. On board with the Team-Wise racing car, the car that is in 10th position currently, I'm afraid to say, in this race due to an untimely disconnection. The French run outfit are performing okay so far in the race. I mean, they've got 4 drivers to choose from, so stint limits will not be a problem. It means everyone can get a bit of a rest and have time to grab something to eat perhaps before their next stint, which makes life easier for them at least. But they've still got a lot of work to do, and with stint limits only being 65 minutes or so, it's all to play for with the Team-Wise Racing number 25. Hopefully they can get themselves back onto the rear of the GT500 cars, such as their advantage over the GT300 cars. I shouldn't imagine it'll be too difficult to be able to get past them in due course, but nonetheless it has halted their progress somewhat and has probably, I would imagine, put them out of contention for a podium. I say that, and anything can happen in motor racing, and it usually does. So never count anybody out at this stage in the race. We're still on board with that number 25, and I'm not entirely sure who's driving with them at the moment, but they are doing a superb job keeping it on the black stuff as opposed to the green stuff, which is always pretty important in circuit racing, I must add. And having a great run so far. Another network team, only one local team in the field so far. The local team, of course, are in the GT300 class. That is the Lightning Speed Motorsport American run outfit. 3 drivers in there. Team with Jason Greeno, JBC Davison, and Ning Dynasty as well. So the only local run team in the Mazda RX-7 having a good run so far in the number 64, running 3rd in class, currently 8th in the race overall. So a podium, I would imagine, would probably please the American outfit somewhat, but nonetheless, plenty of time for things to change, as we know, and that could soon turn into 4th in class, of course, once the 25 does get ahead of them, but that will probably go back to 3rd in class as soon as, sorry, not 3rd in class, rather, they'll still say 3rd in class, I should say, but end up a position further down in the race. But anyway, still on board with the number 25 at the moment, just coming downhill and in towards that difficult right-hander under the bridge to conclude the lap.
Yeah, I do like this circuit, but they could do it some slightly more colourful names.
Do some slightly more colourful scenery as well. There's not much. I mean, I know it's night time and everything, but there's not much to ogle at in the background. At least with Spa, you've got the Ardennes Forest or something like that. You know, Monaco, you've got the pretty ladies by the side of the circuit, and you've got the casino and so on and so forth. And yeah, what have you got here? Got a bit.
The only thing you should be looking at is through the corner to the next corner.
Yeah, that shows what I spend most of my time doing, and exactly why I'm not a racing driver.
I bet you even listen to background music while you're playing Gran Turismo as well, don't you?
I might do.
The only music in Gran Turismo should be the car's engines. Mind you, that doesn't really apply in Gran Turismo. So.
No, what exactly? What's your stance on menu music then? When do you stand on that?
I usually have it off, so to speak. But it depends. When it's Christmas and they play the Christmas jingles, I tend to turn it back on again. And of course, there's occasionally the odd bit of licensed music, like the Entertainer for the pit stuff.
Oh yes.
But I do tend to wind all of the music down in Gran Turismo.
Wonderful. There we go. And just another message from Blue Eyes Phoenix says I'm going to have so many questions for the comms guys over the course of the next 9 or so hours. Blue Eyes Phoenix, yeah, looking forward to it. Bring it on, as Andrew said. Anything else anyone would like to ask, by the way, do feel free. That's what we're here for. Let us know if there's anything you'd like to find out about the race that's ongoing, or us, as well as just looking over at the Formula 1 screen on my right-hand side, and a very perplexed look on Claire Williams' face. Not in reference to their qualifying performance so far, and a driver waving as well. I won't tell you who that driver is, of course, because you're probably not you shouldn't be watching the qualifying like I am in the background, because you should be watching this race because it's cracking so far at the moment. On board with the SSR Motorsports number 28, just getting past the Mazda RX-7 there of the 92 Motorsport outfit, the local run team, and having a good run, I would say, so far on the number 20. I say good run, I mean they're 4th in class. It's not too bad, I would say, in comparison to how everybody else's race has run. So, yeah, good job to them at the moment.
Yeah, I wish I could have 3 screens at the moment, because we've got this going on, which is of course the most important thing. But there's also the F1 qualifying, but between the two, in terms of excitement, is the Spa 24 Hours this weekend, which is
yes,
full of GT Academy drivers.
I'm looking forward to that immensely. I was watching the Lamborghini Super Trofeo race actually the other day, and one of our own GTPlanet members, actually, Shinya Michini, who's Kamui Fanboy, otherwise known as GTPlanet, he drives in the series for Vincenzo Sospiri Racing, and I interviewed him the other week actually. Such a lovely bloke. Not the first time I've actually had the opportunity to be able to catch up with him, but really very nice guy. Really did enjoy spending 20 minutes or so talking to Shinya, and got 3rd yesterday overall in the race so far. The last 3 laps he gained 3 positions in those Lamborghinis, including a lot, and the podium positions he came through courtesy of the last corner. He had a great run through Blanchimont in towards the bus stop, and got ahead of the driver who was in 3rd position at the time as well, with himself, and Kai Cozzolino, his teammate, secured a podium, which is a great result actually for that team, the Vincenzo Sospiri Racing outfit. And I was chatting to Shinya maybe about next year, and he was saying there are potentially a few possibilities with Lamborghini, and he may be looking to broaden his experience, maybe looking to going towards the single-seater route or something along the lines of that. So if you get the opportunity to, he's got a great thread up in the motorsport section of GTPlanet, and you can find out a little bit more information about Shinya there. He's a very nice guy, very humble and very welcoming as well. And today, in the torrid weather conditions, he finished 9th overall with teammate Kai Cozzolino. Unfortunately, due to a driver who unceremoniously punted them off the circuit going through Port, just misjudged the distance between himself and the Vincenzo Sospiri car, and unfortunately sent Kai going around the wrong way. Did recover, but lost him a fair few positions, and 9th overall, despite a bit of an unlucky race. A good result for the team nonetheless. And I believe they're sitting still in 3rd position, net 3rd position in the Drivers' Championship at the moment. So promising results for Shinya and the guys there, which is great news actually, and really nice to see how things are progressing for the Japanese-American driver.
It's actually worth noting that the guy who won the first race yesterday in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo is also a GTPlanet member.
I did not know that.
David Perel, also known as Kart number 38 on GTPlanet, He's been trying to get a racing career going, kind of out with the GT Academy program. He's only been in South Africa once, and he drives for the Lamborghini team in the Italian GT Championship. And he got a last-minute call midweek to head over to Spa, qualified second, and win yesterday's race. I don't know how he did today because I got up too late to check.
No, I only caught the back end of the race, I must admit. I literally caught the credits where it said where you got the results through, essentially. But nonetheless, a relatively good result for everyone so far, and a great result from the driver you were mentioning, of course, a little bit earlier on. So, yeah, very interesting, actually. I quite like the Lamborghini Super Trofeo series, and some great racing. It's a nice even playing field as well. There's majority of the field is Huracans, of course the new Lamborghini, as it were, and you've got a few Lamborghini Gallardos towards the back of the field. So it's interesting to see how the two cars compare. The Gallardos are, of course, way outclassed by the Huracans. So, yeah, it was a very interesting race yesterday. They can catch it on Motors TV or any other way that you can watch it, of course, maybe on the Blancpain website or something along the lines of that. Then
any other legal way, obviously.
Legal way, of course, indeed. Have a look at that. It was some great racing. There was definitely a few things worth a mention, and the number 16 car of Vincenzo Sospiri Racing actually had an onboard camera as well throughout the race, so I'm relatively sure there'll probably be a fair few things up on Shinya or the Vincenzo Sospiri YouTube channel in due course as well. But the Spa 24 Hours, actually, really looking forward to that, Andrew. That should be very, very good fun. I'll probably have that on the background no longer. Let's, of course, get underway on the telly, at least, in just under 50 minutes time. But of course it is streamed. The entirety of the race will be streamed live on YouTube as well, so
yeah.
Good to see that Blancpain actually are introducing this new way of broadcasting the races, shall we say, and really opening it towards a wider fan base by streaming it live on YouTube. I mean, you wouldn't get anything like that in F1, for example, would you?
No, I mean we follow, because of the GT Academy connection, we follow it on GTPlanet. So if you head onto the GTPlanet news page, we have actually posted up a whole slew of ways to watch it online, including Nismo TV and the Blancpain site itself, which also has live timing. So if you want to twin screen that with this, then head over to GTPlanet and click on any one of the links. But over here in the Japan 12 Hours, we've just had a bit of a tiff between two of the cars in GT300. It looks like the Race on Oz racing, driven by Mustafa, and I'm afraid to say it, every time there's incident in GT300, it's the Lexus driven by Blacko. It looks like Blacko has slightly early braked for the corner, and Mustafa was running to the back of him, and both have sustained some damage.
Still side by side on circuit, I might add, though. They're still performing fairly well, it must be said, between these two cars at the moment. And as my screen jumps off again, it's still the Petronas livery car ahead of the Honda at the moment. So, nonetheless, despite the damage, still everyone seemingly performing okay.
Well, we're just coming down to the 2 hour mark now, so I'm expecting to see the GT500s come into the pits again.
Yeah, pit window will be open fairly soon.
Yeah, it's 5 minutes, I think.
Yeah, so the car we're looking at in the background of the shot, the Honda HSV 010, of course, that is the Reaper Online racing car that's leading the way, and putting a lap, I believe it must be, on the Teamwise racing car. It must be, in fact, be. So not battling for position at the moment, but Teamwise racing, of course, they are a lap down, or about to become a few more laps down. They are already. So
yeah, they're a few laps behind due to that disconnect that they had about 10 minutes after they stopped. So
yeah, quite.
They're about to go another lap down.
It's disappointing for them, really. I mean, I really did expect them to be able to perform a little bit better than they have done so far, but unfortunate disconnection. It's just the way the racing goes sometimes. You can't predict how it happens. Hindsight's a wonderful thing, and Teamwise Racing, of course, entitled to hold their line entirely. It's up to the driver behind, unlike Formula 1, of course, that has to make their way past the driver. So whether that depends on getting past on the straight or not lunging into the corners, making a clean overtaking into the corners, shall we say, or whatever it takes. But Everyone performing fairly nicely so far, but it should only be a matter of time in theory, such as the paces of the Reaper Online racing car, before they do indeed get ahead. But holding them up somewhat at the moment, and I just imagine the turbulent air is probably ruining the front tyres of that number 22 car.
I'm not sure how much that effect is simulated in Gran Turismo, it has to be said. It might be, it might not be. But certainly he's going to be braking and turning in unusual positions, which will affect his tyre management.
Yeah, when you go off of the racing line, thank goodness it's not wet, because well, I mean, racing lines can be in everything. And he's in the slipstream now, coming down the hill and heading in towards the right-hander. Will he be able to get past? One would imagine he'd be able to do so a bit later on the brakes. And indeed, the Reaper Online racing car gets ahead of Teamwise Racing. Teamwise Racing, though, fighting back. And, I mean, they're allowed to unlap themselves. There's nothing in the rulebook to say that they're not. So, will he keep fighting? Will the Teamwise Racing car keep fighting? It does indeed look like he is indeed doing so. Yes, indeed. So 25 trying to get ahead of 22, coming in towards turn 1, and looks towards him to outbrake him. Side by side going through there. No way through for the Teamwise Racing car at the moment, I don't believe, as my screen does indeed again freeze up, I'm afraid to say. But it is indeed the Reaper Online racing car that is now behind, I believe, the French run outfit. I'll wait and see when we can get a different shot on that, because I'll give you some more updates, but it's difficult to tell, unfortunately, from my stream at the moment. Maybe you'll be able to give us a bit of a better insight on that, Andrew. Is it still the same for you? No, indeed, it is indeed Reaper Online Racing who is ahead of the Teamwise Racing car, so it's just a bit of a gapping situation now that the British outfit have got to do, and you'd imagine, given their pace such as in the race, they'll be able to do that fairly easily as well.
Yeah, he got him braking into the 90-degree corner. That's genuinely its name. And he's only a little bit ahead. I think Alexis is trying to get him back on the straight, but breaking into turn 1 as well. And yeah, he's making the repass.
Yeah, certainly is. So
no, he's overcooked it between the two corners, between turns 1 and 2, and the HSV is back out in front.
Yeah, quite. So, as you would expect, the Reaper Online racing car continues its dominant performance in the race so far. It's got a fair amount of gap, I should say, between themselves and the second place team of Russian Roulette Racing. Of course, an all-British podium so far in the race. 10 hours remaining, of course, for that to change, and it probably will, knowing how racing goes. And into the pit lane now for the number 22, Reaper Online Racing, into the pits with R. Clark surely coming out of the car because of stint limit time. So one would imagine that it would be Glenn House or GTP Kane taking to the field. I'm not entirely sure as to who was their starting driver, Andrew, but
yeah, R. Clark
surely
was the starting driver. I think unless we see a DC message pop up on the screen, I think he'll be staying in and hopping back out again.
Okay. So R. Clark was the starting driver. Obviously, this is his second stint in the race, then, presumably.
Yeah, he's just headed in for a second stop, so he's coming out for a third bat. But the most efficient way to do it is to basically keep each driver in until they can no longer drive. So this is a 3-man team, so it'll be 4 hours for each driver.
Quite. I should also mention that the number 27, Russian Roulette Racing, also went into the pits at the same time. We missed that just a moment ago, but so similar sort of tactics between the two teams at the moment, and not entirely sure whether they're going for a driver change. No messages have popped up on my screen so far.
That's a new rule. A new rule as of this race is when drivers come into the pits, in order to conduct a driver change, they should flag up the characters DC on the screen to let us commentators know that they're having a driver change.
Which is always quite useful, actually, for us, I must say, because we're good at getting things confused here. At least it is. Blue Eyes Phoenix asked for an update on the quickest 3 cars last lap in each class. We can't provide that information, of course, unfortunately, because we're watching the live stream and have no access to any timing, of course, as we're just literally watching a video a few seconds ahead of what you guys are getting at the moment. And
we do have a chap in the lobby, Bo, who you were hearing from earlier, and he will relay the times to us, or stick them straight up in the YouTube chat for you. He's our technical analyst for the moment.
Exactly. It's unfortunate due to Australian internet, at least, that's the case.
Yes.
On board with Race on Oz Racing, as you'd imagine, given the name, an Australian-run team, 1 New Zealand driver in the team, the rest are Australian as well. So the Subaru BRZ GT300 currently sitting unfortunately last in class, at least according to the graphic on screen. 12th overall, unfortunately. Plenty of scope for them to improve as the race goes on. However, 10 hours just coming down to the couple of hour mark into the race for those guys to improve. And nonetheless, of course, they will do it soon enough, I am sure. So just over 40 minutes remaining of myself, Tom Brooks and Andrew Evans, who are guiding you through the commentary at the moment. We'll be here for another 40 or so minutes. Then Bo Albert will be back for 60 minutes on his own. We'll have a bit of a break, enough time to grab something to eat and drink as well. And then commentary will resume with yours truly, and I'm sure a few other people alongside me as well, at 4 p.m. BST. So, of course, that is at 3 p.m. UTC, if you want to convert that. I can't do conversions into local time zones, as I'm sure there are many people watching in many different time zones, and probably take us the majority of...
Just type it into Google.
Yeah, there you go.
Type it into the local Google page, type in whatever time UTC, and it will convert it for you.
So you don't even... It does all the work for you. What do you need us for? You don't need us. So there you go. On board now with Reaper.
I'll be going then.
Is it? Yeah. Off we go. I'll join you in that. I'll meet down the pub in half hour for a beer if you like. Incidentally, actually, how close are you to Donington Park, Andrew?
Very, very long ways, about 2.5 hours.
Oh, I thought you were closer than that. What's your local motorsport circuit?
Croft.
Oh, okay. Oh, you are miles away. Christ, okay.
Yeah, I did my National B Racing licence test at Croft last week.
I had to go.
It's almost impossible to fail it.
Ah, okay. So, well then.
Yeah.
Oh, glad to hear it. So, are you looking to venture out into racing cars as opposed to reviewing them?
Yeah, I'm planning on doing the Anglesey Race of Remembrance, 8 hours. November, I think.
There's a gentleman on GTPlanet who's racing that as well. I don't know if you saw that. Guy called Dax Cobra.
Yes. Yeah,
yeah.
He's 18 or 19-year-old. Yeah, he's in the MX5 Owners Club as well.
He is.
Yeah.
Nice bloke, as far as I know. I met him at World Endurance at the start of the year. Oh, sorry, April rather, I should say. Nice bloke. Sorry, as you were.
Yeah. So yeah, it's pretty difficult to fail. You basically have to pass a written test on flags and safety, which if you fail, you don't really deserve a licence. Almost all of the answers can be described as do what the marshals say. And then a short, basically a test to ensure that you can stick approximately to a racing line at pretty much walking pace, 60-65 miles an hour, around a circuit for a couple of laps without taking yourself off backwards. And speaking of taking yourself off backwards, we've just seen a guy in the gravel at the top of turn 1 there.
Yeah, I missed that.
I didn't spot who it was.
No,
all I saw was that it was blue.
So blue, that could mean, if it was indeed blue, it could be purple as well, don't forget, of course, your favourite colour, Andrew. It could be the Subaru BRZ GT300 of Swift Autosport, or it could be the Reaper Online Racing number 22, but we are on board with that guy at the moment, or that car at the moment, I should say, so I'd imagine it was probably the former as opposed to the latter, so... or it could be, as I mentioned, the purple car, the Russian Roulette Racing, but that's probably a bit of a darker shade of purple, not your particular shade, Andrew, of course, so...
Not a proper purple, but yeah, purple's good enough.
Proper purple, nice alliteration there, very nice. Yeah, I'm looking at doing some racing licensing actually. I don't have the time or the money at the moment because I'm a poor student, but I'm hoping to go along to the Anglesey Race of Remembrance actually, if work will allow me the time off. This is the sticking point I have, having to actually earn some income on the weekends, crying out loud. Heavens, who thought of that was a silly idea. So I don't actually have much time in the weekends, and the fact that Anglesey is 6.5 hours away from me as well, it's a fair old way. I'm actually going to be to Anglesey later this year. I will tell you now because I'm sure that some people want to know. I'm sure that not everyone will know. I'll mention it a little later on. I haven't announced it officially yet on anything, but I'm going to be commentating at Anglesey later this year, not for the Race of Remembrance, but in a month's time, literally a month, well, not literally a month, but a couple of days, 22nd and 23rd of August is when I'm going to be commentating in Anglesey for the 24 hours of the Citroen 2CV race there, the final round of the championship. Really looking forward to that actually. It's going to be broadcast on the Circuit Commentary Radio, and also will be broadcast on Downforce Radio as well, who do a lot of club events in and around the UK. So really looking forward to that. Actually, should be a great learning experience, and my first circuit commentary debut is what it will be, alongside a chap called Scott Woodwis, who has done a fair few things in the past for Eurosport and Motors TV and so on and so forth. So looking forward to being alongside Scott, and with a safe pair of hands as well. And Anglesey actually is a great circuit. I really do quite enjoy watching the racing. It's just the 6.5 hour, 7 hour journey. It's going to take the time, unfortunately. So I'm going to have to leave very, very early on Friday morning, I think. The sound of silence is always good, by the way, I should add. So I'm looking forward to that. 24 hours of Citroen 2C. I reckon that's what it is. I reckon Andrew's in shock because I said Citroen 2CVs in 24 hours of them racing. Either that or he's nicked to the loo for something. But in the meantime, you are watching the Japan 12 hours of the GTPlanet Endurance Series. Tom Brooks and Andrew Evans here to guide you through the action on screen. At the moment, we are looking at the Reaper Online Racing number 22, who's leading the way with the Scuderia GTMX SC430 just in front at the moment, just going through the right-hander under the Bridgestone Bridge and into the next right-hander. Very interesting sector of corners, medium speed of course, going up the hill into the left-hander. So everyone performing very, very well so far. We've had a few incidents. You must be wondering, if you've just tuned in, why there's a number 25 of the GT500 class all the way down in 10th place in the race. That unfortunately is the Team-Wise Racing outfit, the French-run outfit, who had a bit of a disconnection earlier on in this event, I'm afraid to say, and it really did put pay to their race. On board now with the number 68. The number 68, I do indeed believe, is the Swift Autosport Subaru BRZ. Indeed it is. And that had a bit of an off a few laps ago and has now got the Lexus IS GT300 of Dragon Razor Racing, number 61, just ahead of them. So very interesting to see how this battle will indeed develop and continue between these two guys, because number 68 and number 61, I believe, well, they are indeed battling for position. So this is a very interesting race between these two at the moment. So we'll wait and see how the battle develops on, but we could see a nice little overtake from the Swift Autosport guys on the Dragon Razor Racing number 61 before too long. 9 hours and 54 minutes remaining of the race. So still on board with the Swift Autosport number 68, closing in the braking zone on the Lexus ISF through the left, and then the right-hander getting ever closer, corner after corner. Blue flag there for the number 64. Number 64, of course, is the Japanese-run endurance experience team. Of course, that GTP Famine will be racing with later on. Meanwhile, still on board with number 68 Swift Autosport, coming in towards the right-hander before the downhill hairpin. Looking at the inside is the number 68, no way through there. Number 61 takes a very, very late apex, isn't able rather to get the overtake done, and the Lexus ISF got a very, very good exit out of there, coming down the hill, heading in towards the hairpin now, and it really has put them at a bit of a disadvantage, I'm afraid to say. Into the right-hander they go, and still a few car lengths behind is the number 68, so a waiting game for these guys at the moment of the race. Into the left, and then the right final chicane before the race will indeed go on to another lap, and it'll have to be another lap before the Subaru BRZ can get ahead of the Lexus at the moment, but plenty of opportunity to do so. 9 hours 53 minutes remaining, heading towards turn 1 once again. Looking ever closer is the number 68, trying to get ahead of the number 61 at the moment. I'd love to be able to tell you some more continuous video of this, but unfortunately my stream keeps on freezing up, I'm afraid to say, so my internet's probably just as unreliable as a lot of people's out there. Looking at the inside is number 68. Oh, launches a bit of a move on the number 61 there, and that puts the number 61 off the circuit. Number 68 had to go towards the inside of the track to try and save it there, and now I do indeed believe that number 68 is carrying a bit of damage, allows the number 61 to get back ahead, but needless to say, that is a bit of a poor judgment from the number 68 car of the Swift Autosport team, and now that is going to seriously hinder their progress if they have got damage. We'll wait to get some official confirmation from our guy down in the pits. Of course, Bobo will give you some more information, of course, later on. So very, very interesting at the moment between these guys. Going through the left-hander now, still on board with the number 68, and he's got a Lexus SC430 of the GT500 class just ahead of him now. And I do indeed believe that number 61 is carrying a bit of damage, I'm afraid to say, with the Dragon Razor Racing team. So a bit of a pit stop potentially necessary for the number 61. We'll give you some more information as and when we receive it. So front left damage there, as Bo Albert tells us. Thanks, Bo, for letting us know. Much appreciated. Front left damage on the the 61 car, I should say. 68, who we're on board with at the moment, seems to be coping fairly okay, but there is indeed a little bit of damage, I should imagine, to that car. It took quite a clout in towards that left-hander, and nonetheless going to put pace to their race. Blue flag meanwhile for the number 62. Number 62, of course, is the ORA Racing Team, the other French-run outfit in the field at the moment, with the Lexus ISF GT300, Lexus IS GT350 on board then, with the other Lexus SC430 in the GT500 class of a Scuderia GTMX, the number 24. Just going through the right-hander they are now. Number 61 also pits for damage, as you would indeed begin to expect. TWR Seb there also announcing that they will be changing drivers. TWR Seb, of course, is racing at the moment, or was racing, I should say, at in the race, and I'll give you an update as to how things are going to change there. Also, more driver changes as well. Again, you can see on screen there drivers changes. So Dragon Razor Racing are changing their drivers following that damage. Number 61 changing. Also, EOL has now joined the room. EOL, of course, is racing with the Teamwise Racing. So Teamwise Racing changing drivers, as well as Dragon Razor Racing. So number 25 and number 61 going for a change of drivers, with 9 hours and 50 minutes remaining of the race here at the moment. So a very, very interesting strategy between these guys, of course. That might have forced the incident earlier on with number 61 and number 68. They might have forced the number 61 in towards that unfortunate pit stop, but I should imagine it was probably getting quite close to the pit stop window regardless. So there we go. Very, very interesting tactics at the moment. Anything you'd like to ask us, by the way, do feel free to let us know in the comms box. My name's Tom Brooks, also joined by Andrew Evans alongside me as well. If there is indeed anything, like I say, you'd like to know regarding the racing, regarding GTPlanet, regarding anything else, of course, do feel free to pop a comment in the box just to the right-hand side of the stream, and we'll happily let you know with anything regarding that. But lots and lots of racing getting underway. Currently looking at the Subaru BRZ there, Subaru BRZ. Of Race on Oz Racing, the Australian run outfit of the number 67, just going through the right hand side of the screen, very, very sideways as well, it must be said. So number 67 just holding on to their car and performing quite well. I say performing quite well, not performing well in their class, but spectacular show on track at least. Number 67 still last in class, and unfortunately last in the race overall as well. So scope for them to improve later on as the race progresses. As you mentioned, of course, half an hour until Bo Albert comes and takes over the commentary box for an hour or so, gives us all a little bit of a break who are commentating on things at the moment. I've only been here for a couple of hours or so, but or an hour and a half rather, I should say. So looking forward to being able to get something to eat at least, and seeing how the racing progresses over the next hour or so whilst I watch the start of the Blancpain Spa 24 hours. Everything's still sort of stagnating on track at the moment. Nothing really worth mentioning regarding overtakes, regarding incidents. Everything's seemingly quite clean. But of course, it does only take a bit of an error of judgment until things can change. A 24-hour race, of course. And we're running at local time in Japan at the moment. And it's quite dark over there, as you can see. So another added challenge for these guys at the moment, having to deal with the difficult conditions. It's not raining, of course, but it is dark. And that's another variable these guys need to take into account. Even if it was dry, just the sheer amount of corners on this circuit, the sheer amount of challenges these drivers face over the course of a lap, even in the light conditions, is absolutely mesmerizing. So exacerbated even more so in the dark as well. Like I say, if there are any questions you'd like to ask us, by the way, up here in the commentary box, do feel free to let us know. You can also tweet us as well. You can also tweet GTPlanet at GTPlanet News. You can tweet our series director or series organizer, whatever you want to call him, at GTP_AJ. You can tweet GTP Famine, or at GTP_Famine rather. That's Andrew, of course, who's alongside me in the commentary box. Or if you'd like to tweet myself as well, Tom Brooks, you can tweet me at Tom Brooks F1. Meanwhile, we just saw the GT500 getting past the GT300 there. That, of course, the GT500 of Russian roulette racing, I do indeed believe, getting past the Race on Oz Racing GT300 car with relative ease or so. as we cross to have a look at the SSR Motorsports team at the moment. Just had word from our pit analyst, or whatever you want to call him, technical analyst, something along the lines of that. The Scar Honda 21 is in the pit lane now as well, so that's the third place car of the HSV in the pit lane. So interesting tactics from those guys, of course, coming up towards their stint limit at the moment. 65 minutes is the maximum time a driver is allowed in their car, or allowed behind the wheel of their car to race it, of course, and expecting a lot of pit stop as the race progresses. So Scar Honda in the pit lane should be a relatively routine pit stop if they do decide to change drivers, but I haven't seen any messages flagging up on the screen suggesting that so far, so I would indeed begin to imagine that the Scar Honda team are just going to continue with their strategy currently as well. And I actually believe, my mistake, I apologise, I think they changed drivers not so long ago actually, so I may be incorrect in saying that, but there we go. So Scar Honda 21 just continuing things. Oh, as that was SSR Motorsports having a bit of an incident, coming down a hill, turning in towards the 90-degree right-hander, otherwise known as 90-degree corner, and very, very sideways coming out of that corner on towards the straight and nearly losing it. So a very, very good recovery from the SSR Motorsports American run team, and in towards the final section of the lap are his tyres. Just getting that little bit more worn now. Regardless, still continues on for another lap, so it can't be that bad, you'd imagine. And just coming down the main straight to start another lap and heading in towards turn 1. Still everyone performing fairly nicely as well. Looking at the battle between the two GT500 cars, not for position this one, it's between that, of course, the HSV and the Lexus SC430. You can see the Lexus is the team-wise racing car that is quite far down. You can see in the order, number 25, of course, in 10th position overall and last by a long way in their class. Still battling at the moment, but there's not really any need for them to be, because they're all really going to be doing is holding each other up really more than anything. And another word from Bo Albert just to let us know that SSR Motorsports is fine on tyres on 9s and 10s all round. So thanks for letting us know there, Bo. Much appreciated for your guide throughout this. As there we go, we see the Reaper Online Racing number 22 in the pit lane. So the leaders coming to the pits. I don't think they'll be going for a driver change. They had one not so long ago. So well, they did go for one not so long ago, my apologies. So will they go for one now? This is a very untimely pit stop otherwise, because I was saying they pitted not so long ago. Their fuel should be fine, their tyres should be fine, but it wasn't a very long pit stop. So maybe it is indeed just a routine thing. We'll have a look and wait and see how things are going to progress. Oh, right rear damage. So there we are. Thanks for letting us know there, Bo. So right rear damage on the rear of that car. So there must have been an off-track, rather off-screen incident, I should say, for the number 22. That's going to put them at a bit of a disadvantage compared to number 27, who are in second position at the moment. The Russian Roulette Racing British run team, as you can see at the moment, is not too far behind on circuit, going through the right-hander, but I don't think it's any laps down either. So if he did get it past, it would be for position. I don't quite know if it's going to, though. That'll be very, very interesting to see how things progress. Of course, we'll have another update for you at the well, we should have one fairly soon, actually, thinking about it, because we haven't had one for at least half an hour or so, so we expect it to come along the way in around about the next half an hour, 45 or so minutes. It does take time, of course, so do just please be patient with us whilst we try and work out the running order. And I do indeed believe that number 21 will complete easily. In fact, it will easily get out ahead of the number 27, such as the advantage of the Russian Roulette team. Sorry, such as the advantage, rather, of the Scar Honda team over the Russian Roulette team at the moment. So there we go, very, very interesting between those guys at the moment. Going through the right-hander on board with the number 27 Nissan GTR, keeping things in the right direction, rather, everything going very nice in towards the final left right chicane, bit of a Mickey Mouse chicane really more than anything. It's not one that's favourable among the drivers. Not a lot of drivers actually are that fond of this circuit either, really. It's got a lot of undulation, but a fair few corners, and I'm personally not a fan of it. It's just corner after corner after corner after corner, And don't get me wrong, I do like a good corner, but when they all look the same, it's a little bit dull, if you ask me. It's just my personal opinion, of course. But also there, we've got number 68 having a penalty. So that's Swift Autosport recovery time. Pitching at the end of the lap and hold in the box. So a bit of a disaster there for number 68, currently sitting in second to last position in their class. Second to last also in the race as well. So I'm afraid to say that Swift Autosport have got a penalty, and that will hinder their progress somewhat and will more than likely allow Swift Autosport, Race On Oz Racing to be able to get ahead of Swift Autosport before too long.
So while Tom and Famine are at the commentary for the moment, I'm gonna step my way in and just see if my mic is up for now at least, and see if I can help out with the commentary gig.
Marvellous news. It's always good to hear. Thanks for joining us there, Bo. Much appreciated. But anyway, still on board with the Russian Roulette Racing. So a bit of an incident a few laps ago for the number 22 Reaper Online Racing. What on earth happened there? Can you tell us?
I wasn't able to see that, but if I can find anything else, I'll let you know. Sorry about that.
That's alright, no worries at all. That's fine, don't worry about it. Still on board with the Russian Roulette Racing car at the moment, just going through the left and the right hander. I'm not entirely sure where Famine has gone at the moment, otherwise known as Andrew. He's disappeared, but we'll be back shortly, I'm fairly sure, fairly hopeful. Number 68 also now allowed to leave the pit lane. The Swift Autosport car will come out of the pit lane, of course, rejoin the race. That's a bit of a disadvantage. I believe they will probably now be last in the race. Number 67 will more than likely have overtaken them, such as the duration of that penalty. And that was a recovery penalty, wasn't it there, Bo, which is a bit of a shame. So what exactly happened regarding their recovery? Should they have gone into limp home mode, or?
I didn't see that either. Sorry. I'm great at this job, I swear. But they've actually just in terms of where they've come out in traffic, they've actually came out just in front of the 67. It's extremely close at the moment, and with the pace Mustafa in the Race On Oz 67 car has been lapping at currently, it won't take very long, I'd imagine, for him to find a way past the 68. He looks to be struggling just a little bit at the moment. Mustafa already closing up onto the gearbox of the 68 Swift Autosport Subaru through the left-right chicane there. And every second, Mustafa's just gaining a little bit. He might have a little bit of a look here into the hairpin, not quite. He can't quite get the move done. So he goes for a switchback. They make very minor contact, 68 on the grass. I'll quickly have a look if there's any damage. Doesn't look to be at the moment. So I think they both were very lucky there. But a little bit of contact, but Mustafa, either way, gets past the 68 for now.
Tell you what, we'd love to be able to have a visual on that at some point in the near future. Number 64 just been overtaken, I do indeed believe, by that was a white car, so that must be the other Honda HSV, I do believe. Please correct me if I'm wrong, because I probably am. And I think it might have been the HSV of Scar Honda.
I wouldn't think so. They're fairly alone on track at the moment. There's no one really around them.
Okay, fair enough, no problem. It's one of the cars that's just ahead of the Mazda that we're on board with at the moment. I was just trying to gauge an idea of who it was, but no worries at all regarding that. Through the left and the right mind, the final Mickey Mouse chicane, and There we go. Just coming on to, or rather, I should say, rather on the straight now, heading in down in towards turn 1. Very difficult to spot the braking zone, of course. Very off-putting, all of those bits and bobs on the left-hand side of the circuit. And, easy to misjudge. And of course, over a 12-hour race, it can put pay to your race with the lights flashing on board the number 64 just to alert the driver ahead that he's there. He wants to get past, or will be looking to get past over the course of the next lap or so. And I think it might actually be the ORA racing team, you know, the number 62 that's just ahead. So that could be a battle for position, I believe.
That is the 62. Yep, that's driven by UNC Pubs at the moment.
Right.
Has changed his PSN after it was a little bit awkward for us commentators.
Yep, as we know in the kart race, let's gloss over that one, shall we, though, because it was a temporary. But needless to say, it's good to see that he has in fact got a new username. I'll probably still get it wrong because I'm good at getting things wrong. That's part of the job description of being a commentator. You have to get things wrong every now and then. You have to shake it up a bit. But there we go. That could be an interesting battle between the number 62 and the number 64 that could develop over the course of the next couple of laps or so. Number 64 not too far behind the Lexus IS GT300 at the moment. Coming in towards that right-handed hairpin down the back straight as the number 64 goes a little bit wide out of there. That's going to compromise their run coming downhill in towards the 90-degree right-hander, and also allows the Team-Wise racing car to get ahead as well. I believe that Team-Wise racing car is not for position, such as the amount of laps they are down, so just trying to gain time and get the laps back at the moment, and it's easy prey. The GT500 car is the GT300 car on the GT500 car as another GT500 car getting past. That is the Russian roulette number 27 Nissan GTR just going past of the Endurance Experience Mazda RX-7 as well. So through the right-hander they go, and a smorgasbord of cars, but not necessarily for position just in case.
Has there been contact just in front? It looks like there has, and Bambi and Pubs have got together, and that allows the 64 of Seth, the experienced racing car, to get past. Easy work there, as Pubs has gone around, and he has front right damage, so that's an absolute disaster for Pubs, who got in a bit of a tangle with the GT500, which really he shouldn't have tried. Obviously the GT500 going to be a little bit quicker.
Yeah, certainly so. Very disappointing there for the Pubs driver. Of course, he'll be disappointed with that, but plenty of time for things to change, and I should imagine a trip to the pit lane and perhaps a new set of tyres and a bit more fuel on board will perhaps allow their strategy to change and work out a little bit more. But disappointing there for those guys. There was a bit of a delay in our stream, unfortunately, so there was nothing I could do to commentate on it, I'm afraid to say. But still, plenty of time for things to change, of course, over the course of the race as it progresses onward. Still on board with the Endurance Experience car at the moment. The director really liking the white Mazda. It gives a good view of the circuit, it would appear. So, what's it like being a technical analyst, by the way, there, Bo?
It's pretty good having all the information here. It's pretty cool. I was actually just thinking while I was letting my internet recover a little bit, how cool it would be if we could one day get a viewing experience for all the viewers and everything, where they have complete control over their replays, so they can watch whatever car they want or whatever camera they want. I just came up with that idea for some reason. Don't know why. Not really focusing on my technical director job, but yeah, I was just coming up with that. But
that would be good fun. No, it definitely would be. I think that'll be something that hopefully we'll be able to look to in the future. It's a bit difficult, unfortunately, though, with the constraints on modern technology currently. So plenty of time for things to change, however. So we'll wait and see whether that does indeed become the case. It'd be nice, actually, though, because it would give the viewer a more authentic experience, we should say. By the way, you are watching, if you've just tuned in, the GTPlanet Endurance Series Japan 12-hour here at the Twin Ring Motegi. You're looking at the battle currently enveloping between a couple of Nissan GTRs, I do indeed believe, and one of the Honda HSVs just down in front as well. Sorry, the Subaru BRZ rather, just getting out of the way. So that's two GT500 cars getting ahead of the GT300 car at the moment. And yeah, very, very interesting. These guys fairly close on circuit. The Nissan there, number 27 of Russian Roulette
Bambi.
Racing. Yeah, it is. Yeah, so Bambi of Russian Roulette Racing, and the orange car behind, I do indeed believe, is Race on Oz Racing. No, it's not. It's apologise. It's just the light. So
There's been an incident in that final hairpin. Zed plays one of the drivers. He's still stopped on the circuit. Rear right damage at the moment. And the other was Sinister Plague, who's now gone to limp home mode. So big damage to the 61 there. The other driver, as I said, was Zed Play. He's going to try and continue, but he has not got away from that incident unscathed either.
Yeah, very disappointing limp home mode there. You can see on the screen Sinister Play goes into number 68's go as well. That was, of course, was earlier on a penalty that Swift Autosport suffered due to a recovery issue. Also now number 27 in the pit lane, Russian Roulette Racing, the British run outfit from second place in the race, come into the pits. And also we see, there we are, so a driver change for number 27 now as well, of course, of GTP Bambi. So who do you reckon they're going to put into their car? Will it be Cross 24? Will it be Tim Law, the American driver, of course? It'll be interesting to see how things change, but we know they're going for a driver change at least. And there we go, we cut away from their camera whilst we wait for the new replacement driver to, of course, join the field. And he'll, of course, take the rest of the helm for the next 65 or so minutes. Someone else also exiting the pit lane there as well. And it is Tim Law, or Tim Lauer rather, I should say, who joins the room and will replace Bambi at the Russian Roulette team. And Bo, you're going to be taking over commentary in around about 10 or so minutes. Whilst we all have a bit of a break, you must be quite excited by that, I should imagine.
Get the stream all to myself. That'll be pretty interesting. See how I go. But looking forward to it. Definitely looking forward to it.
Good. That's got a good voice for it. It should be good fun. Looking at number 62, just going through shot there. That's the Lexus IS GT300 with a blue car just ahead. I don't think that's a Subaru, you know. It isn't, in fact. It is the Reaper Online Racing 22 who's leading the race. So I thought that might have been, at first glance, a little bit of a battle between a couple of cars, but I was unfortunately mistaken. So number 62, of course, ORA Racing Team, the second French run outfit in the field, the only French run outfit in the GT300 class at the moment, and not having too much of a bad run in the number 62. Well, I shouldn't say having a bad run at all, leading the class, in fact. So good news there for number 62. Great results so far for those guys, and plenty of time for things to change, plenty of times for things to develop, of course, as the race progresses onwards. And like I say, if there are any questions you'd like to ask us up here in the commentary box, do feel free to let us know. Of course, that screen on the right hand side, that chat on the right hand side of the screen is the best way to do so. You can follow us on Twitter as well. You can follow GTPlanet at GTPlanet News. You can follow our series director AJ at GTP_AJ. You can follow Andrew Evans, of course, who was alongside me for the last half an hour. He was lost alongside me about half an hour ago. You can follow him at GTP_Famine. You can follow myself as well at Tom Brooks F1. Are you on Twitter at all there, Bo?
I am. I'm at Bo_Albert_43. I usually just post motorsport news and whatever I'm doing in my days, pretty much. So nice and boring.
There we go. Marvellous news. Anyway, just going through the right-hander there is number 62, has got the SSR Motorsports Nissan GTR ahead of him at the moment. 9 hours, 28 minutes remaining of the race so far. I should mention, of course, if you're a fan, by the way, of other endurance racing, perhaps you quite like the sound of Spa 24 hours. Good news for you, because that kicks off in just under an hour's time. Kicks off at 3:30 BST. So we're looking forward to the racing, of course, getting underway for that. But that's plenty of time away. You can keep it tuned here, of course, for the GT Planet 12 Hours of Japan. In the meantime, keep it tuned, of course, for the next 12 hours, because that's how long we're going to be here. Looking forward to things and how they indeed go on. Meanwhile, of course, still the number 62 who we're looking at the moment leading the class in GT300. GT300 actually has produced quite a fair few overtakes over the last couple of hours or so, and I'm suitably impressed with the action that we've got so far from GT300, and it's been very, very good, I must say there, Bo.
Yeah, I've been enjoying it a lot. I would say who I'd like to do well in this team, but I'm probably a little bit biased in the fact that I'm actually driving in this class. But it's certainly a really, really good class. Everyone looks to be really, really close. And everyone seems to find each other on track at some point. So plenty of good battles and different strategic options that are being played at the moment in this class.
Yes, indeed, sir. On board now with the Scuderia GTMX Mexican run outfit, all Mexican driver lineup as well, all Mexican team, and everyone doing a grand job so far. I've got the hour 2 results to tell you all about now. Let's have a look at this, shall we? Because this has just come through on our Skype chat. We'll have an update for you, of course, on screen fairly soon. But let's have a look and see how things are progressing going into the second hour. Well, it is Reaper Online Racing who are leading the way. Still, the number 22 leads the field so far. Then comes Russian Roulette Racing, number 27, in second place. Then Scar Honda Racing in third in the number 21. Fourth is SSR Motorsports. Then comes the Scuderia GTMX in fifth. And then comes the first of our GT300 runners. ORA Racing Team number 62 in sixth. Lightning Speed Motorsport number 65 in seventh. Endurance Experience in eighth. Swift Autosport up there in ninth position at the moment, so contrary to what you're seeing on screen. And then comes Dragon Razor Racing number 61 in 10th. Race Honours Racing in 11th, number 67. And unfortunately, right at the back of the field and quite a fair few laps down as well, I'm afraid to say 46 of them, in fact, at the second hour mark, down to the leader was Team-Wise Racing, or is Team-Wise Racing rather, the French run outfit in the GT500 class, languishing at the back of the field due to an unfortunately timed disconnection earlier on in the race. So number 25 at the back of the field currently, I'm afraid to say. And we have now got that update on screen for you, which is some good news. So you've got the same amount of information as we have. So pleased to tell you more about that, as of course things do indeed go on. Anyway, 5 minutes left of myself, of course, here at the GTPlanet Endurance Series 12 hour. Then we'll hand over to Bo Albert, of course. Bo, you're alongside me in the commentary box at the moment, just doing a bit of analytical stuff, and you're going to be doing your own sort of thing for the next hour or so, which will be good. Then there'll be 8 hours and 20 minutes remaining of the race by the time that myself and whoever else will be alongside me will come back into the foray. The traffic not beginning to be an issue for these guys at the moment, I shouldn't imagine. Well, it's still an issue, of course, for the GT500 cars, but everyone's seemingly respecting the track limits, respecting each other's driving as well, very, very nicely, I must say. So, proven to be some very clean driving throughout the field. Everything's sort of stagnating at the moment, not really many overtakes going on, or many incidents on screen that we can see. So everyone's sort of settling into that rhythm, finding that rhythm. It's very difficult to do so, and everyone performing very, very nicely as well, which is great to see.
Yeah, at the moment, everyone on track sort of just found their own space on track. Everyone's just running their own laps. There is a little bit of a pack of cars just entering the hairpin onto the back straight now, but I believe they're different classes, so they should spread themselves out soon. So we may see some quick lap times coming up. Driver changes, some teams have had them recently, some have not. So we may see some quick laps from some teams and some from not. So we could actually see some battles forming as one of the cars appears to have spun out of the 90-degree corner. I'll quickly find who that is for you guys. He's facing the wrong...
And so I think that might be 62 who's just gone in straight into the barrier. ORA Racing Team.
It is.
Yeah, it is. So the French run outfit, difficult time for them. I think that might be the Pub 16 who's driving the car at the moment, I think. I may be incorrect, but I think they will be pitting for damage, and indeed they do start into the pit lane. So difficult times here for the number 62 who are leading their class. That's really going to put a hindrance on them. I don't quite know the gap at the moment between the 62 and the 65 there. Bo, but if you can tell us a bit more about that at some point in the future, we'll be able to get an idea of just how far behind the 65 is in comparison. If we could get an onboard shot of that, please, Mr. Director, that would be superb, because I'd really like to know just exactly what the difference is between these two cars at the moment. How much farther behind is the number 65 in relation to the number 62, and will number 65 be able to get ahead? I think that they've probably got quite a comfortable gap of the 62, but it does indeed depend on how much damage they've got and how long they are held in the pit lane. And there we are, so a driver change as well, so that's going to add them even more time. So number 62 go for a driver change. Pub 16 will come out of the car. Who do you think will replace them? Who's the most likely candidate to replace them there? Bo? I'm not entirely sure who's driven for.
It can only be Brutaka. They only have 3 drivers in their lineup, but unfortunately Cod Demon 101 isn't actually able to make this race. So you'll see Pubs leave, and then we should see Brutaka GT enter the car. So there's only 2 drivers for that car. So they're both going to have to do at least 6 hours. So rough time for those guys. But of course, like we said, they're leading their class at the moment, so doing a stunning job at the moment.
Yeah, great job. But it does, of course, mean that fatigue will come into play fairly soon as well. Unfortunately, 2 drivers battling it out over 12 hours. That's difficult. It's difficult even with 3 drivers. Some giant teams have 4. So very, very interesting to see how things progress. Of course, number 62 will be overtaken by the number 65. Of course, number 65 being Lightning Speed Motorsport, the only local team in the field. So the blue Mazda RX-7 should, in theory, I believe, contrary to checking the timing screen, bear with me just a moment, or timing screen rather, the results that we have here. So number 62 is leading. They both rather completed the same amount of laps. So number 65 will inherit the lead of the class from number 62. So drama here with 9 hours and 21 minutes remaining. What more could you need, Bo, to hand it over to you? So there we go. I'll be back, of course, in about an hour's time. Just going to go off and have a quick break. We'll regroup, of course. You're left with Bo Abbott on commentary for the next hour or so. My name's Tom Brooks, and I'll be back in around an hour. See you soon.
Thanks a bunch for that, Tom. So there we go, guys. The 65 has inherited the GT300 race lead. There's actually going to be a driver change as well for the Scar Honda car, I believe that is. The War will be getting out of the car, so we'll be seeing who jumps in that car. It could be GC255 or Soccer GT Racing. One's a platinum and the other is silver. So it'll be interesting to see how they go. If they're comfortable, they will go with a GC255, who they are going with. So they feel like they have a bit of a gap, so they're going to get their less experienced driver in the car. And they'll leave Soccer GT Racing, who of course is a platinum driver, to maybe make a gap in the not too distant future. But I actually believe did that say that GC255 got in the lobby before Soccer GT did? I didn't quite see that. I just saw them in the corner of my eye. In the corner of my eye, sorry. And if that could be a penalty. Indeed, they did. So GC255 for Scar Honda entered the room before the War exited the room. So that could be a penalty for that team. Also, Brutaka has joined the room. He, of course, will be taking over from Pubs. Only 2 drivers in that team, but they would have lost the race lead with that driver swap. It was actually a very lengthy driver change. The 65 has completed 2 entire laps in the space that driver change took place. So, very odd why the driver change took so long, but anyway, they shall now do their best to make up some ground on the 65, which is currently being driven by Ning Dynasty, who's a very quick driver and quite a regular on the forums. Really good guy. But yeah, in the YouTube stream and comments, if you guys need any, just shout at me and I'll do the best for you guys. I'm not in charge of the camera, as Tanky does the driver change. I'm not in charge of the camera, so I can't control who we're watching. Apologies for that. I believe you guys are watching the 25 Team-Wise Racing car at the moment, who has EOL in the car. Very quick driver, platinum. But yeah, I don't have control of the camera, so sorry about that. But if you guys have any questions about lap times or tyre wear, anything like that, just go ahead, shout them at me, and I'll do my best for you guys. So, TNR 5 Ziggin has jumped in the car to replace Tanky, who was doing a fantastic job for the SSR Motorsports Nissan. The 28 he's had an okay race. They're currently 4th in class, as you can see on the updated standings on the right there. The 21, who we in the Scar Honda, does in fact get a driver change, a penalty, sorry, for that driver change. The rules state that the driver who was in the car must leave the room before the new driver gets in, and unfortunately they got that backwards, so that will be a penalty. we'll watch with interest how long that is actually for. But tough break for those guys. And yeah, Cody Blackman, also known as Little Blacko, who was race 4, had a little bit of then times is the 61 doing. 61 at the moment is just the smallest bit, but he's assisting class with a 54 as his last lap. Current in GT300 is Mustafa, who's on a 53 flat. In the race on Oscar, those guys have obviously had very tough luck throughout the entire race. They actually had the driver disconnect on their in-lap. So a very tough break for those guys. Mustafa's an incredibly quick driver. I raced against him in the league and I struggle to keep up, I'll be honest. But Mustafa, they're just doing everything he can to make up ground. He's setting incredibly quick lap times, consistently the quickest driver on track. So very good job from him. But my car, the 64 Experience Racing car, who's currently driven by Seth123, he's hanging on to the pace of Mustafa every now and then, has a few moments of inconsistency, but overall fairly good job from my driver. So, quickest driver in GT500 that last lap was R. Clark in the Report Online Racing Honda with a 45.7. So that's actually a really big gap back to the next quickest car. He was 7/10 faster than EOL in the Teamwise Racing Petronas that I believe you guys are still watching. So very good effort from him. Of course, that car, I believe, is leading this race. So they're definitely not doing too bad. Just having a quick look through how everyone is. The tyre wear, a lot of drivers obviously just completing their drive changes. So brand new fuel and whatnot. Ning Dynasty in the 65, who we believe inherited the race lead after the Lexus had a very slow driver change. So he'll be the race leader, but we'll expect him in the pits in maybe the next 2 or 3 laps, I'd have a guess, as he's just approaching the red now. He's over 3/4 of the way through his tank. But we're about to get a battle pack forming up as we're watching the 61 Dragon Racer racing car at the moment. I don't believe that's correct. I believe that's the 62. That's the grey Lexus of ORA Racing, who's behind my driver Seth. But just behind these guys, just out of shot at the moment, is the 65, who is slowly closing onto these guys as Seth manages to go around the outside of the 62 there. So pretty good move there. Proud of you. Or was he defending that? Didn't quite catch that. Like I said, I'm good at my job. Oh, 62 just running onto the grass a little bit, allows the 65 just to close in ever so slightly. Makes him go a little bit wide through 130R. But the 65 of Ning Dynasty, the American, should just be able to hold off for now. But on very low fuel, Ning is going to be incredibly quick, and Brutaka, who just recently completed a driver swap, he's going to be very heavy with the amount of fuel in that car. And now the 65 is challenging around the outside of the 62. Can he outbrake him? Oh, the 62 throws it up the inside. Very good job. Does manage to hold on to position. 65 just squirming, trying to apply that pressure on the throttle. Every millimeter he can get that power on sooner, it's going to help him. And he's just tucking into the slipstream now of the big Lexus. He won't quite get a look, I don't think. No, he won't. Into the 90-degree corner. Oh, but Brutaka goes a little bit wide. Doesn't quite make the gravel. But the 65, oh, very close to making contact there. I'm making all kinds of grunting noises here. But a very close fight, as now the 65 is going to have a run down the front straight on the 62. The two are side by side, just millimeters separating the car. This is incredible racing. It's going to be a standoff under brakes. The 65 manages to just pull it up ever so much quicker. So now the 65 gets past the 62. So great effort there from Ning Dynasty to put himself ahead of Butaka, as now GT500 traffic is coming past. Very close to the back does GTMX, and the 65 goes onto the dirt. Can Butaka capitalize on that? Doesn't look like he'll be able to. So, very close there is to getting every millimeter they can out of these cars, which is what you need to do in this series. The competition level is so high, as the GTMX car actually just goes a little bit wide through that corner there. So manages to hold it. But the 65 now will have to come into the pits very soon, surely. So he gets past the 62, but I'm not sure for how long, as he'll have to pit very soon. His car's hit the red now for fuel. So EOL in the Team-Wise Racing car gonna throw it around the outside. Not too bad. As now the Scar Honda, which recently served that penalty, has had to go past the 65. If you guys have any questions, go ahead, let me know. I'm by myself for just a little bit while everyone else is having a nice drink, which is something I could probably use later. Sorry, I'm just distracted managing my team. Sorry, our car's just, yes, cool. Sorry about that, guys. Just making sure everything goes to plan. Sorry, there's a little bit of chaos just going on in the background here, as, cool. So I'll give you a little bit of an insight to what was going on there. Our 64 car got a little bit of damage, and we needed to get Seth out of the car for an early stop. It was close to a stop anyway, probably 20 more minutes. So we decided to get Seth out of the car a little bit earlier, and we got our next bit. Seth managed the procedure perfectly. Wrote DC saying he's going for a driver change. Took his stint picture. But accidentally wrote the next driver to get in the car just a little bit too early for my liking. So I asked him to just wait a little bit. But we managed to execute that perfectly. Seth is out of the car, and Cody got in just milliseconds later. So really happy with that. And good job on my team. Making sure the driver that just came out, Seth, make sure he knows he did a fantastic job. Cool. So Choco Chip took over in the 64 Experience Mazda. Just got a little bit of a read through the chat. Doesn't look like there's any questions. Awesome. So, hopefully that was a bit of an insight into what has to go through a team manager. So, very frantic. A couple of moments. We have the Scar Honda of GC255 in the pits. That looked like an early stop, I believe. So they've came in. At the moment, we have some very fast sectors coming in from TNR 5 Zigen. Sorry, mate, I don't know how to pronounce that name. I know that's a wheel manufacturer, or a rim manufacturer, I should say, but I still don't entirely know how to say that. He's actually just set a purple sector 4 time, so clearly pushing on at the moment. Wasn't able to hook the entire lap up, so we only managed a 45.6, but that's still the fastest car on track at the moment, but just a little bit slower than the fastest car in class at the moment. So the SSR Motorsports car, they're pushing extremely hard. Obviously, that driver TNR has done many races. He's very impressive in everything he does. It's going to be a tough fuss to get past R. Clark, or to match R. Clark's lap times at the moment in the Reaper Online Racing car. We'd expect the Reaper Online Racing car to come into the pits fairly soon. Those guys are less than 5 litres on fuel, I believe. It's got to be surely under that, so expect those guys into the pits very soon. He's been in the car since the start, I believe. Bambi's just giving me some English lessons. Z-Igen. Is that correct? Did I pass my lesson? Z-Igen. Hopefully that's somewhat correct. Appreciate that, Bambi. But back onto the Reaper Online Racing car. Those guys should be coming to the pits fairly soon. I'd expect a driver swap for those guys. Their other options are Glenn Alls, 81, who's a gold driver, or GTP Kane. So either way, they've either got a gold or a platinum driver. So those guys really can't do too wrong. He's going to come into the pits on this lap, so 99 laps by the Reaper Online Racing car. That is a stunning effort. He needs to pat himself on the back and go for a nice drink after that. I think that's a crazy effort. So he's completed 99 laps. That is stunning. So I'd expect to see the words DC come up any second, as that's now 3 hours that he's done in the car. He very well could stay out a little bit longer, but I don't see why he would. Surely he would be incredibly fatigued. He does. He goes back out on track. Car is topped up, 80 litres filled, as Ning Dynasty comes in for a driver swap in the current race-leading GT300 car. So I believe that is going to give an opportunity to either our car, the 64 experience car, or Butaka in the 62 to get past. I think in that very lengthy driver swap, our car, the experience car, has just managed to squeak ahead of Butaka. Choco, or Cody as his name is just going under the tunnel that goes underneath the Motegi Oval just then. But Butaka doesn't go under it until now. So there's about 7 or maybe 8 seconds separating those two cars. So even if our car does lead, it is by no means a big margin. So very, very close at the moment. And I should just say that in GT300 at the moment in particular, it's very American dominated. I'll just quickly do a head count. So 5 of the 6 drivers in GT300 currently are American. So we have ZPlay24, Sinister Plague, Choco Chip 5, Brutaka GT, and Ning Dynasty, who I thought was going for a driver swap, is now came back out on track. I thought they were going for a driver swap, maybe not. So I believe that car then, the 65, will retain the lead. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. It's currently midnight here in Australia, so it's very, very late. My family is asleep. My mum's probably wondering why I'm talking to my computer, and it's all very, very confusing at the moment. But hopefully you guys are enjoying. This is round 14 of the GTPlanet Endurance Series. Yeah. There we go. If you guys have any questions, go ahead, throw them in the YouTube chat. I'll be sure to answer them as soon as I can. And if anyone wants a shout out, I won't do it. Don't even try. But I believe you guys are watching the Teamwise Racing car on screen at the moment. I'm just relying off the YouTube chat, which is about 30 seconds delayed. So when I talk, you won't hear it for another 30 seconds. And my commentator stream, because I live in Australia, I'm in no man's land and we're upside down. So unfortunately our connection's a little bit rubbish. So I'm stuck just using the lobby at the moment and the YouTube stream. For anyone wondering, for lap times currently, it's still the Reaper Online Racing car who is fastest for best lap. However, their last lap was actually a little bit disappointing. 2.4 seconds slower than the car behind, and slowest in class by well over a second. So maybe fatigue's beginning to settle in. Like I said, he's already been in the car for an excess of 3 hours, I believe. So he's doing a crazy effort. He has in fact hit the 100 lap mark. He's not alone. GTMX Hecto 1, he has in fact also hit the 100 lap mark. So got a few guys going for centuries here. Pointless in the chat said, so was this the point where I mentioned Tanky 1 only knew he was driving 3 days ago? So it looks like there was quite a few of us that were late entered. Famine just came on to defend our team, who the entire team didn't exist 3 days ago. But we're of course not as impressive as Tanky was. He was doing a fantastic effort. Kudos to him. But got a few Race On Oz guys watching the stream. That's of course the Australian Racing League I compete in. But it's good to see those guys are up. It's a pretty crazy hour of the day. Just looking on track at the moment, there's a few guys getting a little squirrely out of the hairpin. Just doing my best to see what that is, as the Teamwise Racing car of EOL comes into the pits, and he's quickly followed by GTMX Hecto. Not sure if that's scheduled or not. I'll have a look. Doesn't look entirely scheduled. He still has over a quarter of fuel left. He's now being filled up, so he's maybe came in for an early stop. Oh, he's came in for a driver swap. So GTMX Hecto has will be jumping out of the car. And who could possibly replace him? It's either GTMX Alpha Vanti or GTMX Jimmel or GTMX Oscar. So those guys clearly getting well behind their team, all of them having GTMX in their PSN. So great team effort, and well, all those guys are very, very quick. Just quickly having a look. So that's a 25 car. So where are they at the moment? They're actually last. Oops. So I believe if they're behind GT300 cars, that's got to be a stint issue of some kinds. So don't quite know. Just have a look through the YouTube chat. Don't know why I'm humming. That's probably a bad thing. Anyway, just having a look at GT300 times now as ZPlay24, who's currently the second quickest GT300 on track. He's actually the quickest Mustafa in the Race on Oscar, who's representing our website. He's had an awful last lap. I don't know if has he got damage of any kind? Doesn't look like. He's got low fuel and tires are in okay shape. But he's done over a 2-minute lap, so very, very odd for Mustafa to be doing that. His second times look good now, so could just be a temporary thing. As ZPlay now gets out of the car, he was in the pit, so I can only assume it's a driver swap. But he didn't write DC, so Jules Villeneuve, 13. I'm not sure if it's the original Jules Villeneuve. Something tells me it's not, unfortunately. But obviously, he has a huge impact on Formula One, and clearly people are still inspired by what Jules was able to do. But he's now entered the room for the Swift Autosport car, I believe that is, the 68. They're currently 4th in class, so they're doing very, very good. Not too bad. I'll quickly get up the 2-hour results. I'll see how they're going. So they're 2 laps down on the leader, but they are a lap ahead of the car behind them, which is the Dragon Racing car. So they're in a fairly secure 4th for the moment. The top 3 in GT300, I should say, are all 2 laps ahead of anyone else. But I believe the ORA racing car will have fallen at least a lap or 2 down. So I believe it's just the Lightning Speed Motorsports car or the Endurance Experience car that are on the lead lap at the moment. So feeling nervous for my guys, but fingers crossed they can pull off some great results. So plenty of blue flags being thrown out for the GT300s, of course. They're on average probably 6 to 7 seconds a lap slower than the GT500. So the GT500 cars, as Mustafa in the race runners car comes into the pits, the GT500s will see the GT300s quite a lot over the course of the race. But in terms of tyre wear, the GT300s have a bit of an advantage over the GT500s, as Mustafa goes for a driver swap, and I can tell you, if he hasn't lied to me, that N64 the Stig, or Jono as he's known on the forums, will be getting into that car. So unless plans have changed, that'll be Jono jumping into the race on his car. Good mate of mine, very quick driver as well. He is the team manager of the team, and in he comes. So I'll be looking for some good results from Jono. I'll keep an eye on him, see how he goes. Mustafa, of course, was the quickest driver in GT300 at the moment. His lap time of a 51.9 has not even came close to being touched by anyone else. So it's just a little bit of a stalemate on track at the moment. I can't see any battles on track. So yet again, everyone's sort of found their own tarmac, which is what you want in an endurance race. You can either be battling someone and having a lot of fun, because battling is a lot of fun, we all know. But it's a lot slower. And doing defensive and offensive maneuvers can obviously wear tires out quicker. And of course, with another car, the risk of tangling with someone goes up quite a fair bit. So it's sort of fun versus the good for the team, I guess you could say. But fortunately, everyone's going for the give me my own space of track option at the moment. R. Clark 84 is the only driver still out on track at the moment who took the green flag for this 12 hours of Motegi. So great effort there. Quickly just going to go and jump online to GTPlanet.net, which is where all this is organised and planned and discussed and whatnot. Just going to jump on the forums and have a look, see if there's any activity, see what's going on. In the YouTube comments, how about you guys, well, Pointless, just quickly before I do, Pointless has just came into the chat and gone, how strictly are we going to see the new driver change rules be enforced? In terms of driver changes, I believe the only new rule, unless I'm wrong, is that you need to write DC before you actually perform your driver swap. I don't believe that's so much as a rule, but a recommendation or a help for the commentators. I've seen quite a few drivers. I've seen quite a few drivers do driver swaps without riding DC, and there hasn't been any penalties put place. So I think it is just a recommendation, just to help us out. But you know, it takes 2 seconds, so it won't be too hard. Bambi's just came on and asked, or said that he'd love to give me some company in the commentary box, but he doesn't have the credentials. Trust me, mate, neither do I. Neither do I. I just like making YouTube videos, well, I used to. And then I saw this gig available and decided to throw myself at it. Of course, anyone that wants to have a go at this, they need to be a part of GTPlanet.net. And yeah, just ask nicely, maybe show off a little bit of commentary skills, probably recommended. And yeah. Famine's just helping me clear up some rules. So we're just a little bit unclear of the rulings at the moment regarding the whole riding DC rule beforehand. Yeah, we believe that you'll get 4 warnings for it, but on the 5th go you'll incur a big penalty, unfortunately. And that big penalty will be black flag. So I thought I'll pose this a little bit of a question. We all know in GT6 quite a lot of cars sound like vacuums and who knows what they sound like. What car sound do you guys prefer? Is it Screaming Honda HSV, which is one's in the lead of the race, I believe, and one's having a little bit of a rough race, the Sky Honda. Or do you prefer the R7s in GT300 with that really loud rotary sound? They're probably the only 2 unique sounding cars, I'd say, that I can notice, at least in this race. So which ones do you guys prefer? Is it going to be the Screaming Honda, which in replay cameras does sound like a Formula 1 car occasionally? Or is it the iconic rotary Mazda, which doesn't quite sound like the 787B that we're all familiar of hearing when we think of rotaries, but it's close enough, I guess. So let me know in the comments and we'll have a little bit of a vote, shall we? See what happens. So the field just beginning to form up a little bit now. A lot of cars sort of grouping each other up. Down the back straight, we have 4 cars now, slowly approaching themselves into a bit of a gaggle. And there's another one just sort of heading down into the double left-hander in sector 1. People just asking for, like, people are comparing like lap times and whatnot. Ronno Thomas has said Clarkie's in the 110 plus. He's currently on his 109th lap. So you don't quite have bragging on his 110 plus yet. But give it a minute 45 as his last lap was. And we'll see how we go. I should just mention also that Reaper online racing car is currently the quickest car around the track last time around. However, he was only 0.3 quicker than the Tina 5. I forgot how to say it. But he's only 3/10 quicker than the 23 Exanavi car. So still fairly close for lap times there. But that's about it. As I believe there'll be a bit of a gap between those two, as of course Repro Online Racing have not wow, I'm losing my words. Has not performed a driver swap. Sorry, I couldn't get my words out. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning there. It's probably not the time a 16-year-old should be awake. I should be doing my homework. But I'm not doing my homework. I'm commentating here for you guys, and my throat's sore. So that's my excuse. You guys are giving my excuse for math class on Monday. Thanks a lot for that, guys. But yeah, the field is really beginning to bunch up in two particular places now, and I've just noticed one car has gone for a monster slide out of the left-right chicane. Well, not chicane, but corner. That's Sinister Plague, and is that the Dragon Racing car? Come on, screen, load. Yeah, that's the 61 Lexus. So he's decided to ditch racing entirely, and he's gone for a drifting competition. So incredible there. I saw that on my mini-map in the corner of my eyes, from another car's point of view, and the tail end was completely out. He's outbroke himself completely. His drifting show has now become a gravel show. He's now being an expert in sandcastles. He has to wait for two drivers to go past. That's my car, the Endurance Experience car, and GTMX Racing. So unfortunately for the 61, we're making sandcastles, which is... I haven't tried it personally, but I don't believe it's the quickest way around the circuit. So probably lost a good few seconds. I'll have a quick look at how his lap times were. Okay, so we lost 16 seconds. So not ideal, but we have many cars. We have 4 cars now entering the extremely well-named hairpin, which is obviously called the hairpin. The 27 is currently trying his best to run away from GT255, who's probably only 3 seconds maximum behind. So we have 2 GT500s very close together, and then we have a Ning Dynasty, who's, I don't believe, I think I've discovered a new GT6 glitch. Yay for me. When I'm on board with the 65 of Ning Dynasty, apparently, in the 67 at the moment is Mustafa, but I know it's Jono, because we saw that driver swap before, and on the side it says Jono. PD, you never cease to amaze me. Yes, I'm clapping at 1 in the morning. So, Jono now chasing down, who's that? Maybe it is Ning Dynasty in that car. I'd be surprised if it was, but we never know. Question for comms, which is just me at the moment. Yay! Hopefully I'm not too boring for you guys. I'm doing my best, obviously, but there's only so much I can say by myself. But in idea when the gaps will be updated down the bottom, that should be around the 3-hour mark, I'd expect. That's just passed. So we should actually be expecting an update fairly soon, as AJ is, I'm sure, furiously working to get those out for you guys. Round of applause as well to AJ for running this series. Incredible job. But keeping an eye on the moment on the 67 who's chasing down Ning Dynasty. I'm just gonna see if I can get a onboard camera for you guys of this battle at the moment. As N64 Stig 007 of Jono Stanowski, as I like to call him. His last name's Stankowski, but he's always leaving out the T in my name and calling me Bo Albert instead of Bo Albert. So while I'm alone in the commentary box, I'll use it to my advantage and see if I can get an onboard of Jono Stanowski as he hunts down Ning Dynasty in the 65. Have a quick look at those guys' lap times. Jono currently the second quickest GT300 on track at the moment. In terms of last lap, Jono was 0.3 slower than Ning on that last lap. So Jono may be getting a little bit of the dirty air effect from the rotary in front. We have two unique cars here. I believe this Subaru is using the Boxer engine. I might be wrong there. Might be wrong. But I believe the BRZ's using the Boxer engine as Jono runs ever so wide out of the corner going underneath the Motegi oval. And unfortunately, all that work he's done trying to get onto the back of that Mazda has all just gone down the toilet and has also gone into the gravel as well. So, unfortunately for him, the gap's now opened up to, I'd say, probably 1.2 seconds or so. If that's correct, I'd be amazed. But that battle has sort of been ruined just for the moment. We'll see if Jono can repeat what Mustafa was doing for his team before and set some quick lap times and perhaps get past what we believe is the race-leading GT300 car. Now, of course, Race on Oz had that disconnection earlier on, so they're a little bit behind in the standings, but I'm sure they'll be doing whatever they can to rectify that. A little bit of a scroll through to make sure I'm not missing any other battles on track at the moment. I don't believe so. I can only see this one, so I'm actually just going to go on board as Tim Law has just left the room, I believe. Yes, he has. So Tim Law now out of the car. Didn't see a DC message, so not 100% sure if that is in fact a I'm not sure if that's a driver swap, as I didn't see the DC message, so that could be a disconnect there for Tim Law. I'll just quickly scan through the driver lineup, as I'm not entirely confident with this lineup to go out and set. That's the Russian roulette racing car. So Tim Law there having a little bit of an issue there. I'm hoping that's a driver swap and it's just taking a while to get him back, but unfortunately I don't think so. If we see Tim Law rejoin the lobby, then we know it's a very tough pill to take for the Russian roulette racing squad. Of course, Bambi was in the car earlier. He did a stunning job there. From what I could see, at least, barely put a foot wrong. I believe he got involved in one incident, but I don't think that was of his doing. So I'm just keeping an eye on this battle of the two GT300s at the moment. Look, Jono has ever so slightly managed just to reel that rotary just in ever so slightly. But if I saw correctly there, when Ning started his newest lap, Jono crossed the line at about 9/10. Also, we've just had confirmation from Bambi that Tim Law did in fact disconnect. So really tough work from them, as Jono, while I was reading that message, has got incredibly close to Ning Dynasty. Has a little bit of a look in the double left-hander in Sector 2, but he doesn't quite hold it. He's gone onto the grass. He runs ever so slightly wide. So Jono, yet again, all that work, he's gone wide again, and it's probably back out to a second. Commentary, my strong suit. I didn't quite get to see if maybe Ning made a mistake or something out of that final corner, out of that first corner, as we've just had an hour today. So that should be updated guys on the right hand side of the screen fairly soon. AJ will get onto that ASAP. But while Jono tries his best to get past Ning Dynasty in the 65 car, it's 65 versus 67 on track at the moment as they head towards the hairpin. It is still the 62 Reaper online racing car leading the way overall in GT500. He's followed by SSR Motorsports, who are actually a lap down on Reaper Online Racing. So that no pit stop from those guys just yet has helped them a little bit, as Jono's just looking as much as he can under brakes on Ning Dynasty, but unfortunately can't quite get past yet. In third of GT500 is the Russian Roulette racing car, who we just saw had a disconnect. So unfortunately, they will probably fall prey to Scuderia GTMX, who are only a lap behind them. All of GT500 is incredibly spread out. Nope, I'm reading this wrong. So actually second, third and fourth are all on the same lap. So second, third and fourth are all fighting for position if they found each other on track. In fifth at the moment is the Scar Honda, who of course had that penalty just earlier. So a little bit rough at the moment, as Jono is weaving all over the place to get past Ning Dynasty there. They're side by side, but unfortunately Jono just has the line there into that corner as Ning gets a little bit of a slide. And I have to be a team manager again. As Jono and Ning Dynasty are very close to each other. They are bumper to bumper there as they head towards the left-handed hairpin before the official hairpin. Jono's he's doing his absolute best to go around the outside. Can he pull it off? That is a spectacular overtake. It looks like he is able to pull it off. He has the inside line now for the next hairpin, and he was already ahead before they touched the brakes. Jono slides out. They've made contact there. Jono's in the gravel, so he makes that overtake stick, but unfortunately is now in the gravel. So Jono gets the move down, but Ning Dynasty has a little bit of a sniff up the inside as Jono just went ever so sideways through that hairpin. That was not Ning's fault. So no penalties, I would expect. But unfortunately their contact between those two, I don't know if John will be pitting or not. I'll keep an eye on that for you guys. He has decided to stay out, so it was only minor contact. It did look like he got hit directly in the door there, so didn't hit the front right or front left or even the engine. Of course, being a front engine car, it's not mid-engined. So Jono there will in fact be able to continue there, as we have a driver in the pits. That's Tina, I can't pronounce your last name, Ingen. There we go, that's how I'm going to say it. So he's now in the pits there. That shouldn't be for a driver swap. I'd imagine that is just for fuel and carry on. So just having another little quick search now for any other battles. And also, I forgot to mention it, but now on the right officially, the stint picks, well, not stint picks, sorry. The leaderboard on the right is now being updated. So you guys have correct positions. You've got exactly what I've got. If you guys need to know what laps are in between the guys, just shout at me and I'll do my best. But I believe I ran through most of GT500. In last at the moment is the Teamwise racing car, who I believe don't have stint picks at the moment because they're 46 laps down, and I haven't seen them spin 46 times. So I believe they've just got a stint pick issue. Leading the way in GT300 is the ORA racing car, who have actually managed to hold onto the lead after the rather long driver swap they had, but they lead by a really small 7.2 seconds over the 65 Lightning Speed Motorsport car, who we watched just before get into a little bit of an incident with the 67 Race on Oz car. So just 7.2 seconds separating those guys. But in case that wasn't close enough, third place, my team, Endurance Experience, is just 15.6 behind the leader. So 3 cars fighting for the race win at the moment, all separated within 15.6 seconds. So incredibly close between those guys. Fourth place at the moment is Swift Autosport, who are 2 laps behind the front-running pack, or front-running trio, I can say. In fifth at the moment is Dragon Razor Racing, 3 laps down from the leaders. They obviously had a very tough opening stint with Blacko, who was struggling a little bit for grip, to say the least. And in last at the moment is Race On Oz Racing, who are a staggering 31 laps behind. I'm not sure if the computation's been done. I'm not sure if that is done on the fly. I'm not entirely sure in that process. But I believe that might be done after the race, when AJ can finalize absolutely everything. Team-wise racing car is now actually just going past the Race On Oz car. Jono just leaves all the room on the inside. Good job. And no one is impeded. There's actually a bit of a pack forming up in the GT500. I've just noticed behind the Team-wise racing car. That's R. Clark and the Reaper Online racing car, and just behind him is Tim Law, who had that disconnection just earlier. So a little bit of a pack forming there. I'll just have a look at the lap times, unless Reaper Online Racing have just overlapped the cars, and that's why they're close. Nah, they look to be on relatively similar laps. R. Clark, who's now done 119 laps, which is easily the most of anyone else on track at the moment, and more than anyone else did in the previous stints. He's easily done the most. His lap times that last time around were a little bit off, but this GT500 class is still producing stupidly close racing. Obviously, in qualifying, I believe it was the top 4 were separated by 3/4 of a tenth, which is staggering when you consider that's not just 4 teams, that's 8 drivers, all averaged together. That's the average times. So that's just mental lap times there. All the lap times at the moment on track are fairly close. Yeah, it's pretty close. My switch is dying again. Just quickly trying to recover my voice box a little bit. So I've been on the commentary box since the start of the race, so I'm currently 3.5 hours into the whole commentary gig, and that's excluding the pre-race show. So I've been at this for a while, but I've enjoyed every second of it, and how could you not? The racing so far has been incredible, and it's been absolutely phenomenally close. And yeah, you know, we're not even halfway yet. I haven't even started my driving stint. If you guys are wondering, I'll be in at the halfway mark, so I'm still got a little bit of time before I am required in the car. But I am actually next in the car. I'll be taking over from Cody. So just having a brief little look around on the track now, seeing if there's any battles, but unfortunately after the Jono and Ning Dynasty battle got broken up, doesn't look like it. Last lap from Jono was a 53.7 to Ning Dynasty's 55.9. So I'm awful at math from the fly, but I believe that's 2.2 seconds that Jono's now closing in on the car in front.
So Jono definitely beginning to put pressure on Ning Dynasty once again. But still a little bit of a gap in between the two before we can have round 2. It'll be interesting to see if Jono is going to go for a slightly more conservative approach when attacking Ning this time after, it wasn't Ning's fault in that incident in my opinion. Jono definitely looked like he was sideways and turned into the apex accidentally. But Jono don't know this at this point, so he may think that he was taken out. So it might take a slightly more conservative approach, and nope, that's just lag. On my screen, Ning Dynasty got bored and decided to become Ken Block and do a 360. But unfortunately, that was just lag. He's not Ken Block, he's just Ning Dynasty. It's easy to get the Americans confused. Just quickly having a look in the team stint. So I'm just having a little bit of a look there. We do in fact have it's not so much a battle for position, but EOL in the team-wise racing car is now under attack from Clark in the Reaper Online racing car. The Reaper Online racing car, of course, leading at the moment. They've got a little bit of GT300 traffic just in front of them. That's Sinister Plague in the 61 drag racing car. But looks like Clark will be able to slot around the outside. Oh, he's put himself in a bit of a tight position there. Very close there. Doesn't look like there's any damage. Don't even know if there was any contact, but things got very close for comfort there between the Team-wise Racing and the Reaper Online racing car. So those two are just going to continue on a little bit and see how that will go. So now the Reaper Online racing car just trying to attack the Team-wise racing car. Can't quite find a way at the moment. He's doing his best, and hopefully EOL doesn't hold him up too much, of course, with the Reaper Online racing car. Being the race leader at the moment, overall and in class. But EOL certainly standing his ground. And is not giving this up by any means. He doesn't want to be overlapped one more time. And thankfully, I'm not the only one here anymore. So my voice box can give it a little bit of a break. I've been here all the time. But we now have Andrew, who's returning back. How you going, mate?
Afternoon. I'm not too bad.
Not too bad. How was the break?
It was alright. Been following your commentary in the background. I've been doing a really good job. I've been off doing some little jobs and catching up on some Tour de France. Tour de France is all won and everything now, so. Yeah, looks like we've been having a good race the last few hours whilst I've been away. What's what you would say have been the highlights so far?
Changes up, not so much in the lead for GT500, Reaper Online Racing, still down front there, and GT500 as a whole, has a sort of stayed level, not too many changes, but GT300 has really tightened up now, and after the 3-hour mark, the top 3 in class is separated by just 15 seconds, so GT300 very close at the moment. We've had some good scraps. in that class as well. So GT300 might be the class to watch for action at the moment.
Fantastic. So what were we, nearly 4 hours in, almost a third of the way. 15 seconds the gap. Can't ask for much more than that, really. How have, I know when I left last time, Teamwise Racing were doing a different strategy to the rest. How have they continued with that, and if so, how's it played out so far?
They've still stuck with the strategy, it looks like. I did notice before they did a few early pit stops, a bit earlier than scheduled. So they're definitely doing something different to the rest of the field, which, if you don't have the pace, which they do look like they are struggling a little bit this weekend, you may as well throw a different strategy at it and see if it may just, well, win you the race, because you can win via strategy. But at the moment, they're on a very similar field strategy to the Reaper online racing car. But other than that, those two are out of position to the rest of the GT500s. Everyone else is about 3/4 full at the moment, whereas Reaper Online Racing and Teamwise are about 1/4 left.
Okay. So have we had any disconnections that I need to know about? Any people getting a bit unlucky?
Yeah, unfortunately, the second place GT500 car, the 27 Russian Roulette Racing, had Tim Law disconnect. He's now been back for probably 25 or so minutes. But I believe he disconnected halfway through a stint. So that's really tough luck for them. That's really tough luck for those guys, and it'll be interesting to see if they can make that up, but it's a big ask, especially from running second for so long in the race.
Well, still a long way to go. Hopefully those guys will be able to pull some of that deficit back, although it's going to be hard to see them get up into the podium positions unless other folks have similar issues.
Well, in this stage of the race,
Looking in the... Go ahead.
I can just say that we've officially hit midnight here at Motegi. It's officially 12 o'clock on the dot. So drivers still stuck in the night time for a much longer time. But as you said, still a long way to go, and plenty of action more to come.
Fantastic. Do keep your questions coming in on the YouTube chat, guys, and if you've just joined us and want to know what's the best way to follow the race, obviously we've got the stream here that you'll be watching, no doubt. There's also a few Twitter accounts that you can follow for all the latest news and tidbits about the series. At GTPlanet News is your #1 source for everything GTPlanet related. Not just the endurance series, but everything that the website does. GTP_AJ is your series promoter. He's a good account to follow, and he's busy working up in race control at the moment, making sure that everything's run to plan, run to the rule book, and updating these standings as we go along. Are we awaiting any stint picks from teams recently? Is anyone out of place on the standings but not in reality?
No, I believe we're all up to date. In the Hour 3 update, which was recently posted, it did say Teamwise Racing were in last place, 46 laps down, but on the right of screen, that's now been resurrected and has now been fixed.
Good. That's good for me coming in at a kind of a third of the way through, having been sort of following the race, but not fully following the race. So, trying to think of any other questions that I need to ask. Don't think so.
Hang on, just quickly, as Clark and the Reaper Online Racing car finally gets out of the pits after 125 laps. So, a crazy stint from him. Huge round of applause to him for that stint, as he's been in since the start of the race. But he's now getting out of the car, and GTP Kane will be getting into that car. As soon as he joins, I'll be getting out to make way for you. And
so that's almost
we can
3
have a
hours
look.
and 40 minutes that he's done in that machine.
Yep,
I imagine
very
they'll
long
have-
time.
But if he tried to do another stint, excuse me, it'll have gone over his 4 hours driving time limit. So yeah, looking like they're going with a really aggressive strategy. And the driver stints there, running pretty much as flat out as they can, because I know earlier they were running very, very quickly, but also saying that, taking care of their tyres reasonably well. Pretty much only Team Wise Racing were doing a better job at keeping tyres in check, and we all know that they're definitely running to a slightly slower pace, whether that's through choice or not. But yeah, cracking stint there from R. Clark. Wouldn't expect anything less from him.
Of course, that team has a really crazy lineup. They have a silver. Sorry, I'm reading the wrong list. So their weakest driver is a gold.
Oh wow!
So if your weakest driver is a gold, then you're doing something. You're doing something okay. So now GTP Kane has got in the car. He's of course a platinum driver. So we can only expect he'll take off from where R. Clark left him with the car.
Absolutely. So looking through I'm in the lobby now, looking through the names. A few familiar names in there. EOL I can see is out on track. Big welcome to Brutaka_GT. I know this is his first appearance in the GTPlanet Endurance Series, rated as a rookie driver here today. Great to see new faces and old faces in the GTPlanet Endurance Series. If you are watching and you do want to get involved and you're wondering how do I do that, best way, head over to the forum, the sub-forum for the Endurance Series on the GTPlanet website. There you'll find AJ and everybody and all the people who organise the series, and all the teams as well. Teams looking out for new drivers and looking out for people who want to take part and get more involved. So if that sounds like your cup of tea, do get across to the website. Okay, in the lobby now. Let's do my standard kind of rundown of the times at the moment. I will state these won't be, or these might be the fastest laps of the race. I don't know at the moment, because on my screen at least, there'll be the laps which the drivers have been doing whilst I've been in the lobby for all of about 30 seconds. Straight away though, TNR Zygon, I can see he's doing some really quick lap times, a 1:44.804 that last time around. I think that's quicker than anything I saw earlier in the first hour of the race. Tim Lord with a 1:46.6, EOL also in the mid 46s, as well as Alpha Vanti. And do you know what? Let's make it a quintet? Yeah, a quintet of GT500 cars. GT255 is also in the 46s. In GT300, saw earlier some very fast lap times being done by some of the Subaru BRZs. At the moment, it's N64 the Stig, who has just finished a 55.5, fastest in recent times of 55.3. Everybody else kind of in the 54s and 55s. And we're waiting for GTP Kane to finish his current lap and see what kind of pace he has. But as a Platinum driver, you can expect it's going to be pretty damn quick. Looking out to see what battles we've got on track at the moment. TNR Zygon is up behind Choco Chip. Just wait for my screen to actually show me some cars, and I'll tell you what they're racing in. So Choco Chip in the number 64, that's one of the GT300s, and TNR Zygon in one of the GT500s. On the screen at the moment for you guys, you've got the number 67. which is the race on Oz Racing, who were running really well earlier. Mustafa setting some fantastic laps early on. I believe they had a disconnection themselves as well, just shortly after I left you guys 3 or so hours ago. But good to see them still out there and running well. $8 and 12 minutes to go then. You're watching round 14 of the GTPlanet Endurance Series here from Motegi. It's the 12 hours of Motegi. And thank you for joining us. Thank you for your continued support of the series throughout this season. It's been a fantastic season to be involved with so far. My name's Andrew Mather. I'll be with you for the next 3 hours or so, keeping an eye on the lap times and the progress of all the teams here in the race today. So if you've got a particular team that you're supporting, do mention them in the YouTube chat. I'll try and keep an eye on that as well. At the moment I'm kind of doing 3 or 4 things at once here, watching the stream, watching the timing board, and watching your comments as well. I'm a man, it's hard to do, I can't multitask. Few driver changes I can see going on at the moment. Although actually no, I think that's for our broadcast. There's a bit of a change going on there, apologies. So still on screen is the number 67 car. I do like this BRZ in that colour scheme. Very nice shade of orange. Back to one of the stars of cycling through the GT500 cars at the moment. Here's the Scar Honda racing machine, the number 21. They've had a really solid season so far. Some good results for them. Good to see them racing again, as they're taking on and going round the outside and putting a lap on one of the Subarus. That's the one that isn't McLaren orange, that's the Swift Autosport number 68. At the wheel of the Scar Honda racing machine at the moment, it's GC255, who's currently in the mid 46s and low 47s for his lap time, so keeping a steady pace. And we did say earlier before the start of the race that with the top cars, or the top drivers I should say, in their respective cars so close together, it is going to be down to drivers like GC255, those second and third drivers who maybe don't have as much pace as their team leaders. They'll actually be the ones that will win their respective teams the race if they do well enough by keeping the car quick and on track. Pit stop, bit of pit action. EOL is into the pits. I believe, yes, this is the Teamwise racing car, which has been doing its very, very long stints. Not quite a full tank of fuel there for EOL in the Lexus, so maybe a slight change of the strategy. Or maybe they're optimising to still be having just enough fuel to literally get them back into the pits at the end of each stint. Why fill the tank to a full tank of fuel when you're not going to use it? Choco Choco Chip 5 is into the pits as well, I can see. This is one of the GT300 cars. It's the Mazda RX-7 of the Endurance Experience team. So this is the kind of the commentary box special car, because we've had Bo, or in fact Bo is going to be getting into the car shortly I believe, and GTP Famine also racing in this car today. And it's been well, from what I've seen, a very, very good performance from the RX-7 so far. I remember we watched Seth earlier, who even though he had a bit of a dodgy start, not through his own fault, he had some really good pace. Some really good pace in this Mazda. Just looking to see if there's any battles at the moment. A couple of the GT300s quite close together. G Villeneuve 13 and Ning Dynasty coming through the first sector of the track at the moment. They're being lapped by one of the GT500s. I believe that's the GT Max Scuderia, the Mexican GT500. Yes, it is. It's on your screen at the moment, actually, as I glance back to the stream. So far, looks like the traffic's being dealt with fairly comfortably, even with these tricky night conditions. There's good parts of this track which aren't lit at all, in fact, so quite a challenge for the drivers to keep the wits about them, especially those GT300 cars. They don't want a GT500 ploughing into the back of them if they can help it. And as we've said before, the GT500 cars are fairly spread out at the moment. TNR Zygon continues to lap at a very quick pace. Very, very impressive from Zygon. A 1:45.061 last time around. That's 2/10 within the fastest lap he's done in the last 20 minutes or so. This car, of course, had a bit of a shaky start, had to start from the pit lane after an infringement with their drivers. I think they changed their starting driver, so unfortunately they had to go to the back of the grid, but they've pulled back well. Tanky1 did some really good lap times earlier when I was last in the comms box, and it looks like TNR Zygon has continued that good work. The number 20, of course this is number 28, currently scored as second on the road. So great progress from them. Thank you very much to Rono Thomas. Clarkey has a fastest lap of 1:44.657. Is that the quickest of the GT500s? Well, it's going to be very far up the order, because I know from the first hour we didn't see any 44s, and a 44.6 is a damn quick time. So yeah, I'd put my head on the line and say, yeah, that's probably the fastest lap that we've seen so far. And if it's not, it's one definitely to be very proud of. So Bo's going to step away from the mic, or he has stepped away from the mic. Big thanks to him. He's done a 4-hour stint. What an absolute trooper. Penalty for the number 67. Recovery time, pit at the end of this lap, and hold in the box. So that is the race on Oz. The yellowy orange Subaru BRZ. Couple of cars in the pits as well. N64, the Stig, brings into the pits. In fact, yes, that's the BRZ coming into the pits for its penalty. And G Villeneuve 13 is in as well. This looks like a standard pit stop. It's got some fairly worn tyres on there. Car still being filled with fuel. No real dramas there. In fact, he's getting out of the car. So driver change there for the number 67. The number 68, sorry, getting my 67 and 68s mixed up. So still on screen at the moment, you've got your GTMX, the Mexican car, currently scored as 4th in GT500. WTF man jumps into the car in place of G Villeneuve 13. Into the pits comes the Mexican Lexus. N64, the stick you can see still in the pits as well. That's quite a long penalty being handed out to that car, and it's not going exactly how that machine would want things to go at the moment. Unfortunate for them. Weather's still holding very well. We've not seen any rain at all here at Motegi, which is good news for all the drivers, especially in these dark conditions. It's a little message that I've just got from AJ. So 15 minutes past midnight race on Oz Racing. 3-minute penalty, I think, if I'm reading that correctly, for rejoining the track before disconnection recovery time has elapsed. So that's the penalty that they've received. Good laps being turned by GTP Kane, who has recently joined the lobby. This is the driver of the blue Honda that R. Clark 83 has handed over to him. If you've just joined us, brilliant stint from R. Clark 83, who led from pole and ran very, very quickly throughout his stint. He's now handed over to GTP Kane, and he's starting to get up to some real proper speed at 1:45.537, his fastest lap so far around the twin ring. Also doing fairly fast laps at the moment in GT300, Choco Chip 5 into the high 153s, and he's joined by Ning Dynasty as well, who's continuing to do fast lap times. On your screen at the moment, you've got a good little battle here in GT300 as the number 64 is trying to go up the inside of the 67. This is the Endurance Experience team with Choco Chip at the wheel, and it won't be the 67, it'll be the 61, the red Lexus IS350, the Dragon Razor Racing team, who had a bit of a shaky start to this race, but seems to be running well at the moment. Here is your fastest car out on track at the moment. It is the number 28 of SSR Motorsports, the Nissan GTR GT500, one of two GTRs in this race, the other one being the Russian Roulette Racing team, looking to get past some laps traffic here. That's the 62 Aura Racing team car that he's just got past. Clean move there, all parties doing it just as they should. On board going through the S-curve with, I believe it's the Reaper Online Racing number 22, this Honda HSV. Up ahead of him, in fact, is that the Nissan up ahead of him? Got potentially a little bit of a battle here in GT500. Not quite sure if it's for position or not. Just seen a very interesting message from Fam, and I hope this doesn't cause too many problems. Apparently there is a lorry out on the track at Spa in the 24 hours when it shouldn't be. I've got images of the Korean Grand Prix from a couple of years back, and that fire truck came out to attend to Mark Webber. Still on board here with the Reaper Online Racing team, flashing the lights up ahead at the number 67. That's the Race on Oz Subaru, who keeps out of the way in accordance with the rules. And I'm just going to have a little look on the lobby to try and work out who this car is up ahead in the dark. It is. It's the number 27. It's the number 27 of Russian Roulette Racing. So I was right in that it was a Nissan. It was just the wrong Nissan. And closing in now on Tim Law. It's Tim Law at the wheel. GTP Kane trying to look round the outside. Oh, almost a little bit of contact there between GTP Kane and Tim Law. And Kane, is he up the inside? No, not through there as they come through the final chicane. There's the other Nissan straight behind them that's going to get involved as well. That's the fastest car on the track at the moment, driven by TNR Saigan, and a fantastic little battle here between three of the top teams in this race. GTP Kane struggling to get past Tim Law at the moment. Tim Law holding that position very well. Smoke being kicked up by, I think, one of the GT300s. It's Sinister Plague, who's almost got in the way. And the two leaders get through. GTP Kane's up the inside of Tim Law. He's onto the grass. Little bit of contact, and TNR Zygon's now sniffing around to get both of these guys. Absolutely enthralling stuff here at Twin Ring Motegi. Zygon will be keen to get past these two. Oh, hello.
Hello, sorry there. I thought I'd interrupt. I like interrupting. It's my favourite pastime.
Oh, it's okay.
How are you doing, Andrew? You well?
I'm really, really good. Just enjoying this fantastic GT500 battle.
Cracking. Good. Right, sorry, I'm just adjusting my microphone level so you can actually hear me a bit better now. Looks to have been some good racing. So what have I missed? I've been away for about an hour or so just getting some food, and there's a trifle late bag. Sorry, the long pan 24 hours caught me being a bit distracted, and there's a recovery vehicle coming on circuit at the moment as well, because the safety car's out, which is a bit concerning. But so how have things changed? Last time I saw it, Reaper Online Racing were leading the way, and is that still the case?
Yeah, they're still in the lead from the looks of things, although they're under pressure here at the moment. They're right in the middle of this sandwich, this Nissan sandwich between Russian Roulette Racing and SSR Motorsports, and potentially this is for the lead, because of course the number 28, the red Nissan, is scored second on the road at the moment. TNR Zygon now at the wheel, and he's been turning some very, very fast laps in the last 20 minutes whilst I've been back in the lobby. But GTP Kane similarly has been doing some great running. He's recently hopped into that car. He's been handed the car from our Clark 83, who you'll remember started the race on pole. Did a 3 hours and 40 minute stint, and has now handed the car over to GTP Kane.
Sure, right, okay.
Yeah, so that's what's happened there.
That's the bones of it.
There's been a couple of penalties for folks. The number 67, the orange Subaru, the Australian Subaru, has fallen away from the lead of GT300 for disconnections and issues and penalties and such. Which is a shame to see, but they're still doing some fairly good pace, so maybe they'll come back into it later on.
Yeah, indeed. Nice to see, actually, the number 25 Team-Wise racing car that are back up there, which is good to see. Because the last time I saw it, they were languishing all the way down in 10th position. Disconnection earlier on really put pay to their race. It was just how they were so out of position. But it's good to see they've made up the time that they had lost now, and are running a relatively competitive race. Still the battle ensuing onwards between these GT500 cars at the moment, comprising of the Russian Roulette Racing Nissan, the Honda HSV of the number 22, of course, of Reaper Online Racing, and also SSR Motorsports as well, number 28, all interlocked in the battle. I don't believe that... it is in fact 4th position, my apologies. So this is very interesting indeed. So this is for a net lead of the race, is it not?
I think so. We know they're very close together on track, and I think GTP Kane and Zygon have now both got past Tim Law in the black Nissan. I can see live in the lobby at least. It could probably come up on your stream in a couple of seconds. There it is. GTP Kane just going past.
Yep. So good news there. Number 17, by the way, just leading from this. Group, number 17, of course, not number 17, it's number 22, really. Number 17 on the side of the car, incorrectly numbered car, essentially. It's due to a limitation in the game, of course, completely out of the team in question's hands. But Interesting to see how things are progressing. SSR Motorsports getting very close behind the Reaper Online Racing Car. Reaper Online Racing Car going a bit wide through that left-hander there, and that is going to allow the Nissan to become side-by-side, looking towards the outside and towards the right-hander. Will he be able to get the move done and dusted? He's trying around there, is the SSR Motorsports number 28. No way through there. The Honda HSV shuts the door very firmly and allows the Nissan to close up behind them as well, of course, the Nissan of Russian Roulette Racing. So these guys interlocked in a battle and some great driving between them as well. Nissan versus Honda at the moment in towards the right-hander. No way through there for the SSR Motorsports Nissan at the moment, and he'll have to wait for another opportunity to overtake. My apologies, by the way, for my limited commentary. My stream seems to be wanting to break up every now and then, which is quite disconcerting, really, because every time you want to commentate on something, it freezes. Now, coming in towards the hairpin, towards the downhill straight, is this going to be an opportunity for the Nissan? Is it going to be an opportunity for the Russian Roulette Racing Nissan? That could be very, very interesting to see how things progress. Needless to say, the Honda, though, has got some great straight line speed. And is he off there? I thought he might have got off the circuit. He has.
I was going to say, it looks very, very weird, and we know you can have weird offs which aren't actually offs because of lag or something, but Kane completely off the road there into the gravel trap. He's coming into the pits now, and Zygon's in as well. Can't see any damage on either of these cars, but that was a very, very strange one.
I saw that. It looked like it snapped, but I mean, the only thing I could say that I've seen similar that snapped under braking and overtake this year that I've seen that's similar was Maldonado on Verstappen in Austria not so long ago. And I thought that, well, when Maldonado nearly lost it, switching back, and that's almost similar to what he did there. But it was very, very strange that the back end of the car just absolutely broke away. Totally, they lost control. I don't think he quite clipped the barrier as hard as we initially thought, at least. But nonetheless, that is going to put some serious dampeners on this race for the SSR Motorsports team, and really going to put pay to their race at the moment. They've got a bit of time to make up now. They're down, going to be languishing in best at third, in third position. So it's going to be an interesting race here on Infra. These guys.
Just to update you on. Sorry, Tom. Just to update you on that. Both cars, the Russian Roulette and TNR Zygon have both been in the pits, and it was great work from the Reaper Online Racing team. Reaper Online Racing with GTPK, and have managed to jump straight back in front of TNR Zygon with a fantastic pit stop. So it's hard to keep track of, really, with the stream being a little bit laggy at the moment. But yeah, great work from not TNR Zygon. He's dropped now behind Kane. But yeah, great work from Reaper Online Racing to retake that position.
Yeah, certainly so. Very interesting. On board at the moment with the SSR Motorsports Nissan GTR number 28, who is chasing down the Honda just ahead of them at the moment. The Honda HSV 010, number 22, Reaper Online Racing leading the way. So it's 22 leading 28 from 27 at the moment. 27, of course, went into the pit lane not so long ago. So yeah, interesting to see how things are indeed progressing so far. I really wish my stream would stop freezing up. If we could get it in a lower quality, that'd be superb, because my internet is a bit naff here. I'd love a wide connection, but unfortunately I don't have a 300-meter long cable, so it's a little bit difficult to manage that. Blue flag, by the way, for number 67. Of course, number 67 is the Rate on Oz racing team, the networked Subaru BRZ outfit.
Alpha Vanti doing some fairly good times at the moment. His fastest in recent history. A 1:46.443, so continued good work for the GTMX Scuderia team in that Lexus. N64 the Stig doing some very, very good times in GT300. 1:52.9 last time around. So that's the driver of the orange Subaru BRZ, the Australian Race on Oz squad.
Yes, indeed. Still watching on board with the SSR Motorsports Nissan, trying to chase down the Honda, getting very close in towards the braking zone there was the Nissan. No way through for him at the moment, I don't think. No, indeed not. Through the right-hander they go, and out of it now in towards another left-hander, towards the right-hand side of the track. Still no way through for the number 28 at the moment. It does look to be a matter of time, though, because it looks to have a serious pace advantage. Not entirely sure as he flashes the lights, goes towards the outside in towards the hairpin. Is he going to be able to get the traction? Will he try and get the undercut? He tries to, does the SSR Motorsports driver, but no way through there. This is where we saw the incident happening just a couple of laps ago, side by side now, coming in towards the braking zone. Will he be able to get the move done and dusted? Once again, my stream freezes up, I'm afraid to say, and we cut towards an external shot, and indeed, SSR Motorsports gets ahead of the Reaper Online Racing number 22. So it is Nissan now leading from Honda.
Yeah, I don't think you could get any closer than that. I think Zygon actually rubbed the rear right quarter panel of Kane's Honda there. They've also jumped Tim Law. They've done a bit of an undercut on Tim Law, who's been into the pits in his Nissan and come back out again, probably a good 5 seconds behind this pair.
Yes, quite. So 7 hours, 47 minutes remaining here at the GTPlanet Endurance Series Japan 12 hours. Doesn't look like that Honda, though, is going to let things go lying down. Will he be able to launch a move back up? Will the Reaper Online Racing car, blue flag for the number 61, by the way, just while that happens, looking towards the braking zone there for the Honda. Oh, very, very close between these guys at the moment. Don't know whether he's able to get ahead. No, he is not. So looking towards the outside, in towards the right-hander. And now a bit of traffic coming into play now as well. That's the Mazda RX-7 of the Japan Run team. That, of course, is the Endurance Experience number 64 outfit that was in the way there. Or not getting in the way, just getting out of the way, rather, I should say. Lucky to see that he didn't get in the way, because that would have meant probably some kind of infringement, I'd imagine. It's obviously got to be aware of the traffic going around. When you're in a slower car, such as a GT300 versus GT500, it's pretty essential to realise that you're going to have to be getting out of the way a lot during the race, I'm afraid to say. But SSR Motorsports still managing to gap the Honda just behind them at the moment, a little bit further than it was a few corners ago. So that's very interesting to see how things are progressing regarding that. I'd say there's a good 5 or 6 car lengths between those two cars now. So it's going to have to be something special from the Honda of Reaper Online Racing to be able to get back ahead of the Nissan of SSR Motorsports at the moment. But there's plenty of time left in this race. 7 hours, 45 minutes remaining currently. And it will be interesting to see how that does indeed progress onwards.
Yeah, I was just going to say that with the 61, he dealt with that quite well, because that's one of those awful moments where you've got two much faster cars behind you having their own squabble, and they aren't really bothered about your race at all, and can sometimes be a little bit boisterous, but he did well to keep out of the way of two leaders and not cause any incidents. As to whether GTP Kane can get on the back of Zygon and maybe go for an overtake, I'm just not sure he can at the moment, because he just does not seem to have the same pace as that Nissan. On sheer pace, there is a good 6/10 gap between their fastest laps, and last time around TNR Zygon pulled out a full second over the Honda. But as you say, a long way to go in this race, and by trying to push things too early, you can make a real mess of things for your race in the long run. So I think GTP Kane is still in the early throes of his stint. He's done 18 laps so far, as opposed to Zygon, who's been out there for 52. So who's to say that GTP Kane in 30 laps or so won't be as quick as Zygon as he finds his way around this racetrack?
Well, quite all it is, or rather, I should say, quite. It is indeed all to play for. So, yeah, very interesting to see how things are indeed going on. I'd love to have a look at some GT300 battles, whether there are indeed any on track at the moment. Still trying to get my stream sorted so I can get more than 2 seconds of continuous picture before it breaks up. It's a bit of a pain in the backside, as I'm sure you can imagine this is. But hey, what are you going to do? It's just how it rolls sometimes. We'd love to hear your questions, by the way. If there's anything you'd like to ask us on the YouTube chat, do feel free to let us know. You can send us a question on the right-hand side of your screen, obviously with the chat. If you don't fancy doing that, you fancy tweeting us instead, you can tweet at GTPlanet News. You can also tweet any one of us up here in the comms box, or the series director as well. You can tweet AJ, who is our series director, at GTP_AJ. You can tweet Famine, of course, otherwise known as Andrew Evans. He will be racing in this 12-hour event later on. And tweet him at GTP_Famine. You can also tweet Andrew as well, I believe. Andrew, you're on Twitter somewhere around there. What's your handle?
Andrew the Blade, all one word, no underscores. Just Andrew the Blade, nice and simple like that.
There we are. You see, you can't get that mixed up. And you can also tweet myself as well at Tom Brooks F1. Brooks spelled BROOKS. So if you fancy sending us a tweet, let us know. Something like that. Anything you want to ask us, by the way, of course, do feel free to let us know, whether it's related to the racing, whether it's related to GTPlanet, or indeed whether it's related to something along the lines of one of us as well. Maybe you want to know about some of our other commentary exploits. We're more than happy to answer anything about it. Of course, it's a bit of a public forum for you guys to get to know us as well. So anything you'd like to ask, by the way, do feel free. You are more than welcome to ask them, of course. Anyway, let's have a look, shall we? 7 hours 42 minutes remaining of the race so far. Currently looking at the Lexus IS 300 there. That's the number 62 outfit, the other French run outfit, I believe. It is the ORA racing team, who are currently sitting second in class, at least according to this caption on the right hand side of the screen. So not a bad run from them. A battle ensuing onwards between the number 61 and the number 62. I don't believe that's for position, number 61 having had earlier problems, but nonetheless that could shape up to be an interesting little battle, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, great performance here. I've just been watching this battle for the last couple of minutes from the new face to the series today. Brutaka GT's just closed in on Sinister Plague and pulled off a really clean move to get that number 62 past its sister car, the number 61. Doing some really, really good lap times as well. His fastest time is down in the 53s. And running around in the mid-55s at the moment. So for a newcomer to the series, really good job here from Brutaka. It's good to see.
Yeah, quite indeed. Right, so let's have a look and see how things will go on. I've just had a reset of my stream to see if that makes any difference. Indeed, it has not. So it does just prove I'm using rubbish internet. Blue flag, by the way, for the number 68. Of course, number 68 is the Swift Auto Sport car, of course, the Subaru BRZ GT300 with, of course, their foray of 4 drivers: Blue Zephos, Gilles Villeneuve 13, rather, not the Gilles Villeneuve, of course, WTF Man, and Z-Play as well, Z-Play 24. So, interesting variety of nationalities. 2 Australians, 1 Dutch, and 1 American in the field. Meanwhile, this battle still ensuing onwards between the number 61 and the 62. 61 looking toward the outside, towards the right-hander. That's going to put him on the outside line, though, in towards this left. And number 62 does indeed remain ahead. This, of course, is not a battle for position. And number 61 is able to unlap himself, then, ahead of the number 62. So there we go. Very, very good overtake there from the number 61 from number 62. Number 62, though, fighting things back, perfectly entitled to do so. Meanwhile, look at this. What a great battle in the GT500 class between the Lexus SC430 there, the Scar Honda Racing 21. The Lexus, of course, being the Team Wise racing car. And I think that also is Reaper Online Racing closed up as well. So that's very interesting to see how things are progressing. Scar Honda, of course, are sitting all the way down in 5th position in class, unfortunately. We've also got Team Wise Racing, who are just behind them. So that is a battle for position between Team Wise Racing and the Scar Honda team, I do indeed believe. In towards the right-hander, look at that. It is the Team Wise Racing car looking up the inside. Will he be able to get the move done? Yes, he will. So great overtake there from the Lexus on the Honda. How long for, though? Will the Honda be able to fight back? We know he's got some good straight line speed coming down the hill in towards the 90-degree corner. He looks a little bit up the inside, does that Honda, but no way through there for the number 21 at the moment. Has to think about things another day. And also, of course, they've got a bit of traffic in the forms of, not traffic rather, cars trying to get ahead. So the car, of course, being the Reaper Online Racing number 22, that'll be traffic ahead of him. These guys interlocked in a battle will certainly make things very, very interesting. Of course, it's difficult when you're interlocked in your own battle, but you've got a faster driver past. Of course, just ask the Caterhams and Marussias of last year. They probably had a similar issue there. So very, very interesting to see how things are indeed progressing onwards, but nonetheless, a great battle for position between number 21 and number 25 at the moment. Number 25, Team Wise Racing, up into 5th place in class.
Yeah, really great work from both drivers there. There was one moment when they came round the top hairpin onto the pit straight that we're not using today, but we did use it for forming the start of the race. And the 21 could easily have just run the 25 out wide and nerfed him off the road. Both drivers gave each other a good amount of space a sufficient amount of space for them both to carry on. There's a yellow flag out in sector 3. I'm trying to see who it might be. I can't see anyone off the road at the moment.
You can see that on the catch at the top of the screen now as well, so hopefully we'll get a visual on that. Might be a car just travelling very slowly, of course, so maybe something to catch one of them out. Maybe a bit of a larger incident to the blonde pan that's on at the moment. I won't tell you exactly what's happening, but there were some barrier repairs ongoing just a few moments ago, and that led the safety car to be out for about 20 or so minutes, and really shook things up only an hour into the race. So
yeah, I think the yellow flag might have been something to do with Brutaka GT. It might have been that cross Lexus GT300 battle, because Brutaka's in the pits and he's got damage on the rear left. And actually no, there's bigger problems for GT255 on the pit straight. He's got engine damage. This is the 21 that we've just been talking about, and it's
blimey! I was going to say there's cars coming back on. That was a very, very difficult place to come back onto the circuit, and he was very lucky not to get collected there by the other Honda of Reaper Online Racing. That could have been a very large impact there, and by the skin of his teeth, the Scar Honda racing car just avoided impact there.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll see it on my YouTube stream, which is of course a little bit behind. I'm looking at it live at the circuit, but from what I could see on the mini-map at least, it looked a bit frantic and not the best of places to spin off. GC255 now crawling back around. He's pretty much got to do a full lap here. And now, I can see it now on the YouTube stream. That's a big impact into the wall on the left-hand side. Pretty similar to what Sergio Perez did yesterday in the F1 practice. And yeah, very lucky there to not collect another car as he came back across the track, across the full width of the track towards the pit wall. And he's now got to do a full lap at about 75, 80 miles an hour because his engine at the moment is, pretty much toast. And he's being lapped even by some of the GT300 cars at the moment.
Quite indeed. Someone's asked for a gap check between the number 28 and number 22 cars. Number 28, of course, is SSR Motorsports. Number 22 is Reaper Online Racing. Can you fill us in a bit more with that one, Andrew?
I will give you a very accurately timed in my head by counting from 1, 2, 3 upwards in about 10 seconds when they cross the next sector line. So I'll get back to you on that one.
Okie doke, no worries. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, still looking at that Scar Honda that suffered a bit of incident not so long ago. Still carrying on with things very, very nicely. Nonetheless, though, we've got to put a bit of a hindrance on their race so far. Green flag now out. There was a yellow flag on screen not so long ago. And let's just have a look and see whether we can find out what that incident was not so far into the future, rather. I should say green flag around the whole of the track now, which is good news.
Yeah, I think it's GC255 making his way back to the pits, which he has now done. The gap between the two cars at the front of the field, I reckon, is about 4.5 seconds.
Right, I see. So 7 hours and 35 minutes remaining here of the GTPlanet Endurance Series, 12 hours of Japan. On board now with the number 27 Russian Roulette Racing Nissan GTR. Coming through the left-hander, and a very, very nice job there from the British run outfit, rather, the American drivers in the car at the moment, coming down the hill in towards the hairpin, and doing a very, very nice job for the Nissan GTR GT500 class. Plenty of action, of course, to come in GT500 and GT3s as well. So lots and lots of action to come here at the Twin Ring Motegi.
45 seconds or thereabouts is what GC255 lost on that slow lap crawling back to the pits. Of course, I don't think that includes the pit stop itself, so when we see him come around next time, I reckon he's lost probably at least a minute, maybe towards a minute 30 with that crash on the pit straight. So not good news at all for the Scar Honda racing team. But as we've said before, still a very long way to go in this one. We're not even halfway yet, and plenty of time to get it back. Also looking at who is going particularly quickly at the moment. Tino Zeigen still at the front of the field. Pace has slipped slightly but when I say that, it's still in the low 1 minute 45, so 1 minute 45.315 last time round. And GTP Kane is just about matching that at the moment, the 1:45.4 for him last time around. Tim Law's just set his fastest lap of the, I won't say of the race, because it's of the last 47 minutes whilst I've been in the lobby, 1:45.918. EOL in the team-wise racing, Tom's SC430 Petronas Lexus, still running this strategy of keeping to a very measured pace. 1:46.2 last time around, so they're still doing that strategy that keeps the tyres in check, and they just keep running the fuel down. In the long run, you never know, it might grab them a podium, because they were early in the race in the lead for quite a while, because they were able to take their tyres a good 6 or 7 laps further than anybody else. Alfa Vanti in the low 47s at the minute, and GC255 has come back around. Oh no, he didn't lose as much time as I thought he would, a 1 minute 50 on that last lap, so that probably means he lost about 50 seconds with that incident. Into GT300, some very quick lap times being turned by N64 the Stig on a 1:53.1 last time around. Ning Dynasty with a 53.4. Sinister Plague is just pitted. He's done a lot of laps in this stint. I think this is his 4th trip to the pits whilst he's been out there. 70 laps completed by him at the moment, and he's been recently running in the mid 1:55s. Everybody else, 1:54 mids for Choco Choco Chip and WTF Man, and our newcomer Brutaka is in the low 55s as well. A little rundown of the... Yeah, go for it, Tom.
No, sorry, no, go ahead. If you're going to give us a rundown, please do, feel free.
Yeah, I was going to give us a rundown of the scoring in case you're just listening to the commentary, not actually watching on the video as I was doing earlier. So this was at the last hourly update. It's the number 22, which is the Reaper Online Racing Honda HSV, who was leading. I was going to say, because we know that the 28 SSR Motorsports Nissan GTR has now taken the lead. So it's the 28 from the 22, the 27, which is the Russian Roulette Racing Nissan, we reckon just over a lap down, or it was being lapped not too long ago. E-Scuderia GTMX has scored as 4th at the moment, ahead of Scar Honda Racing in 5th, but they've possibly just lost that position to 25. Go ahead, Tom, what was the all about?
7.5 hours remaining of the race here, and there's a great battle ensuing onwards between the number 64 Endurance Series Experience and, of course, the number 61 as well. Some great racing going on between this. Look at this, very, very close battles on track at the moment, and some great racing as well. They're almost touching bumpers coming through the left hand and out as well. Will they be able to get ahead? The Endurance Experience guys, of course, with Andrew Evans behind the wheel, I do indeed believe. The Japanese run outfit coming down in towards the hairpin. He's looking at the inside. I think he has indeed now got the place. Number 61 gets ahead of the team they were trying to get ahead of just a few moments ago. So a great bit of driving there from the Lexus ISF team. Some cracking racing with 7.5 hours left to go here at the Japan 12 hours of the Twin Ring Motegi.
Yeah, it looked a very interesting move there. I was just going to see, was the white car loaded a bit? Just watching back on the stream, because I was looking at the 62 Brutaka GT. Looked like he got loaded a little bit on it. That's a bit of a karting term. No, he just lost it. He lost it himself. Just lost it himself. He got too harsh on the brakes. Lost the back end and ended up in the gravel trap. So, yeah, from the angle I initially looked at it, pointing straight up the racetrack, it looked like Sinister Plague had got into the back of Brutaka, but no, Brutaka was just too late on the brakes, locked the rear axle, and sent himself into the kitty litter. Not sure if we've lost Tom again, but still, as you were, looking at the leaders.
Sorry, I am still here. My
Yep.
sincerest apologies. I was trying to do something clever then, and it didn't work, and it cut me off, the damn thing. So that went really well. I was trying to do something clever, and it didn't work. Needless to say, still things are indeed ongoing. Like I say, if there is a question you'd like to ask us, by the way, the YouTube, whether it's GT, whether it is indeed it's on the YouTube chat at the moment.
I'm not sure if we've lost Tom or not. Oh, no, you're back. And he's gone again.
What's happening there? Something can you repeat it? There's Scuderia GTMX fairly close in front as well. That's number 28 then versus the Mexican run outfit. So that'll be interesting to see how things do indeed carry on with that. Going through the left-hander, switching up to the right-hand side of the track. First left, then the second left, and then in towards the right-hand side and coming on towards the main straight now. The Nissan. They're heading ever closer in towards the braking zone. Is a good opportunity, but he's far too far behind. Far too far. He's way too far behind, I should have said, to get past there. The position update as well. We've got a broken commentary box I do indeed apologise about as well. So, I'm not entirely sure what's happening regarding that. Maybe someone else can hear us and...
I can hear you now.
Can you guys hear? You can hear us now. Hey,
Yes.
they were back.
Yes.
That's good. What happened?
I don't know. You went very broken and then sounded like you were speaking from the 1980s, but it seems all okay now.
It was probably my reliable internet.
I reckon it's a combination of both our reliable internets, but there we go. Live, it just proves that we're live.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Really, you've got to know that you're live to have a few cock-ups every now and then. Meanwhile, just having a look at this, number 28 trying to get ahead of number 24. Are you seeing this on screen at the moment? SSR Motorsports versus a Scuderia GTMX, currently on circuit and going through the left-hander, trying to get ahead is the SSR Motorsports, really on the charge. This isn't for position, number 28, who is now leading the race, but nonetheless proving to be a bit of an interesting battle. Meanwhile, blue flags for number 64 and number 67, both in the GT300 class at the moment. Coming down the back straight then is the 28 trying to get ahead still of the 24. Are you getting a better shot of this externally because we're currently on board?
Yeah, you'll probably see it on the stream in a couple of seconds. The number 28 and the 24 trading paint on their doors almost, or it looked very, very close from my external angle. But this must be playing on the mind of TNR Zygon because, of course, as we said, this isn't for position. But Alpha Vanti's found a bit of pace from somewhere and is really giving TNR Zygon a few issues at the moment. But it looks like they've got away with it for now.
Which is always some positive news on that front. So, number 28 still on board with those guys at the moment. I do indeed believe that they're having a pretty good race. Well, they are indeed having a pretty good race. I was going to say I do believe that a certain driver's driving, but I don't want to hazard a guess because I got that wrong not so long ago, as you can imagine. Anyway, someone's gone off in the foreground. That's a Subaru BRZ. I think that might be the Race on Oz racing team. Indeed, it was. It was the Subaru BRZ number 67. A bit of an incident there, got back onto the circuit with minimal disruption to the running order. That must have been a bit of a fright for the number 28. I don't know if you caught a better view of that one there, Andrew, but nonetheless, that looked to be pretty scary from the on-board view. I'd have certainly been a bit tense in the car after that.
No, unfortunately, I was looking at the timer screen at the time, but I'll have a look at it on the YouTube stream
in a moment if it's not passed already. But yeah, it's getting to that stage, isn't it? Of you're in the middle of the night, drivers are starting to make mistakes, getting a little bit confused, and yeah, I'm seeing it now. Oh, that is not the best of track re-entries from the number 67. We saw earlier Little Blacko get a penalty for something very, very similar, so I'm sure the stewards might want to have a little look at that, because that wasn't the best of driving from N64 to Stig, and a bit of a surprise, because yeah, N64 the Stig normally knows a bit better than that, but hey ho, everybody got away with it, and we carry on and live to fight for another day.
Quite indeed. I believe we may have a new name coming up to the commentary box in just a few moments' time, so we look forward to that. We'll give you some more information as and when said person may indeed be available. But should be very good fun indeed, nonetheless. Going through the left hand, still on board with the SSR Motorsports number 28. I'd love to be able to cut to an external shot, actually, as it happens, because I really want to see the different lines that these guys are taking. I know you can see it on board, but I'd love to switch to another car and have a look at the onboard between the GT500 and GT300 cars. That'd be very, very interesting. I do indeed think. Coming through the right-hander now, the SSR Motorsports car, coming up towards the back of the Swift Autosports 2 group, BRZ, number 68, going towards the outside through that right-hander there. Not an opportune passing place, but nonetheless getting ahead, as you would indeed begin to expect from the GT500 car, but very close between those two, and I think that's a bit of a hair-raising moment, I must say. A lot of light flashing going on as well. We're not entirely sure, actually, regarding light flashing, whether it be permitted or not. I know that sounds like a silly rule, but for some series it is, some series it isn't, and sorry, went off mic there for a second. But we're not entirely sure what the rules are regarding that. Indecent exposure is not permitted, is the word I got from AJ. That doesn't really help me that much. So on board now with the number 67. So there we are. My prayer's been answered. Cutting to an external shot as well. It'd be great to see the difference in lines as well. The difference in speed, of course. There's a vast difference in speed, but how different will the lines be with these cars? So coming in towards that 90-degree corner after the long straight. Very, very nice indeed.
It is that horrible moment though, when going back to the flashing of the lights, where particularly there with the Subaru didn't make it the easiest for the lead Nissan to get past, and as a driver you're just not sure, does the guy ahead know I'm there? And it can be really frustrating at times when you're stuck behind a slower driver. So I think you just have to be patient with it. You just have to be patient and keep cool. And you can take 50-50 chances, because normally if a GT300 car sees a GT500 car sailing up the inside of it, it's, unless the GT300 driver has a complete brain fade, they're not going to start battling with you because you're in totally separate races.
Oh, that's the idea at least, but you never can predict anything. Anything can happen in motorsport, and normally does, generally. Blue flag also for number 62, so that will be one of the GT300 cars. Meanwhile, that of course, but there we are looking at the battle now. That's the Team-Wise racing car trying to get ahead of the ORA racing car. So French team trying to get past the French team, and with relative ease does the Lexus manage it as well. So good news there on that front.
Yeah, I've just seen AJ put a little note out telling the GT300 cars to hold their lines when they are being issued with the blue flag. Bit of pit stop action. EOL has pitted. This is the Team-Wise racing machine. Unfortunately, I did not note down when they last pitted. I know they have pitted in the last hour. Looking at their fuel usage now, seeing if they're still filling it up to a full tank or as near as. No, actually, driver change. EOL gets out of the car.
So there we go, EOL out, and who will be the Team-Wise Racing's replacement then, do we reckon? Could be a ball.
I will have a look at the driver lineup. It probably won't be Seb because he's been in already, so it will probably be either Krelu, who we know is a very fast driver, or Greco.
quite. Just so you guys are aware, it's Greco that joins the lobby, by the way, just for reference. Just so everyone is indeed aware. Oh, it's number 27, I think, had a bit of an off-track excursion there. Gets things back underway, however. Yes, I should mention that when you see DC on the left-hand side of the screen, that doesn't mean disconnection, it means driver change. So essentially that's just to notify us that they're changing drivers, and we should be aware of people exiting and entering the lobby, because it can be quite off-putting when you see someone exiting the lobby without any forewarning of it, especially. So it just makes our life that little bit easier, so we know when exactly they will be leaving as well. So because obviously if we need to take a quick photo of anything for any unbeknownst reason, it's quite difficult to do so, especially if you're rather unaware that it's occurring. So there we go. Meanwhile, currently looking at number 24, the Scuderia GTMX team, who are having a relatively okay race. I mean, 4th in class overall, that's not too shabby, and there's a long way to go. 7 hours still remaining of the race so far, so I still say that they could be in with a very good shout at taking the victory for this one at the moment. Wait until we can get an update and see whether that prophecy has indeed got a likelihood of coming true. But the only Mexican team in the field, the only Mexican team with Mexican drivers in the field as well, the only team with Mexican drivers in the field. So good to see that they're giving their countrymen a good old go at it, which is nice to see. So the Scuderia GTMX lot having a relatively good run so far in their Lexus SC430. Meanwhile, another blue flag for the number 67 of Race Honours Racing.
Got a question in the chat from Ryan B. How's Sinister's lap times? In practice, his best was a 53.3. Well, I can say in the last hour or so, whilst I've been back in the lobby, his fastest is a 53.8. Last time around, he was a 54.4, so he's doing well. He's keeping the car, probably, I'm guessing if 53.3 is his ultimate pace, he's doing a sensible job here of keeping within himself, keeping the car on track, and yeah, he's getting those laps on the board for his team. So there you go. I hope that answers your question, Ryan.
Oh, good news. Anyway, sorry, I just clicked off the stream for just a momentary moment there. That's such a phrase. On board now with the Russian Roulette Racing number 27, the Nissan GTR, of course, who had a few moments ago, just behind the Team-Wise Racing car. So number 27 just behind. I think number 27 is putting a lap on number 25. That would make sense given their respective positions so far in the race. But as I mentioned, number 27 had a bit of an incident, so I'm not entirely sure. I still think that 25 is too many laps down to be able to be ahead of the 27. I don't think enough time has surpassed for them to be able to have made up the time on those laps.
Yeah, it's a shame for number 25 because they were running really well earlier, and I was really intrigued to see, was that strategy going to work. I reckon it had a really good chance of working because we know they've got some really quick drivers in that car, but who's to say? I mean, I know we've said it about 30 times now, probably it feels like that, but we're still not even halfway, so you don't know what's going to happen to the other teams. They could have disconnections, they could have crashes, and you could still nab a podium by the end of the 12 hours. You just don't know at this point.
Indeed, quite now. 17 hours and 15 minutes rather remaining. Tom Brooks, Andrew Mather here to guide you through the proceedings at the GTPlanet 12 Hours of Japan. Delighted though to be able to welcome along a brand new name to the commentary box, Dylan Johnson. Hi there, Dylan.
Hi guys, how are you guys doing today?
Yeah, very well, thank you.
Really
How are
good.
you? Okay.
Man, Suzuka sure is scary when it's dark, isn't it?
That's funny because it's the twin ring Motegi, so not quite Suzuka.
Sorry, my track recognition skills are not quite on par right now.
No
My
problem at all. Nice. That's all right. Nice to have you along, regardless. Been an interesting race so far. The number 25 Team-Wise Racing car, who is just ahead of the Russian Roulette Racing outfit at the moment. They have had a bit of an interesting race because they were right down in about 10th or 11th position in the opening stages of this race, and now they have clawed their way back up to 6th place ahead of the GT300 car. So some great news there for those guys, and it's been a very interesting race so far. We've had no rain, which has been good for the drivers because of course it's been relatively consistent, but it has been good in terms of overtakes and on-track action. So lo and behold, that does indeed continue. But great to have you along.
Pit stop action, GTMX, the Scuderia, the Lexus. That's been in for a pit stop, pretty standard stuff. 10 tyres all the way round, and a full tank of fuel, and Alpha Vanti's back on his way again.
Good news indeed. Marvellous. On board with 27 still, the Russian Roulette Racing team trying to get ahead of Team Wise Racing at the moment. I think that might be the Scar Honda in the foreground as well, the very foreground there of number 21, who were sitting in the lead of this race just a couple of hours ago and are now languishing down in 5th place in class and overall as well. So bit of an interesting start to their race, or midway through their race I should say, not even the midway through, quarter-way through their race is probably the best way to describe it. And it wasn't the Scar Honda team, my apologies, it was the Lexus ISF of the ORA racing team. But nonetheless, Scar Honda have had a bit of a torrid mid-race. Not totally sure what happened there, whether they got a penalty or whether they've just lost a bit of time, unfortunately. But nonetheless, fairly close behind everyone else in the race, and there's plenty of time for things to change at least.
Spinner in sector 3, I believe, or just on the edge of sector 3. It's WTF, man. I didn't see what the exact incident was. I just saw a car facing the wrong way on the minimap. He's back underway against, this is the 68, this is the blue Subaru BRZ. Yeah, a little bit of a spin there, a little bit of a moment for WTF, man. Very, very good lap times early on in his stint from TWR Greco. This is the new driver in the Team-Wise racing car that you've been seeing on screen recently. His fastest lap is a 1:45.3, which when you compare that to TNR Zygon's fastest lap of a 44.8 in this stint, that's a very, very good start from Team-Wise Racing Greco. And hopefully for them he can carry it on.
Good to see also that Russian Roulette Racing have gone ahead of Team Wise Racing now as well. That was an overtake up the inside in towards turn 1. That move now done and dusted means that Russian Roulette Racing can continue onwards with their assault towards the front of the field. The British Run outfit, of course. It was a British podium not so long ago, but now it's a mixture. Things have gone a bit pear-shaped for the Brits. I really thought that we'd be on for an all-British lockout of the podium, which I don't think has happened, at least in Formula 1 terms. It's not happened since the 60s or indeed 70s, I believe. Don't quote me on a date, but I can't exactly remember. I think it might have been the 66 actually, I might be wrong, but it has been a while since we've had an all-British podium. It would have been nice to see that sort of revived for even a GT style race, but plenty of time for things to change, of course. Still on board with that Russian Roulette Racing outfit at the moment, and just coming in towards the hairpin before the back straight, keeping things on the straight and narrow is the Nissan GTR.
You know, to take things back to TWR Greco, I'm quite familiar with him as a driver. I commentate the series, another series that he runs in, and he is very, very quick and very, very consistent with his driving. I've seen him win a number of races, and it's good to see a lot of the ORA guys here.
Indeed. Should just mention we've had a bit of a word from our series director AJ, who's just said there'll be an update coming soon, so good news for you there. If you were waiting for the hourly update, it'll be along the way fairly shortly as well. Just over 7 hours remaining of the race. The updates are a bit delayed, I'm afraid to say, so do just bear with us whilst we try and get them out. Of course, we should have one at the top of the last hour, but unfortunately we're running a bit behind with a few things at the moment, I'm afraid, and due to some constraint, shall we say, on technology, it makes things all that a little bit more difficult. But we do try and give you the best service we possibly can. So if there is anything you'd like to ask us, by the way, now 3 of us up here in the comms box. So we've got Andrew, Dylan and myself. There's 3 of us up here who 3 brains put together must equal us being able to answer at least an answer of a question. So do feel free to let us know anything you want to ask, of course. You can tweet us also as well at GTPlanet News, at GTP_AJ for our series director. You can tweet Andrew as well, also at Andrew the Blade, all one word, all lowercase. Dylan, are you on Twitter at all?
I am not on Twitter, no.
You're not on Twitter. Okie dokie, no worries. So Dylan's not on Twitter, so don't tweet Dylan because you won't get an answer and you won't find him. And you can also tweet myself as well at TomBrooksF1 if you do fancy let us know anything regarding that. Cutting to an external shot now of the action still unfolding. That's Team Wise Racing versus, I do believe, the Nissan GTR of... He says, scrabbling for his bit of paper, the Nissan GTR of Russian Roulette Racing. So, is that for position? Russian Roulette Racing, of course, the number 27. Meanwhile, the number 25. So, number 25 sitting currently, according to these statistics, in 5th. Number 27 sitting in 3rd. You never know, there might have been a bit of a 6th, rather, I should say, for number 25. So, there could have been a bit of an incident there. And you never know, this could be for position. We'll give you an update, of course, as and when we know, and then we'll find out whether this battle is indeed for glory or whether it's just for getting past for lap's sake. I should imagine, given the rate that 25 lost earlier on in the race, that it is indeed just a case of 25 trying to get ahead of these guys and unlap himself and get onto at least the same lap of the leaders. Good news also regarding Blancpain as well. The race is finally back underway after it's been under safety car conditions for about an hour now, and it's now back underway, which is good news. Anyway, crossing back to the important racing, of course, that you're watching. Still on board with Team Wise Racing number 25, just behind the Russian Roulette Racing number 27. Ahead of them in the foreground, I believe, that is the Subaru BRZ of Race on Oz Racing. And just ahead of that Toyota, Subaru, whatever you want to call it, is indeed the SSR Motorsports number 28 as well. So these guys still fairly close on second. Number 28, of course, leading the way at the moment. Again, at least according to the graphic on screen. More updates to come as and when we know more. But yeah, very, very interesting. Going through the right-hander now. And down the back straight is the Lexus. Not particularly making any inroads in the slipstream, at least. It's good opportunity to make inroads going down the hill, but then of course you've got to slam on the brakes at some point. Closes right up on the braking zone, tries it up the inside, bit of contact between the two there. Number 25 tried to bite off more than he could chew, and that really put pay to both of their races. Fortunately, they managed to stay in the right direction, but that was a very, very optimistic move there, if ever I've seen one from number 25, the Team Wise Racing outfit on the Russian Roulette Racing number 27. Both keeping in the right direction, as I said. Minimal damage retained to the cars, but nonetheless, that will be a bit of a wake-up call for Team Wise Racing's car. They will know, hopefully in the future, not to be able to try such an incident, because it's not going to work, I'm afraid to say, no, especially not like that. So still on board with the number 25 at the moment. Still trying to get ahead of the the Russian Roulette Racing car, just ahead of them at the current time. Through the right-hander they go. It's very, very nicely through there, up the hill and in towards the left. Very difficult corner that, of course. It's still fairly banked, and through the right.
It's a bit of a strange one there with Greco. It was almost as if he only realised at the very last second that, oh dear, I'm going to cream into the side of this guy in front of me. Yeah, because he didn't look like he was particularly going for an overtake. He just had a bit of a speed differential that only really came to him on the apex of the corner. So yeah, a bit lucky that both cars got away with that. Bit of GT500 needs to tell you about though. TNR's Zygon has made a pit stop recently, but also GTP Kane has become another victim of the last corner. He had a little bit of a spin, kept it out of the wall, unlike the Scar Honda about 30 minutes ago, but he lost probably about 12 seconds. So GTP Kane, and he's also due a pit stop as well because he's running very low on fuel, but GTP Kane pushing a little bit too hard, found the bag of talent empty at this point in the stint, saying that his tyres are starting to go off, but the car is a bit of a challenge to drive at the moment. Pushing very, very hard to try and catch Zygon up, and he's ended up losing more time than he gained.
Yeah,
More fast. Go ahead, Dylan.
Perhaps that incident could be attributed to the length of his stint and just the length of this race in general, and including the night conditions. I mean, a lack of focus is going to be natural at this point, so you tend to see stuff like that happen. Glad to see they kept it going in the right direction, and they're still both on track, and they look pretty good.
Yeah, in fact, even with the pit stop that Zygon has made now, because of Kane's spin, Zygon can probably just see Kane on the really long straights, so that can really show you how much time Kane has lost, because in fact Kane pits now. Zygon and Kane were separated by about 5-6 seconds earlier on in the stint.
Quite. I've just realised that I'm just trying to work out the commentary schedule at the moment, and realised that I will be off fairly soon. I should be off now, in fact. Actually, I've just had a look at the commentary. Sorry, I'm completely out of sorts at the moment, as I'm sure you can imagine. Things have been quite busy, and I'm not supposed to be here until I'm not supposed to be back in for another few hours yet. I want to stay. I don't want to go. I'm quite enjoying this, actually, as it happens. There's lots going on. I quite like it. So I'm going to stay. Yeah, I'm defying the schedule is what I'm doing. Sorry about that, but it's quite good fun. I'll stick around for another little bit, another 10 minutes or so, and then maybe I'll pop off for a bit. I feel like I've only just gotten back though. Blimey.
Don't let the man hold you down.
I was going to say, AJ's not going to be happy about that. He's going to
know.
be on here, can't be doing with this.
Oh no, he's going to be
schedule.
furious. Absolutely furious. What are we going to do, honestly? What are we going to do?
Just seeing on the watching back on the YouTube stream, the 25, something very strange was going on there. It's just before the pit lane. He pulled off to the right hand side of the circuit, let a few cars go by, and then got back up to speed again. Did anybody else spot that or see what that was about?
Can't say I was noticing it at the moment, to be honest with you. Just coming through the left-hander at the moment, the SC430 seems to be okay. There's no damage obtained to the car, at least, as far as I can see. So,
it was very strange. It's as if he pulled off just to have a quick cup of tea or something like that. Because instead of 156 last time around, it was very strange. As I say, back up to speed now.
I think it may have been he made some more contact with Zygon, and he was slowing up to let him back past, because I saw him kind of blow by Zygon there.
Oh, interesting. Sorry, I've got the Blancpain race on in the background. It's now raining again. Heavens, that's interesting. Sorry, crossing back to it. I'm keeping an eye on two screens at the moment, and it's very, very difficult unless your eyes go in different directions. Then in that case, it's probably not. But it's difficult for me at the moment. Needless to say. Still waiting for the update to be incoming, of course, regarding the position. I think we've actually had that now, in fact.
Yes,
so
yes,
we have. Sorry, my apologies. I was away from the headset for that. But yeah, number 28 ahead of number 22, ahead of 24, 21 in fourth place, actually. 25 up to fifth. That's incredible considering where they were a few hours ago. So very, very impressive from the Team Wise Racing outfit. And number 26, number 27 rather, I should say, in sixth. So interesting lineup in the old GT500 class. Let's not forget about the GT300s as well. Number 65 leading the way from 64, and 62 rounds out the podium. Then comes 67, 61, and 68 as well. I think 64 is the car. In fact, it is indeed the car that Andrew Evans, our very own GTP_Famine, will be driving at this event later on in the race. So that'll be interesting to see how things go. He's got a lot of reputation to uphold as Andrew, so we'll wait and see how he does, and criticise him no end when he gets back if he does poorly. I jest, of course, but nonetheless, it'll be interesting to see how he performs. I think he actually did a race where he commentated and drove at the same time. That was pretty hairy, I can imagine, because there were quite a few overtakes that he performed on, and a couple that were performed on him as well. I was trying to make him so yeah, and it was very, very, very good. But I couldn't commentate on. I can't even race, so I didn't really be able to commentate on race for sure. So there we are. We've got a full update for you now. That's just come through on our little Skype chat that we've got. So it is SSR Motorsports leading. Same lap, of course, is number 22, the Reaper Online Racing outfit. 2 laps down in third place is the Scuderia GTMX. So the 24 up into third. A lap behind them, the Scuderia GTMX team. In fourth is the Scar Honda Racing team. Then comes Team Wise Racing, lap behind Scar Honda. So 4 laps down in total is Team Wise Racing. In fifth, then comes Russian Roulette Racing in sixth, number 27. And then that, of course, includes the GT500. Then the GT300 runners, 10 laps down overall, is Lightning Speed Motorsport, number 65. On the same lap as them, number 64, the Endurance Experience guys in 8th position, second in class, of course. Then comes 13 laps down, so 3 laps down on the top GT300 runners is ORA Racing, the number 62. Then comes Race on Oz, number 67, again on the same lap as ORA Racing. So 13 laps down in total, 3 laps down on the leaders. Dragon Razor Racing in 11th of the number 61 with 16 laps down, and Swift Autosport number 68. They are 16 laps down, so both on the same lap, 6 laps down on their respective class leader, but 16 laps down overall in the race as well. So there we go.
Driver change to tell you about. This is for the 68 Swift Autosports machine that is currently racing in GT300. WTF Man has jumped out of the Subaru BRZ, and in place has jumped Z-Play 24, who has now completed, or is just about to complete his second lap. Also should say as well, I'm not sure if this is the fastest lap of the race or not, because I know I can't remember who it was in the chat earlier, but someone was saying that one of their teammates had set a 44.6 something. But TNR Zygon's done that as well. He's set a 144.661, and he's doing some very, very quick lap times still. In fact, his last lap around, he'd set purple sectors, but only set a 45.0, so I wonder if he had a bit of traffic. But once again, the leader of the race, TNR Zygon, absolutely smashing the lap times at the moment in that SSR Motorsports Nissan, and his team will be very pleased with this progress by him so far.
Cracking, good news. Right, sorry. I'll be off in a few minutes' time, then I'll be back, I believe, according to this, around about 7 o'clock. Should be fun. 7:30 according to this UTC, so that means it's 8:30 BST. Didn't realise I wasn't supposed to be here at the moment, but what are you going to do? I quite like it here, so it's alright. Doesn't matter. We'll carry on with the racing, of course, though, and the thing is, I don't like leaving it, because you miss out on so many good overtakes, so many good things going on during the race, and then you come back and you're all out of sorts. That's half the problem. I mentioned earlier on, actually, I've got my first circuit commentary gig on the 22nd and 23rd of August, commentating on the 24 hours of Citroen 2CVs at Anglesey, which I'm looking forward to immensely. I know it sounds almost amusing, but it should be very, very good fun. It's a pretty prestigious race, actually, in the championship, the final round of the championship, and was held at Snetterton for many years, and Mondello Park, rather, just before that. They covered it in old Top Gear, actually. And looking forward to commentating on it immensely, I must say. And it's going to be a world away from commentating on something like this, but I've got to stay up for about 36 hours, I'm told, so I best get my thinking cap on about how I'm going to do that. A lot of Red Bull, I think, or other brands that are indeed available, of course.
Maybe you could try each brand one by one through the race and say which performs best for each individual stint. And
then try and do a conclusive video review at the end of it, whilst off my face on Monster and Red Bull and Rockstar and so on and so forth. That's going to be brilliant, isn't it?
I look forward to it.
Oh, great! Thank you. No problem at all. I'll post that.
Have we got another voice to join us in the? No, he's not quite joined the call yet. Sorry, I will hold fire on that. Greg Pass is going to be joining us shortly.
Cracking. Well, on that basis, when he joins, I will sign off, and I will be back. I've only been back for just over an hour. I didn't realise I wasn't supposed to come back for a while. There goes me for not checking the schedule properly. Boo-hoo. So I will be back when I do indeed sign off properly in around about a couple of hours, there and thereabouts. So looking forward to being back. Looking forward to seeing how the race has gone on, and you never know, we might even have a little bit of daylight creeping through, perhaps, maybe a little bit.
Maybe so.
Maybe.
Bit of damage on the front of the Team Wise racing car, just on the front left as we see it. Not sure where that's from. It's the first time I've seen it, but yeah, a little bit of damage there on the TWI. And in fact, he's lapping quite slowly. He's did a 152.0 last time around, so not a smooth drive at the moment from TWR Greco. He's been out there for 13 laps or so. And thank you as well to 406 Mill, who has reminded me that our Clark 83 did the 44.6 earlier on in the race. So there you go.
Marvellous. Right, well, as Greg will be on in just a few moments' time, I'm going to bid you adieu for now. I shall be back in a couple of hours, for a couple of hours, so look forward to your company then. Thank you for your company in the meantime. Hopefully, Andrew, I'll catch you maybe later on.
Yeah, will do.
Cracking. And hopefully yourself as well, maybe, Dylan, as well, if you're not in bed. I don't know what time it is over where you are, so...
It's about 12:30 right now.
Oh, is that AM or PM?
PM.
So
it is daylight out, yeah.
Oh, you're in the afternoon. No, don't worry about it.
Yes.
No, you should be fine. Anyway, right, I'll catch you all a little bit later on. It's been a pleasure, and I'll see you in a couple of hours. Bye for now.
Goodbye.
So there we goes. That was Tom Brooks. Thank you once again to Tom. And so it's me, Andrew Mather, and Greg and Dylan, or Greg will be joining us very, very shortly. You're watching round 14 of the GTPlanet Endurance Series here on YouTube. Thank you very much for your continued support. Currently on screen is that still the TWR? I couldn't quite see, I could just see a pair of headlights. But yeah, if you're wanting to follow the series away from YouTube, the best place to do it is on Twitter and the forum. So the forum is at www.GTPlanet. Is it .com or .net? I've just had a complete brain fade and forgotten which one it is.
They're both.
Both. And also Twitter, of course, you've got at GTPlanet News for all GTPlanet related things. GTP_AJ for your series promoter. And to follow us, the respective commentators on Twitter as well. You've got GTP_Famine, who will be out later in the race. And in fact, he's going to be talking on the commentary before he goes out on track as well shortly.
Ooh, a little bit of contact there.
Lap times at the moment, little quick rundown of those. TNR Zygon continues to pump in the 44s, a 144.897 last time around. GTP Kane has recovered from his spin earlier on his fresh tyres. He's just set a 145.7 last time around. GT255 has had a bit of a slow lap, 151.0 last time around. In fact, he's coming across the line now, a 146.5. That's more like it, back up to pace. Alpha Vanti has continued to lower his pace. A really good bit of progression here from the Scuderia GTMX driver. 146.3 last time around, and the fastest so far, 45.8. Tim Law, we haven't spoken about him much, but as I always say in these cases, that means he's doing a very solid job, because we've not been saying he's off or anything like that. He's on a 47.4 last time around and holding a good pace there. TWR Greco, on the other hand, we have been talking about them a fair bit because they've had a few issues. A 47.1 last time around for the French squad. Into the GT300s, still really, really close across all the GT300s. In terms of sheer pace, fastest man out there at the moment is N64, the Stig 007 with a 53.7. Sorry. Choco Choco Chip 5 has just set his fastest lap so far, a 52.9, or I should say the N64, the Stig, has set a fastest lap of 52.6. Sorry. Ning Dynasty, Sinister Plague and Brutaka are all in the mid to high 1 minute 53s, and Z-Play, getting himself up to pace, has at the moment got a 55.674 on the board.
Alright everybody, give a warm welcome to the virtual commentary booth to Greg Pass.
Thank you. It's good to be back alongside you, Cheese. It's we for those of you who don't know, we used to call the Online Racing Association GT World Championship races. So it's always good to be in the booth with my good friend Dylan Johnson and AJ, of course, and really everybody here. So really awesome to be calling this race with you guys today.
Yeah, we've got quite a few familiar faces out here, don't we, Greg?
Oh, absolutely. We've got we've got Buftaka Cod Demon Pub 16, who raced in the GT in the ORA GT World Championship. They're racing for ORA Racing Team. Bo Albert 6 GTP fam, and I'm looking over the standings right now and seeing a whole bunch of familiar faces. So yeah, definitely some of the best right here at work.
Absolutely, great to have you along with us, Greg. And as a little birdie told me beforehand, it's your birthday tomorrow.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It is my birthday tomorrow. It's gonna be awesome. And this is a heck of a birthday present to be able to call this race the Japan 12 Hours with you guys. It's really cool.
Do you mind me asking how old? How old will you be tomorrow?
24 years old.
24.
Old fart.
Yep. Old fart.
I was going to say, I'm getting towards 25. It's all downhill from now on. It just gets progressively worse and worse.
I'm heading up towards the peak right now. I'm 18, so I'm almost over.
Yeah. So yeah, it's gonna be cool to call this race with you. So yeah, as we can see, we've got I believe this is the Reaper Online Racing Honda HSV010 GT coming up on the Escuderia GTMX Lexus SC430 GT500 of GTMX Alpha Vanti 44 and GTMX Hector 1. Who's driving that, by the way? I haven't been able to watch the race much.
Sorry, was that Reaper Online Racing or Russian Roulette? Roulette. At the wheel of the roulette at the moment is Tim Law.
Alright, so Tim Law, yeah. I haven't seen him around much. He must be a pretty new face here in the GTPS.
Yeah, same. It's not a name I recognise either. Should also let you guys know something else that seems to be over the hill is TWR Greco's internet, because he's disconnected, rejoined, and then disconnected again. So it just goes from bad to worse at the moment for Team Wise Racing, and this really puts paid to any chance of them getting a podium today, guys.
Well, that's unfortunate, but yeah, he had a couple of DCs in the RA GT World Championship too, so that's really bad. Huh?
There's no safety feature that the ORA has that means that you could rejoin the race.
Yeah, so once you DC in the ORA GT World Championship, you are completely out. But fortunately, that's not the case here in the GTPlanet Endurance Series, so they can just rejoin whenever. And, well, it doesn't look like he's rejoined yet, so his internet must be really on the fritz today. And there he goes, he's rejoined now. But yeah, so I'm going to be the pit report today, so if you guys have any questions while watching this race on YouTube, feel free to fire them at us in the comments section down below. And every 15 minutes I'll be going over and looking for questions and answering them live on air here with AJ and Cheese.
I was going to say, good comment there from Blue Eyes Phoenix. Oh Christ, thanks guys, making me feel like I need a Zimmer frame compared to you guys. You're welcome. you're very, very welcome. No, it's been great to have you guys all in the comments again, interacting. Do keep the comments coming in.
Oh, there's Tom's. Here's the. Oh no, I am incorrect at the moment. Never mind.
So yeah, we've been following along with these two guys here for quite a while. This is once again the Russian Roulette Racing Nissan GTR GT500 GTP Bambi and Cross 74, currently being driven by Tim Law, however. So why don't we go for an onboard lap with these guys while we're sitting here waiting for something to happen. So turn one, it's a double apex right-hander. It's pretty easy to carry a lot of speed through there, but it's also very easy to carry too much speed. and then you get the other. So we'll do this like we usually do. We all get every third turn.
Oh, sorry, I've dropped offline for a second there.
It's okay. So we're doing a lap of the track, and well, if we could like take turns and get like every third turn here.
Yep,
Up to
can
this
do.
downhill right-hander. Going under the bridge here. This is where I thought it was Suzuka. My apologies. And then we got chicane right here. Pretty easy to keep it through there, but also if you take it too fast through there, then you're bound to get a rear tire in the grass or something very unfortunate will happen.
And then it's through that tight right-hander. Once again, there are a lot of braking zones on this track that are very easy to get wrong. That's definitely among the hardest. And it's banked, so if you get wrong, you're also going to slide around it.
Yep, so if the stream's okay on my screen, we're then going through another two right-handers. I do like all these double apexes around Motegi. So very high speed going into the S curve now. A quick left and then the right. And heavy braking into this hairpin where we've seen a couple of cars off.
And then I believe this is the hairpin that I was talking about. But yeah, going down that hairpin, very hard to get wrong, very easy to get wrong there, I should say. You lock it up, you're gonna slide through there because it's just banked ever so slightly.
Oh, bit of contact there between 24 and GT300 car.
Yeah, Motegi is definitely a very tight course in some places, so we're gonna definitely end up. I basically don't think that's the last of the contact. I'll say that much right now.
Especially not even halfway through the race.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be willing to bet that towards the end of these drivers' stints, we're gonna be seeing a good bit of tippity-tappity.
As Tim Lohr is right on the back of that SC430, punts him wide there, going into turn 3. That's a little bit of a rough
Be
move.
happy about that.
No, that's a little bit of a
Not
rough move.
one bit.
Yeah, that may be a penalty there. If I am saying it, that would probably be a penalty. But then again, there's just so many differences between these cars. So it's really hard to sort of estimate where the guy in front of you is going to brake when his braking zone has a significant chance of being vastly different to where you would brake.
Yeah, just watching it again on my screen, just a little bit of a tap there on the initial braking zone that just completely rendered the Lexus's brakes as inefficient, and sadly for him, he's off in the gravel. I think he's recovered again now. Just looking at the timing, yeah, he is back circulating again. Also back circulating again is the Team Wise Racing Lexus. Greco has probably smashed his modem to pieces and got out another one, and is now back out on track. Lapping again, which is good to see.
He's probably gone through several modems in his online racing career.
Go through modems like he goes through tires. Alright, we're going to go through the Hour 5 results. So as of approximately 22 minutes ago, first position goes to number 28 SSR Motorsports. Second position, Reaper Online Racing in their HSV. The Scooterita GTMX in the SC430. The SCAR Honda R, the Honda HSV, that takes fourth, 3 laps behind. Russian Roulette in 5th position, 5 laps behind. Team Wise Racing, 7 laps behind now. Remains to be seen how those connection problems will affect them. In 7th position, Lightning Speed Motorsport, 11 laps behind. Endurance Experience in 8th, 12 laps behind. ORA Racing Team down in 9th, 14 laps behind the leader. Race on Oz Racing, 10th, another 14 laps behind. And 11th, Dragon Razor Racing, 17 laps. And rounding out the field, Swift Autosport in 12th, 30 laps behind.
Yeah. So, going down this long straightaway here into this hard braking zone, it does look like the Russian Roulette Racing Nissan GTR 500 that we're currently on board with is in fact catching another car. Let's try to see exactly who that is. It really could be anyone at this point, but he's definitely catching him pretty quickly as we head onto the main straight to start another lap.
I believe it's GC255 in the Scar Honda, the number 21. Good news as well for one of the really quick cars in GT300 today. This is the number 67 Subaru. I say one of the quickest, but it has had some issues at times, disconnections and penalties and the like. But N64 the Stig, doing some really good lap times at the moment. A 152.392, his fastest quite recently, and last time around a 152.6. So yeah, really great work again from the Australian. Let's hope he keeps it up.
Yeah, definitely. Now we are on board with, the Lightning Speed Motorsport Mazda Aria Mini RX-7 of Jason Brino, JVC Davison, and Ning Dynasty. I believe that car is being driven by Ning at this point, isn't it?
Ning Dynasty, yeah, he's currently on board the RX-7.
And he's catching up to the Dragon Razor Racing Lexus IS350 GT300. In fact, he might go for an overtake here. He might. Yeah, he's just going to try and sneak that front end there. Couldn't quite get it done. That's one of my favorite tactics, overtaking here at Motegi, is letting the car in front. As Dragon Razor Racing gets very sideways, Ken Gucci would be proud of that, son. Ooh, that was sideways. I've never seen anybody pull the car back like that before. That was craziness. Oh, but yeah, so that's going to allow Lightning Speed Motorsport and Ning Dynasty up the inside as they're being faced off with, I believe, the RA Racing Team, Lexus IS. Who's that? Hold on. The Lexus SC430 GT500 of Team Wise Racing. He's going off! He's spun! Man, that's a heck of a thing to look back up to. Car just spun, sitting in the middle of the track. But anyway, he's got back going again. Now he's headed back into turn 1. Things have taken a very sour turn for him and Dragon Razor Racing at this point, unfortunately. But yep, so it has been 15 minutes since I've joined, so I'm looking over the chat right now. EFILYSP, best username ever, has asked, what is the grid? So I'm going to go ahead and answer that right now. If you're talking about the current lineup, it's right there on the right hand side of your screen, but the starting order was the number 22 Reaper Online Racing car being driven by R. Clark 83 with a 144.483. Sitting second was GTMX Alpha Vanti 44 for Escuderia GTMX, 0.053 seconds off of the pole time. Third was Russian Roulette Racing with GTP Bambi, 0.077 seconds off of the pole time. TWR Sub 72 took up fourth for Team Wise Racing, 0.3 of a second off. Starting 5th is the number 21 SCAR Honda R entry, being started by The War, 0.482 seconds off the pole time. And first in GT300 was Mustafa for Race One Honest Racing with a 151.720. Just over half a second, in fact almost 0.6 of a second behind that, the number 68 Swift Autosport Z-Play 24, Z-Play 24 rather, and then after that in third in GT300, the number 65 Lightning Speed Motorsport entry being driven by Neen Dicey, and then fourth in class, the number 62 RA Racing Team of UNC Pub 16 from Australia, 2.098 seconds off. Behind him, setting no time, is the Little Black Rock 0932 of Dragon Razor Racing in the number 61, and the number 64 Endurance Experience entry being driven by Seath123, also saying no time, was second to last, and then starting dead last in GT300 with a penalty, TNR5 Zygon of SSR Motorsports. So that was your starting lineup, but like I said, if you want to know the current lineup, it's just on the right hand side of your screen. Purple cars are the GT500 cars, and the yellow cars are the GT300 cars.
All right, thank you, Greg. And Sinister Plague has just swapped drivers for it would appear to be Skater 913.
Yep, so that's the Dragon Razor Racing Lexus IS350. Also, don't know if you saw, the 22 has had a warning for avoidable contact. That's GTP Kane, so I don't know whether Kane is still a little bit frustrated from his spin earlier in the stint. Still trying to get on the same pace, in fact beat the pace of TNR Zygon at the moment. He's still not quite able to do it. So still the advantage with the number 28.
That seems to be the theme with GTP Kane. Even in the ORA series, he has a tendency to fall back. But becomes extremely quick and extremely aggressive, and sometimes it can benefit him, and other times, in this case, it can lead to something like a penalty or a spin-off or something along those lines. But he does have a habit of falling back and making his way back up through the field by pretty much any means necessary.
So, yeah, he is pretty much the intimidator of the RA GT World Championship. I mean, as we are on board with the Reaper Online Racing Honda HSV010 GT, currently locked in a very fierce battle with the SCR AR Honda R HSV010 GT, and SCAR Honda R puts a tire off. That's exactly what you're saying, Cheese. It's very easy to just go a little bit wide here at Twin Ring Motegi and put a tire off, and that has given Reaper Online Racing another position.
I do not believe that was for position. Reaper Online Racing is in second right now. I think that was lap traffic.
Oh, was it?
I believe
apologize.
so. Still, the number 27 definitely did not want to be passed.
That was a little bit close. Go ahead.
The number 27 obviously does not want to be lapped by any more cars than he already is. The team already is, and get some flashers for the GT300 car there. Skate right on by. Ooh, almost overshot the turn there.
Yep. But yeah, it's rather unfortunate. So why don't we actually go ahead and have a rundown of the race so far, guys?
Yeah, so we going car by car. 28, not the best of starts, because even before the race had started, they had to go to the back of the grid for a driver change prior to or between the end of qualifying and the start of the race, so change of starting driver, put them at the back. Tanky 1 did some very fast laps early on and pulled themselves back into contention for a podium. They've now taken the lead of the race with some great running by TNR Zeigen. Probably the most consistent car of the race and the weekend, or the event so far, has been the car in second place, the number 22. Opening in that car was R. Clark 83, who did some fantastic work from pole, leading the field for a very long time, soaked up a lot of pressure from Russian Roulette Racing and Scar Honda early on, if my memory serves me correctly. He's handed over to GTP Kane, who's still been doing very, very quick laps, but not quite as quick as TNR Zeigen so far. Third place, 24, so that is the e-Scuderia GTMX, and they've had quite a quiet race so far in terms of they've been running very consistently. They've not had any disconnects, and that's pretty much how they've got up to third place, which has been very, very good for them. Fourth place, the number 21, Scar Honda. A bit of an up and down race for them so far. Very quick at times, but they've had a few issues. A couple of spins as well. But still very much with a shot of podium if things go well for them in the second half of the race, 27, Russian Roulette Racing. Similar story really. Very, very quick early on. GTP Bambi started in that car, and in fact, yes, he put a lot of pressure on R. Clark early in the race, but a few issues for them have put them down as scored fifth at the moment. Number 6, the 25, well, what can we say about Team Wise Racing? They were running a very different strategy early on, running a lot longer on their tyres, and for a period in the first hour they actually led the race, but unfortunately for them, spins, crashes, disconnections, I think they had a penalty as well. It's all gone wrong for the leaders of the championship in GT500. Remember, they've got 130 points and have done really well so far this season. Don't think that's going to happen today, though. They are 6th overall and 6th in class. GT300 has really gone back and forth. Early on in the race, we saw Race on Oz Racing and Mustafa, who in his first race in the GTPlanet Endurance Series absolutely took off like a rocket and had a really good lead for the Australian squad early on. You can see there on the leaderboard they've slipped down to 4th in class, and at the moment in the lead of GT300 is the Lightning Speed Motorsport, the RX-7 proving to be a very, very reliable machine, as it is, because it does one also in second place as well, the Endurance Experience team, currently with Choco Choco Chip at the wheel. Third in GT300, the 62, the Aura Racing team. Brutaka, I've been really impressed with Brutaka. It's his first race, another man in his first race in the Endurance Series today, and he's performed absolutely brilliantly. He's kept it very clean, very fast, and that's exactly what you want for an endurance race, and it's put them third in class overall. Give a mention out to the 61 and the 68. The 61 had a really shaky start, Little Blacko having an accident and picking up damage on the parade lap, which meant that he went straight to the back of the field. A bit scrappy in the rest of his stint, and Sinister Plague though has done quite well to do some good laps and is now handed over to Skater 913, as I think there's going to be a driver change for the leader. We'll come to that in a moment. Lastly, the 68 Swift Auto Sport. Quite a quiet race, but they've had issues as well, which mean they're currently down the bottom of the par, but still not even halfway. Still 25 minutes to that, and a long way to go here at the 12 hours of Motegi.
Indeed, the driver change, TNR5 Zeigen changes to Stig TC for the SSR Motorsports Nissan GTR GT500 car in the lead. Great stint from Zeigen.
Fantastic. Best one of the race, I'd say. He's been very, very quick. He's had to deal with a good few battles early on as well with the 22, and really his work has made the 22 crack. The mistakes from the 22 have all been down to how fast TNR Zeigen's gone in the last hour and a half.
Yeah, and just in case you're wondering about our Twitter handles, I don't have one. Well, I have one, but I don't really use all that much. Neither does Dylan, but AJ, do you have a Twitter handle so that people could potentially chat at you?
Yeah, AJ's got one, GTP_AJ, so he's probably quite busy at the moment, but when the races aren't on, he'll respond well. My Twitter username, handle, whatever you want to call it, Andrew the Blade, all one word, no lowercase, all lowercase, no underscores rather. So yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Alright, yeah, because there was somebody asking in the YouTube comments, which I'm keeping an eye on, and we just wanted to go ahead and get that out of the way. So if you have any questions, please feel free to fire them at Andrew Mathers at Andrew the Blade.
Sure thing.
Because Cheese and I are antisocial, basically.
I'm pretty antisocial as well. It's just I'd like to have a little moan on my Twitter all the time.
So we're following along with the 27 Russian Roulette Racing Nissan GTR 500 GT500 of GTP Bambi and Cross 24. It's still being driven by Tim Lohr, right? Though. Is it
yes,
still...
sorry, I've muted my mic for a second whilst I reshifted my position. Yes, Tim Lohr is still in the car. He's currently setting low 147s for his lap times.
So for race pace, that's not terrible, but again, TNR5 Saikin, since he's been penalized, since he's, I believe he had to start from the pits, he's pretty much been laying down the beat, according to you guys. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to watch much of the race, really. I've sort of been away, but yeah, that definitely sounds like TNR5 Zygon, because, man, he's a heck of a driver. He is insanely fast when you put him under pressure. Yeah. Quite unlike some of the other RA racing or RA GT World Championship drivers, because we were mentioning GTP Kane. Yeah, we were mentioning GTP Kane, and he was strange because he'd sink like way to the back. He'd get up front, he'd commit several mistakes, and he'd sink way to the back, and then he'd all of a sudden just come he'd just come flying back up like he freaking flipped on the nitro or something. So yeah, really, that's something else I do want to touch on, is just the sheer amount of diversity as far as driving styles here in the GTPlanet Endurance Series. I mean, we saw a number of diverse driving styles in the RA GT World Championship, but the thing is, here, not only do we have 2 or 3 drivers per car, but we've also got drivers that don't compete in like all the races, so their teams sort of switch out drivers as the season goes along. So some of their drivers compete in some races and some in others. So I wonder if either one of you could explain exactly how that affects this series.
I think from what I've seen, it ebbs and flows. I mean, you do have the guys who can go very, very quick for very, very short periods. They, through definition, will tend to do better in the 4-hour races where you've still got to do your driver changes. You've still got to have that 2-3 driver setup. So a driver who can do a 90-minute stint very, very quickly is a very, very good thing to have. You then have your guys who, like our Clark 83 earlier, can do 3 hours 40 just keep pumping in the laps, and they'll be the guys who come to the fore in this kind of race. And yeah, they'll be quick in the shorter races as well. But something I've seen a lot this season is maybe a quick driver is let down by slower drivers in their team. So it tends to be in these longer races, I think a faster driver can take the race away from the other teams, with exception this one today, because all the top teams all have quick drivers who are all so close together. It's going to be more like one of the shorter races, a 3 or 4 hour race, where it's down to the second, third and fourth drivers to keep up their end of the bargain and win the race for their respective teams.
I definitely... Go ahead, Cheese.
Driver changes definitely add a certain dynamic, particularly in endurance racing, where they're necessary, because one guy doing one fast stint won't necessarily win you the race. You gotta have consistency throughout all 2 or 3 drivers of the team, and you've got to have a lot of teamwork there to set up your successor in the car. So 12-hour races like this, you're gonna see a lot of different things that the teams are gonna be trying in order to set them up for the end of the race, because at the end of the race it's a 4-hour sprint, just like any other 4-hour race you might see here on in the endurance series. It's all setting up for the end of the race.
Yeah, exactly. So really, this is the same thing that I was talking about Tsukuba last week. It's all about, if you're a team manager, it's all about discovering finding your driver's strengths and weaknesses, and then planning your race accordingly. So some teams they'll put their faster drivers in to start the race, so they can get a lot of track position, and then they'll go with their slower, more consistent drivers through the middle, and then put their faster drivers back in at the end. Other teams, they start out the race slow and keep their faster drivers fresh for later on in the race. It's all very particular and all very complex, and there's a lot to think about. So it's officially time to hit up the YouTube chat again. According to TNR5 Zygon, his back hurts, which it must, because he's been up on the wheel for that entire last stint. Your back must hurt, TNR5 Zygon. You probably need to go and lay down for a year or two. According to someone here, the paparazzi are currently trying to swarm 5 Zygon's house, so he may have to go and deal with that before he goes and takes a rest.
He's got a whole Patrick Dempsey situation going on there.
Yeah. Barely get out of the car for his driver change.
He's punching photographers out of the way. It's like, come on.
This is a race, people.
According to GTP Bambi, there's a number 27 Russian Roulette Racing driver change inbound, so somebody's going to be taking over the helm of that Nissan GT or GT500 pretty soon. Tim Lore's been going at it for a pretty long time, I believe. So
yep.
At this point, I believe, looking at Cross 24 and Tim GTP Bambi, I'm not too familiar with Cross 24, so I believe at this point I'd be swapping in GTP Bambi, because he's had a lot more online GT6 racing experience. He competed in Season 2 and Season 3 of the RAGT World Championship. He's been around a few other series, so I believe I'd swap him in right now, because he's quite experienced here.
I think it's Cross 24 getting in the car though, and saying that, Cross 24, again, I don't know too much about him myself, but he is a platinum driver, So I think we can expect some pretty quick lap times coming from Cross 24. Also, another driver change to tell you about, the number 21. This is the Scar Honda, the HSV 010. GT255 has stepped out of that car, and Soka GT Racing, their platinum driver, is now in the car. So fair few platinum drivers out. We've got Soka out there, GTP Kane is out there, Cross 24 is out there. So yeah, some of the big boys starting to come out, as there's a purple sector from GTP Kane in sector 1. So it looks like, as we've been saying before, he can go very, very quick. Looks like he's hooked things up slightly and is starting to get those lap times down.
Yeah, the thing about GTP Kane is it's I'm struggling to find sports analogy. Basically, it's almost like a goalie with a soccer ball or a football, I'd imagine. I mean, he's very good. He's very good at getting results in the sort of area of specialty, which is in this case making time back up once he gets towards the back. But once he gets towards the front, he's like a goalie trying to play a role that's not a goalie, if you know what I'm saying. I'm not too familiar with soccer terminology, but so basically, once a goalie gets the ball, I don't imagine that they know exactly what to do with it. Once GTP Kane gets the lead, I'm not sure he knows exactly what to do with that either. So I believe he's more of those one of those kinds of drivers that just has one gear, go, and once he gets the lead, he doesn't just go, okay, I'm in the lead, calm down, no need to make a big mistake, and that's what gets him sent back to the back once he has the lead.
You say one gear go, now I've just got Charlie Sheen interviews in my head.
Oh yeah.
I have one gear, go.
He's by winning though. As it looks like the Escuderia GTMX Lexus SC430 GT500 has been punted off, and now the car we're on board with, I can't exactly see who that is. He may be letting him back around. So that's just more drama for Escuderia GTMX, who had a fairly dramatic race last time at Twin Ring Motegi. Not Twin Ring Motegi, Tsukuba, that other Japanese track that nobody ever thinks of. But so yeah.
All right, guys, I am going to have to sign off. It's been nice commentating. I'm sorry I have to go early, but I've got to go get ready to go to a funeral. So I'll see you guys. I'll talk to you guys sometime soon.
Yeah.
Cheers, Dylan.
Sorry. Jeez.
Oh, it's all right.
Yeah. But
all right, you guys have an excellent. Race. Have fun commentating. See you guys next time.
Cheers,
Thank
Dylan.
you.
It's been great having you.
Thank you.
all right, see you.
See you.
Yeah,
So
that
thanks.
was. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to Dylan. Thanks for his work in the last hour or so. Bit of pit lane action. I think you've seen it on screen. GTMX Alpha Vanti, who has been doing some pretty quick lap times recently, although yes, he is driver changing. A 1:45.5 was his fastest lap in that stint. Team-wise Racing have also been in the pits. TWR Greco, and I wonder, was that for damage? Did we say that the GTMX car and the TWR car had got together?
Yeah, I believe that could have been for damage, because it was on one of the last turns on the course. They got together, and actually I believe that was the Team-wise Racing car that was punted around. That would be that car is being driven by Kralo, EOL, TWR Greco, and TWR Sub 72. Yeah, it was just a little bit of contact. I think both cars were moving up to the outside. there's a little bit of miscommunication there, and as a result, one of them went around, which is always rather unfortunate. 61 penalty stint limits. Previous driver pit at the end of this lap and hold in box. So that's unfortunate news for Dragon Razor Racing and their Lexus IS 350 GT300. Just another hindrance to what I assume has been quite a poor race for them.
Yeah, they've not much has gone right for Dragon Racer Racing today, so that'll be for Sinister Plague and his stint. He was the second driver in there who took over from Little Blacko, who had, sorry if you're listening, Little Blacko, but not the most straightforward of stints. It went wrong, I should say. Even before the green flag, had some damage that he picked up on the parade lap, and then a few spins and a penalty as well for a unsafe re-entry onto the track after a spin. So not the greatest of races for Dragon Razor Racing today, but I know, once again, I keep saying it again and again, and I'll get another one in before there's 8 minutes and 25 seconds to go. We're not even halfway yet, so it could still come round to Dragon Razor Racing, and I think they'll be looking at maybe a 5th or 4th place in class. That's still achievable if somebody else has a bit of a mare of a stint or part of a stint, so no reason to get too disheartened yet.
As GT Max Oscar has joined, so he's going to be taking over the wheel for Escuderia GT Max and their Lexus SC430 GT500 pretty soon. 2:11.61 turned by Dragon Razor Racing. So that's definitely a very slow lap, as we are on board with one of the Lexus SC430 GT500s. This is the Team-Wise Racing entry, I believe. Now that must be the SEAR Honda R HSV010 GT. Just getting back by some GT300 lapped traffic here. And he's going to be overtaking the RA Racing Team Lexus IS350 GT300 heading into this tight left into right transition. And yeah, so while we're at it, why don't we actually talk about the cars themselves, because these are hands down some of the fastest and most unrestricted, certainly, GT cars in the world. So why don't we talk about those? What do you know about them?
Personally, I don't, in the grand scheme of things, don't know the Super GT cars as well as other GT cars, but I every time I see them race, I do find them really exciting. They look fantastic and sound fantastic as well, although I know some people, our own Andrew Evans, doesn't particularly like the sound of the Honda HSV, but they sound great as well. So it's always a pleasure to watch these cars race.
Definitely. He must not have ears though, because to me the sound of the Honda HSV is just fantastic. Of course, I say he doesn't have ears, but I'm just poking fun at him just a little bit. And that's what we tend to do here, is just poke idle fun at each other. But yeah, so these cars are definitely some of the most unrestricted, aerodynamically speaking, some of the most unrestricted GT cars in the world. Of course, in 2013, I believe it was 2013, they unified rules with the DTM, Deutsche Tourenwagen Meisterschaft. So the cars that you're seeing right now are technically outdated, but even looking at these, you can just see how much crazier the Super GT series, the Super GT cars have always been. A lot more downforce in these cars than the average GT car. Even the GT300 cars, which are relatively tame in comparison to the GT500 cars, have aerodynamic features that would, in other series, be considered very outlandish. I just love the way they look. I mean, of course, the FI GT World Championship cars, those are some pretty wild cars aerodynamically too, but these just everything on them is geared towards generating downforce. It's ridiculous. They're absolutely fantastic to look at and watch. But the thing is, about all that downforce, that puts a lot more stress on the tires, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It's quite a challenge, especially around these Japanese tracks where we've been talking about the cambers that are involved, that they look quite flat, but they're not these tracks. There's a fair bit of undulation and some very, very fast corners as well. And yeah, it's a real challenge for these cars to be able. But saying that, they've been dealing with the tyre wear very, very well.
Yeah, well, then again, you kind of expect that with all of these guys here. I mean, looking at these names, some of the biggest names in GT6 online racing. And so they definitely know how to vegetate tire wear quite well. And I think this is a pretty good example of just exactly how flat this track seems. But when you're driving it, that's sort of. I think this area right here is a good example of, the track actually being a lot more undulating than it seems. Coming up here, it seems, well, as we switch camera. but okay, yeah, I think this is a good camera here. You're heading down this straight, and if this is where I think it is, you'll go around this hairpin turn here, and the ensuing straight is quite long. It seems like it's got a pretty decent downhill grade, but when you're driving it, it's a massive downhill grade, and then you've got to run at speeds over 150 miles an hour down to this hard braking zone that has just a little bit of positive camber. You've got to really clip the apex, and it's back uphill to this chicane. So just very, very undulating track, as we've seen in that maybe half-mile tarmac that we've going. We've easily that grade that we were just going down, probably 100-foot grade from top to bottom, and then we've got to work our way back up in a fairly short amount of time through a pretty decently hard chicane on top of that. So it's definitely a pretty difficult track, and it puts a lot of stress on these tires, especially with all this downforce that these cars are generating. And it looks like we are on board with the Endurance Experience Mazda RE Eminia RX-7.
Should mention as well, these guys have had a driver change quite recently, and Bo, who was in the commentary box earlier and did an absolutely cracking 4-hour commentary stint earlier in the race, he's now back out, well, not back out, this is his first time out on track, but he's now racing for the Endurance Experience squad.
And they are currently behind the RA racing team, Lexus IS350 GT300. I believe the RA racing team is a lap down to these guys, aren't they?
Let's have a check. So Aura Racing being the 62 at the last hourly update, I think I'll have a little look. Yes, you're right, they are a lap down.
And the Endurance Experience RX-7 being driven by Bo goes for a beautiful overtake through that hard braking zone. And watching all of this fantastic racing, I have missed my window for checking the YouTube comments, so let's actually go over those right now. On the Apex 6, Albert says, #Bobo for 3-hour stint very soon. So that's gonna be difficult for them, for Bo Albert. 6, he is currently always driving this race for someone. Let me actually look that up.
That's the Endurance Experience.
Yeah, Endurance Experience number 64 Mazda RX-7, the car that we are currently on board with. And we're switching over to the number 67 Race on Oz Racing Subaru BRZ GT300. I believe that was the car that we were just on board with.
Yep.
Right up there in the distance, is it not?
The car ahead of Endurance Experience.
Yeah.
I believe it's still the 62, unless I'm very much mistaken.
Well, that side profile there, it looked a little bit like one of the Lexus.
Oh no, yes,
but...
it's the GTMX.
Ah, okay. Yeah, those are the guys who were involved in that minor spin there. Quite frankly, I'm surprised nobody got penalized for that spin. It was a little bit touch and go. It's definitely avoidable, but it's one of those things where hindsight's 20/20, I guess.
Indeed. A couple of other driver changes to let you guys know about if you haven't spotted them. D4 Rizop has jumped into, let me just check which car that is. Apologies, I've completely messed this up. It's the number 68. It's the Swift Autosport Subaru BRZ. So a driver change for them. Bo Alberts we've talked about already. There's also been a driver change for the car that Ning Dynasty is now driving. That's the Lightning Speed Motorsport RX-7, the number 65 machine, as N64 the Stig Pit. So a fair amount of action going on in GT300 at the moment.
Which you would expect, because the GT300 cars are all very closely matched in performance, so it's quite characteristic of the GT300 cars that they be this closely packed, even just over halfway into the race. 6 hours, and yeah, very close racing between all the GT300 cars. So that's Race on Oz Racing. They are currently undergoing their driver change, and while that's happening, we've got this beautiful panning shot for you of the front straight of the start-finish gantry, and now the wall. That's very fantastic. Good job, cameraman.
It's going to be TDZ 4121488 getting into the Race on Oz Racing BRZ. So he'll be out on track shortly. A little bit of update on recent lap times and who's out there doing particularly quick laps. At the moment, quickest man on track is GTP Kane. He has, in fact, you know what? He has lowered his lap times. He's done a 1:45.0. Which I'd missed. His last time around was a 45.6. Soka GT Racing, 12 laps of their stint done so far, and a 45.5 is the best effort from the Scar Honda Racing driver. Sticks TC, Adrian Pointer from name and face I know from the Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective. He's currently sitting on a mid-45 as his fastest lap so far. Can't tell you what it is exactly, because I think they're doing a local system, because TNR Zygon's 44.661 is still showing up as that car's fastest lap. Cross 24 has done a 1:45.835 as his fastest. TWR Greco still doing good lap times in the 46s and 47s as well. GTMX Oscar as well. In fact, that is that's another one that we'd missed, another driver change we'd missed. Oscar's got in for Alfa Vanti 44 in the GTMX Lexus SC430. Into GT300, Skater 913 has just in the last minute or so completed a 1:52.792 as his fastest lap. Bo Albert straight on the pace with a 53.780, 52.9 being the fastest that they've done so far. Butaka still continues round with a really good pace, considering this is his first race in the mid-24s. Ning Dynasty has already set a 1:55.2, and D4 Rizab is just about getting up to pace, yet to complete a lap under the 2-minute barrier. So there you go. Also, just to let you know, just a little note from AJ, please let the viewers know which I'm doing now, that we will be switching over to the part 2 stream on the YouTube channel in 4 minutes. So that's going to be at 6:30 UK time. That is 5:30 UTC. Half past in the current hour.
And that is 1:30 US time. So if you're still watching this, we have pasted a link into the YouTube chat for you to go and click that and go to part 2 of the stream. So who is taking up space? Somebody's taking up space in the lobby. But yeah, so we're following along with the Reaper Online Racing Honda HSV010 GT, the Cayenne-sponsored HSV010 GT, as he is navigating. I believe that is what turn is that? I can't particularly see.
Sorry, Rick, what was the question?
I was just trying to identify what turn the Reaper Online Racing HSV010 GT was navigating. Now, yeah, it looked like it was turn 3 there, so you would be coming up to, I believe, 5 and 6, the quick left-right up the hill. A very difficult turn there indeed, and now he is heading into the first of 2 successive hairpins here at Twin Ring Motegi before the long back straight, where he's going to get up over 150 miles an hour. He's being followed very closely by someone there. We can't see exactly who that is at the moment, but yeah, the long back straightaway here at Twin Ring Motegi. He's going to get up over 150 miles an hour. Then it's hard braking into this 90-degree turn, but feels like a hairpin every time you go around it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really is a tricky corner, but a fun one nonetheless to really ring the car into. I know it's one that the drivers have been really enjoying so far today.
Yeah. Twin Ring Motegi itself is just such a fun track to drive. It's very, very challenging, but it's also very rewarding. You've got a lot of long straights into hard braking zones here. So, I mean, like here, for example, you get up over 130 miles an hour, so, and then you've got to get that car wound down to about 60 for the ensuing double apex left-hander. And then here, again, it's another hard braking zone after a long straight. It's a very, well, the way they've linked it together here at Twin Ring Motegi, it's very rhythmic, but it's the kind of course that doesn't really work well unless you do it really, really well, Herman Tilk.
So do keep your questions coming in, guys. Best way to do that, of course, is on the YouTube chat. Had some really great questions, and hello to the people who have made it across to the part 2 stream. So we have now crossed the halfway point, of course, as Brutaka GT comes into the pits. Really